Welcome. Oh, that's much better. Welcome. We have a lot of folks here, and we have a fire marshal here, and the fire marshal is concerned that we're not going to be safe. So we need to not be in the doorways, not be in the aisleway. We do have an overflow room, which is that way and down the hall. And we can't really get started until everybody's in a seat, or can they be single file on the walls? No.
Can they sit on the floor?
Okay. Okay. Maximum of 85 people, which is pretty much the number of seats. So we need people to be in the overflow. Right. We do have a group from Watsonville High School that wants to do a presentation. They're under our student celebrations, and they have a time frame and need to get out of here pretty quick. So if you could cooperate with us and give the space so we can make sure these students can give their presentation, I would appreciate that. And so would they. Yeah. 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 Okay. We need to get started, and we can't do that when people are in the aisles. Okay. I think I'm going to need your help, or the law enforcement folks, because I'm not having much success.
So the action item is for them to go and sit down before we start. They're working on it. What is the blue? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, I bought new ones thinking this could be my second pair.
This week, we had like a all the guns I said, I'm putting to be yeah. The next time I'm gonna fit into those clothes, I'm gonna wear it. That's when I'll be skinny.
I don't think they're speaking first.
Use the mic.
Yeah.
Reminding me why I'm here. I know
I feel like we're getting really close. With the board's indulgence, I'm going to flip things just a little bit so we can get the Watsonville High students to do their presentation so they can get to wherever it is they need to be, and then we'll have more room in the space. Is that all right with the team? And then we'll go through the norms and what we're doing about the 6.1 and 6.2 so people understand that. Good? We're good with that? Okay. All right, I am calling this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees of Pajaro Valley Unified School District, May 20th, 2026. All right, I am going to ask, I'm sorry, there's one thing I have to do before we have our Watsonville High folks come up. Trustee Flores has a justified medical or justified emergency circumstance that qualifies her to join virtually. The board will have to vote to approve her being able to do that. When we open up that link, people from, if anybody can hear us out there, if you're watching the video, you also have the ability to log on to that as well. But I don't believe that'll be open on the board's page, not the board agenda page, but the board page until after we do this vote. Would anybody like to make a motion to allow Trustee Flores to participate on an emergency basis?
I'll make a motion.
I heard a motion. Is
I'll
there
make
a
a
second?
motion. Thank you. And it was a last minute emergency, and so unfortunately there wasn't time for notification of the public. So
Right. Is there a second? Okay, I hear a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, motion carry. Oh, I'm sorry, any opposed? Okay, thank you. So motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 not currently in attendance. Okay, now I'm gonna move on to Watsonville High. Elaine, who is our athletic director from Watsonville High. If you and your students wanna come up, that would be great.
test, yes.
Are you waiting on me to control this, or? I have the clicker. Canva presentation, Watsonville High Athletics. Okay, and then I'm clicking over here, this way. Are we ready? Okay, I'm gonna click my thing. Alrighty, good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Turley, and School Board. My name is Elaine Parker, and I'm about to finish my first year as the athletic director at Watsonville High and my 35th year in the school district. I'm excited to have quite a crowd here to hear about athletics at Watsonville High. Our goal this evening is to let you know all the great things that are happening in the athletic world at Watsonville High and to celebrate our student and staff success. We hope to bring you joy in hearing about our student athletes and our hardworking staff, as many of our staff members are actually coaches. Many of our coaches are actually Watsonville High staff members as well. It takes a village for our student athletes to succeed, and we appreciate our village. One of the many things I have enjoyed about this job is getting the opportunity to support students in the journey as a student athlete. And it requires extra dedication to be a student athlete, as our wonderful student can attribute to, and the friends behind me. It's wonderful to see them complete their sports season, or win in a playoff game, or support a teammate after a loss or a great play, high-five their coach, hug their mom after a game, and experience the overall joy of what it means to be a student athlete. This is a culmination of many people's dedication, and many of those people are in the room. You might be a kindergarten teacher and not get the privilege of seeing somebody jump into the pool and win an award for swimming, but we know that you count. And all of you here should join in the celebration of what we have going on at Watsonville High. We hope you enjoy learning about athletics and all that goes into creating our program. And with that, I pass it to Miss Isabel. So there's some of our friends. You can see what we have going on. There's a lot of wonderful accomplishments, and you might recognize some faces in there, knowing that you had a part in it. So what we did this year, I guess it's still me, sorry, Isabel. We got to learn, I got to do a ton about learning about programs and people and processes and building relationships and what it means to clear coaches and students and clarifying who gets to use our facilities and celebrating our athletes. Our coaches don't get a lot of shout outs, just like sometimes our teachers and other staff members feel invalued. So one of the things that we've done is to give shout out to our coaches. For example, a comment here, Coach Knight has made a lasting impact on my son's life, being part of the cross-country team. That is a wonderful quote to go on. Without coaches' mentorships and support, my child would have had a very different high school experience. So we're very appreciative of our coaches, and we're trying to highlight our students and our athletes. We have newsletters, we have banquets going on. We're going into the classroom, we're presenting awards. Kids are not used to getting awards in high school in their classes. So that's been pretty awesome as well. The teachers are acknowledging their students, and this is a new celebration that we have brought into the world of high school. You can see our coach Toomey is shouting out a soccer player. I've gone into our French teacher's classroom and shouted out Omar, who is an awesome athlete. So these are things that we've brought to our program this year, because as we know, high school sports bring many, many wonderful things to our students and community. So I'm privileged to be able to teach a class at the end of the day. That's a 6-period sports management class. Half of them are here, and they're gonna share in their accomplishments.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Arias, and I'm a senior at Watsonville High. Next year, I'm going to Career College to major in medical assisting, and later on become a cardiovascular technician. Something I liked about this class was that we worked together as a group to build 8 newsletters. Later on, we learned about the importance of commitment and discipline in athletics. We are the 6th-period sports management class, working and collaborating with the ASB leadership class. During our time in this class, we have worked on many aspects of sports management in support of school-wide athletics. We focus on teams, athletics, and on coaches. We learn how sports programs function and who runs and organizes the various components of athletics. In our newsletters, we highlight coaches, athletes, and we also give shout-outs to parents who participate during games. We also try to get local businesses to sponsor any games or things we have going on within sports. We also think it's very important that we appreciate coaches and that they know that they're honored to be volunteering at our school. We bonded over playing board games, card games together, and we even took a field trip to local businesses related to sports world and attended a San Francisco Giants career day and a baseball game. I'm glad we got to have this opportunity. I actually didn't know much about sports before this class. I never did sports in high school, but this is a great opportunity to learn more about it. And I'm grateful for Ms. Parker that took time to teach us all of this. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luis Marquez. I am a senior. I will be attending Hartnell Community College to further continue my collegiate career in football and track and field. I will be studying kinesiology. What I've learned in Ms. Parker's class was the preparation and the effort it takes to operate and host games and events at our school. What I liked best about this class was connecting with all the different athletes and learning more about them and their sports. So to get into the sports, in Watsonville High, in our fall season, we have football, girls flag football, cross country, girls golf, girls tennis, girls volleyball, and cheerleading. Cheerleading is all year round, but they do start in the fall. Our coaches for those sports is football with Tej McSwain as the head coach, cheerleading, Andrea Hernandez, cross country, David Knight, girls volleyball, Crystal Corneo, girls golf, Nicole Poole, girls tennis, Janice Mannion, and for flag football, Zachary Cook. So in varsity, we had a total of 140 students. In junior varsity, we had 68. And in freshman, we had 50. And in total, we had 265 students playing sports. And with our coaches, we had 6 Watsonville High staff and 1 that was non-Watsonville High or PVSD. And in the winter, we had soccer. We had boys and girls. We had basketball, also boys and girls. And we had, I think that was it. Oh, and wrestling as well, sorry. And then for our coaches, we had Coach Hedgebeth for boys soccer. Girls soccer, we had Gladys Monodragon. Boys basketball, we have our new Austin Lugard. And girls basketball, Zachary Cook. And wrestling is Nick Pena. So our total numbers for athletes was varsity 82, junior varsity 91, freshman 52. Our total number was 225 students. And as well, we had 2 Watsonville High coaches, 3 other PVSD, and 1 that was neither Watsonville High or PVSD staff. Our next season is the spring season. We had track and field, boys and girls swimming, boys tennis, boys volleyball, boys golf, baseball, and softball. For the coaches, track and field was Robert Cornett. Boys and girls swimming was Joey Barrera. And boys tennis was Janice Mannion. Boys volleyball was Crystal Cornejo. Boys golf was Bernie Sanchez. Baseball was also Tej McSwain. And softball was Patrick Rodriguez. So in total, we had 127 varsity students, 96 Frosh Soft students, and in total, 223 students. And for our coaches, we had 3 Watsonville High staffs and 4 that were neither Watsonville High or PVSD. So what you will notice is that many of our coaches were on campus and were part of Watsonville High. Thank you.
Can we go back a slide, please? So, unfortunately, I am not Ernesto. I am filling in place for him because he could not make it today. But Ernesto Martinez Alonso, he is a senior, and he plans to go to Cabrillo College next year to go into, I believe it was, to go into psychology, and his plan is to transfer to a UC campus. Now, I am Jose Acevella. I plan to attend San Francisco State University to study business accounting. And I played volleyball at Watsonville High for 2 years. So I contributed to this athletic class by helping create a video to share with local businesses about how and why they can support Watsonville High School athletics. Shaz from the Chamber of Commerce recommended working with the following local businesses to see if they could partner with us. Some of these local businesses include Sambrello Packaging, Martinelli's, Watsonville Coast Produce, Cassidy's Pizza, and many more. So currently we have these local businesses that are already supporting Watsonville High Athletics. We have Carmona's, Larry Willis Construction, North Naturals, Branding Out, and Arbitrarily Fence Company. We would like to share out some ideas as well for fundraising because we want to continue brainstorming them to raise money for all of our sports. due to the fact that many people in this community are alumni and would support their high school. We welcome ideas about connecting with future donors, and we hope that we can put our athletic director in contact with these future partners. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Andrade. I'm also a senior, and I'll be attending Carrillo in the fall to major in health science. When I started this class, I didn't know much about sports, but then I learned how teams work together and the importance of communicating to the public and school staff about game times and locations. Something I really liked about this class was giving the recognition to coaches who work hard and students who are able to commit a good GPA while remaining committed to their sport. We are working on celebrating our coaches in the next edition of our newsletter. We will have appreciations for our coaches. On June 12th, Ms. Parker will host a pool party celebration for coaches and their families. We are also working on thank you cards for our coaches that students will sign. We want to recognize our awesome soccer coach, Coach Hedge, who has been coaching for more than 50 years. So we are in the process of naming our brand new stadium after him. Thank you.
It's not letting me go anymore. Sylvester, you want to keep going, or I'm pretty much almost done. So Luis is going to talk to us briefly about a survey that we have going on with our athletes.
So with this survey, it's athletes asking athletes. We are partnered with the local nonprofit business, Applied Research, Survey Research, sorry about that. We are visiting this local business in the fall. They have helped us with survey design and production. We are about to launch this survey of our peers designed to capture the thoughts and their athletic and coaching experience. Our goal is to gather as many respondents as possible. It has been a student-led and student-designed effort centered on improving relationships between coaches and athletes. Athletes from different sports have come together to shape their questions and discuss administration to the survey. In a world where students are asked to give feedback constantly, from teachers to companies to culture, there is very little feedback asked for
So I'm going to cut us short because I know I'm over, but as you can see, the world of athletics is big. I had no idea before I even entered this world, first of all, how much I was going to love it, but all it takes to have our athletes on the field, in the track, on the gym. And again, it's this collective effort with the people that are behind me as well. So we are very proud of the fact that we have a lot of our coaches on campus as teachers or staff members. Our next steps are to continue to fundraise and bring money to our program, connect with local businesses, honor our coach with the naming of the stadium, and administer this survey to our students so we can see their opinions on athletics at Watsonville High. Our car show's coming up, so whatever you can do to support us. Some closing pictures, because you always got to see who we're representing. I think it's very important to have those faces. And that is the end of our presentation. Probably not much time for questions and comments, but you can surely email me, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So thank you for that indulgence, and we will start at the beginning of our agenda now. 3.1, welcome. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting officially to order. I want to begin by acknowledging that this meeting will be live streamed and recorded, and now there's also an option of joining by Zoom, which is available on the web page under the board section, not the board agenda section, but the board section. Bienvenidos, tenemos interpretación en español. Si necesita este servicio, por favor, pase con Leticia Centenaro allí. The purpose of this meeting of the Board of Education convened to conduct official business on behalf of our district and the students we serve. While we deeply value community participation, this is a working session of the board. Our focus tonight is on the items before us and on the outcomes that matter most for our students. One of our core values is ensuring that the voices of our community and of each board member are heard, respected, and given meaningful space in this room. Everything we do tonight is grounded in that commitment. Our protocols are not barriers, they are the structure that ensures every voice has a fair and appropriate opportunity to be heard. How the meeting works. Here is how we will move forward. Each item will be called. Staff or a board member will present on the item. Public comments will be heard. We will call names in groups of 10. Then when those 10 are done, we'll call the next 10. When you hear your name, please make your way to the podium. It's not necessary that you be in the same order your name was called. Time limits will apply based on the number of speakers. Board members will each have up to 3 minutes to respond or ask questions. Board members have been asked to submit questions in advance so that answers can be prepared and shared as part of the presentation. Public comment, speaking on the agenda. We're trying something different this evening. Members of the public are welcome to address the board on any item on tonight's agenda. Each speaker will have 2 minutes unless otherwise announced. To speak on an agenda item, you must submit a speaker card. It looks like this. Will be allotted. Okay, speakers on non-agenda items. So if you want to talk about something that's not on our agenda but comes under the jurisdiction of the school district, that will be under 6.1. 6.2 is new. We're trying something. If you want to speak on something that is on the agenda, but you don't want to wait until it comes up at 11 o'clock or midnight or whenever, you can fill out a card for 6.2 and be heard then. But if there are 3 items that you wanted to speak on, you need to cover all 3 of those items in the allotted time under 6.2. And if you choose to speak under 6.2, then it's a choice. You're going to do that, or you're going to speak on agenda items. Right. So it's either 6.2 or when your item comes up on the agenda and we call for public comment, then that will be your time, but not both. And you do need to have a card in before an item starts. Note to students, if students fill out a peach-colored card, we try to prioritize you and take you first because we want you studying and getting good rest so you're ready for school in the morning. Tips for effective public comment. Please stay on topic and complete your comments within the time allotted. You may state your name at the beginning of your statement for a record. On the cards, you don't have to write your name, but you need to write something so when we call, you know that we're calling you. In the interest of running an efficient and fair meeting, we ask that you do the following. Speakers who share the same point of view, designate a spokesperson. Folks may raise their hand to offer support to a speaker. Ask that additional speakers come forward only if they have something new to add. With board consent, we may reduce speaker time, but never below 1 minute. With board consent, we may increase the total allotted time for a particular item. Expectations for conduct. In order for the board to conduct its business, we ask that all attendees refrain from shouting out or holding side conversations during the meeting. We genuinely want to hear from you, and we cannot hear the person at the podium when others are speaking at the same time. The board's focus is on student outcomes. We know that this is important to you as well, and we appreciate your presence and your passion. But if there are disruptions, I will issue a warning. If disruptions continue, I will recess the meeting, ask those causing the disruption to be removed, and if necessary, clear the room. Thank you, and let's get to work for students. Trustee Navarro, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Trustee Shirley, can I make one comment before we move on?
We're on, does it have to do with the flag?
It has to do with the public speaking that you were just talking about.
Okay.
Some of the families of those young students, we had talked about maybe letting them go first so that they can go home.
Okay, let's do the beginning parts. Thank you, and that moves us on to 3.3, Governing Board Comments, Reports on Standing Committees. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments. We will start with Trustee Medina. You ready?
All right. Good evening, everyone. So before we begin tonight, I want to take a moment to recognize what our school community is carrying right now. Teachers and staff are facing layoffs. Students are seeing support services reduced at the time many of them need more care, more stability, and more adults they trust on campus. Families are trying to understand what these decisions mean for their children, and many workers are wondering whether the district sees the full value of what they give to our schools every single day. I want you to know that I see you, I hear you, and I know these decisions are not numbers on a page. They affect real people, real families, and real students. As I enter my second year on this board, I have grown more concerned about what I would like to call trickle-down education approach. We keep being told the district has limited resources, but too often we see more money placed at the top, more money going to outside contracts, legal fees, and less money reaching the classrooms where students and educators feel the impact directly. We have experts in our schools. We have teachers, classified staff, counselors, mental health clinicians, community school staff, and school site leaders who understand our students, our families, and our history. Yet too often the district brings in outsiders who look at our community through a fiscal lens instead of a community lens. That approach misses the full picture. It misses the story of Pajaro, it misses the story of Watsonville, it misses the story of working class families, our farm worker families, our immigrant families, and the students who have already carried more than their fair share. Tonight's decision will stay with this district. They will affect students, workers, families, and trust in this board. I hope this moment serves as a wake-up call about how important local elections are. School board races shape what happens in our classrooms, who gets supported, who gets cut, and whose voice gets heard. I am aware that tonight's vote will also shape how many people see the members of this board, especially those running for re-election. The public is paying attention, our workers are paying attention, our students are paying attention. So my position is simple. We need to put students first, school workers, not slogans, but through the choices we make with our budget. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge Jr.
Good evening, everybody. I know we have a lot of people, so I'll just keep my comment brief. I believe all paperwork has been turned in to begin the process to add the legendary Watsonville High School soccer coach Roland Hedgepet's name. So hopefully we can get that listed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
Hello? Okay, here we go. Hi, everybody. So I watched the Governor Newsom's May Revise with excitement and nerves. The proposal includes historic investments in special education, continued support for literacy and math achievement, and community schools. While this funding is helpful, many districts are still struggling with declined enrollment, rising health benefit costs, and long-term financial sustainability. The budget gives districts some relief, but it does not solve every financial challenge schools are currently facing, meaning this does not solve all of our issues, and some of these investments are one-time funding, and I just want to call that. I wanted to also thank all of the community members who I was able to connect with this past weekend, either in person, via Zoom, or on the phone, email, or social media. I heard while in these discussions that many of you still did not know that Trustee Turley and Trustee Flynn host a Zoom meeting every Monday before our board meeting to give the community more time and opportunity to speak and ask questions and go back and forth with trustees. I got to join this meeting last Monday via Zoom, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of the 35 people who were there. I love your approach. Thank you for having a conversation respectfully, and I am looking forward to continue the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
I don't have very much to say. I apologize for being late. I got a flat tire earlier today, which set me behind. I'll ask that you please be patient with me as I go through these cards in this new format. I think I've made it clear how important each one of your voices are, even though we don't always agree. I still want to hear from you. Oh, that was you. Your time is up. Oh. I had a lot planned out to say. I think I'll save it for another time. Except for that, I've never made a decision based on trying to get a vote. I was grateful to be appointed to this position. I've been grateful to work with everybody here, even though there's been a lot of discourse between community and board itself. It's really disappointing to see how we are all communicating with one another, and this evening I will ask that everybody, even in their anger or frustration, respect dignity of just every human being that's in this room. And I have a call for civility in this moment and moving forward. I feel we can agree to disagree, and we can express that without dehumanizing anybody. There is a lot of injustice and unfairness that happens, and inequity that happens across this board, and I see it and I acknowledge it. And for my part in it, I ask for forgiveness. I am sad, but also, it really makes me sad. And it makes it hard for me to come here and see how people are treated. The last thing I want to say is that people have been asking if I'm going to run for election, and I want to officially announce that I will not be running for election. I have, again, never made a decision based on getting anybody's vote or anybody's favor or support. I've always done what I feel is best for student outcomes. And I recognize that decisions I make have caused me the loss of great friends and have allowed me to recognize who my real friends are. I will continue to make decisions in that way until November. For those of you who are supportive of me, I really appreciate it. I've needed it. This has been extremely challenging, and I don't expect it to get any less challenging in the next few months. But I am here to serve fully and be present as much as I possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you for your words, Joy. I echo everything that you said, and thank you for your time being on this board and for your continued time on the board. Second of all, can I just say, can y'all come to like every meeting? Because you're bringing me so much joy right now, and you're making me smile. So thank you. Can we get a round of applause for our little kids here? I'll keep it brief as much as possible. I had a really busy day today. I was here for the Harvey Milk celebration from 10 to 12, which for those of you who didn't join us, you missed out. It was super, super fun. Unfortunately, my tattoo didn't last, but it was a lot of great speakers. Thank you to Trustee Desi for his wonderful words, and to Dr. Contreras, and Carol was there with me today, and it was just so much fun to be had. And then after that, I had the opportunity to go out to Renaissance with Trustee Medina and be able to go and speak to the teachers and out there. And I just want to say thank you for all that you do, because these are very vulnerable kids, and I understand all the connections that you've made, and I hope that you heard me when I said that I really value what you do for these kids. After that, I went to Duncan Holbert, where I got to tour that facility, and oh my goodness, that playground is amazing. And we went out there with Herlindo and Gerardo, our CBO, and our maintenance and operation, and we found a couple of fire hazards that we're gonna fix. But it was a great day. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody who held space and made time for me today. And let's try to have a civil meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be back again. I'm gonna wait to speak on the Student Advisory Council, which I usually do, since that is coming up later. We're gonna do videos presenting what we've been working on this whole year. So this is kind of gonna be a little long, so I'm gonna kind of hurry through. But yesterday at the Inter-High Council meeting, we were only able to have 2 schools attend due to finals week and testing. So here's some updates from those 2. Watsonville High School is hosting their Senior Spirit Week this week and is getting ready for their Kiss a Senior Goodbye rally tomorrow and Senior Sunset on Friday. They also just chose ASB officers for next year and are deciding on a homecoming theme already. At Aptos High, they hosted a fundraiser which helped raise money for the grad night at the boardwalk and has been doing their 5-star point reward distribution this week. They also wrapped up their student senate and are getting ready for ASB next year, just like Watsonville High. However, the Aptos students would like me to share concerns regarding board decisions and the benefit caps for teachers. Then, this morning was the annual Harvey Milk Day and Pride Flag raising event, which went amazing. This event included students from all grade levels across the district, and there was transportation and lunch included. Many students, PVSC staff, and community members gave heartfelt speeches, and I would like to thank President Turley and Trustee Navarro for attending, as well as Dr. Contreras for her beautiful statement she gave at the beginning and supporting the event year after year. Before I finish, I would like to share that this is my last board meeting as the student trustee. I cannot begin to express how much this past year has made a difference for me in my learning. I've learned so much about the funding behind our district, the roles and responsibilities of elected officials, and how to find my own voice and stance on topics and make difficult decisions. I would like to thank everyone who has supported me, including my family, friends, and teachers, but also the community, and everyone who has taken their time to introduce themselves to me over the course of this year. I now would like to briefly thank each individual member of the board for their support towards me this past year. But first, I want to thank my old ethnic studies teacher, Mr. Pels, who I'm not sure if he's here. He was the first reason I even applied for this position 2 years ago, and is the reason I'm here. Anyways, well, I want to start by thanking President Turley for including me in the policy making of the controversial issues policy this year, and for her knowledge of local history she has shared with me, along with all other wisdom she has given me for my future endeavors. Thank you to Vice President Flynn for her critical thinking she has shown me through example, as well as her warm energy and kindness she has shown towards me this past year, including cheering me on at track meets. Thank you to Trustee Medina for hosting student-led listening sessions for me and Trustee Guillen Martinez, who's the trustee at the COE, along with always checking in between meetings and being a strong advocate for both me as the student trustee and the students in our district. Thank you to Trustee Dodge for being a strong Watsonville High advocate. I always see him at the Watson events and always showing up at always showing up at Watsonville High events to support our students. Thank you to Trustee Navarro for hosting a student-led session with me and always encouraging me to speak up at these board meetings, as well as being a supporter in my pre-med journey, which I hope will continue even after I leave this board. Thank you to Trustee Flores, who's on the Zoom, for her support towards me when I first joined the meeting while she served as president, along with her advocacy for the charter schools in the district, including my middle school. And thank you to Trustee Carrasco for always keeping things real with me and being someone I could trust, as well as her dedication towards advocacy for the arts. I'm sorry to go over my time, but I also want to thank Alicia Jimenez, Michael Berman, and Eva Renteria for guiding me through the duties of a student trustee throughout this past year. And lastly, I would truly like to thank Dr. Contreras for her unwavering support throughout this year. Not only has she clearly made efforts to seek student input and engagement through policy making in our district, but she has also shown nothing but kindness and genuine care for me since the beginning of my term, and I consider her to be one of the greatest mentors I have had throughout high school. Thank you so much to everyone this year. It has truly been the best senior year. But I do have something else to mention, and that while I am forever grateful for this past year and the role I have served on this board, I do know that it was not optimal. Many of the amazing qualities that I see in our board members are unfortunately not present at some of these board meetings, whether it be from disrespect across the board, disrespect to the audience, or unreasonably late meetings. There were many instances where I felt like student success was not the main focus at the meetings, and instead it was just a battle between adults in the room. I hope that each person sitting across from the audience can reflect on this and try their best to consider how each action and decision they make next year will impact not only the student trustee on the board, but the students in our district. That being said, I do have fantastic professional relationships with each individual here, and I wish the next student trustee the best of luck in their position next year. Thank you. Thanks for letting me borrow this.
This doesn't count as my comments. This is a separate. Desi, we have all, each, I'm sure I can speak for the board. In this instance, we have each thoroughly enjoyed working with you and your time and effort and your dedication to the work. We have a little something for you that I hope will help you in your next educational step. It's a pen, ballpoint pen with his name etched. Oh, okay. So my very brief comments. I've had the privilege of working with the Labor Management Institute, where representatives from PVFT and CSEA and from the district office have worked on procedures and how to communicate and how to disagree agreeably. And I have great hope for that work as it continues. I was so happy to be at today's Harvey Milk event. It was a celebration. I was a few minutes late, and I walked in, and it looked like a party. And there were booths, and there were kids running and laughing and having fun, and it was wonderful. So to those who organized it, Chrissy McLean, thank you. And thank you for your part, Desi, as well. I also really enjoyed the Queer Youth Leadership Awards, which was a week and a half ago. and Trustee Flynn was there with me, and Trustee Navarro, and Trustee Salinas Waltz, and Superintendent Contreras. And that was a really fun, elegant event as well. So with that, we already finished 3.5. So we're on 3.4, superintendent comments. I thank you, Trustee Flynn. Trustee Flores, did you have comments? There might be a delay. Can you unmute yourself? Do you have a comment?
There, can you hear me now? There is a delay, about 3 to 4 seconds. I'll defer my comments tonight. Thank you. But I do want to say thank you. I do want to say thank you to Desi for your hard work this year, and you will be missed. And I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors at college. And keep running.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. So that gets us to 3.4, superintendent comments.
Yes. Thank you for everyone who is here. I know you're giving up a lot of time to be here, and you have a lot of concerns about different things that are happening. So first I want to say for the Duncan Holbert people who are here, and all the beautiful children and Renaissance too, who have concerns. I want to really assure you, these are just ideas, and this is a report and discussion. And so we really do value the input. It really is. I see that over there. We really do value the input. I know board members have been out to the sites and seen, explored what it is. And so it is important to come to the board meetings and to give input and see things from your perspective, and that's valued. So thank you for that. And do know that they are listening, and they've had a lot of discussion with me about what they're thinking, and that, maybe we pause, or maybe this isn't the right thing. So your voice matters. This week, and just over the course of the year, it's been a really hard year. When I was brought, I know it's been hard for everyone. When I was brought into the district 2 years ago, I knew that I would be asked to address some really hard things. That I knew there was sunsetting ESSER dollars, and I knew we were in declining enrollment. I knew that. And I knew that the things I would have to do would be really hard. What I did not know is I did not know that we were a district that was on the brink of going into state receivership, and that is a fact. And that would have happened in 2019, and I've had to do things that were harder than I anticipated. They're hard. They're very hard things. I was hired, though, because of a track record of also raising student achievement, and one of the things that I hold near and dear to my heart is the students and how they achieve, and wanting to increase and improve the outcomes for our students. That's really important. And PVUSD has a record of being underachieving, and we need to focus on that. And so we've done some very specific strategies here in PVUSD, starting a little bit last year and a little bit this year, to help the students of PVUSD to achieve at a better level. And some of those strategies have included supporting our teachers in their learning and honoring our teachers in their learning for their time through some big stipends. There's some stipends on the agenda tonight that will help our high school teachers engage in their learning. And some of the things have been professional learning in the areas of math, with some initiatives that we gave teachers choice and voice if they wanted to do. And we started with a couple schools, and then the schools really liked it, and we added those schools in. Tonight, I want to share some data with you of some of the things that have happened in my previous district that were just featured by a Harvard and Stanford study just last week, because my previous district was one of 2 districts in the nation that had continual growth from 2018 through the pandemic and through this year. And the strategies they engaged in are the same strategies we've started to use now here. And that's important because I believe in the teachers of this district, and I've seen what they can do, and I know that these strategies are going to help our students. And data doesn't lie, and so when we see what can happen in another district, I fully believe that that can happen here. I also know that there have been different concerns or rumors even. I see a sign that someone's holding over here about the decision to hire a deputy position and that we're adding a position. That is a replacement position that's replacing the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction when Claudia Monjares left. So it's not an added position at all. There was also some things on social media about adding an executive assistant for my office, and we are not adding an executive assistant. Eva is retiring, and so it's her position that's being replaced. So I wanted to clear up a couple of those things. I also want to show a little bit of this data. So our vision and our mission are things that the board created so that we keep students focused at all times. And we use these strategic goals. Recently, there was a survey sent out saying that this was a survey for my evaluation. That is not what I'm evaluated on. There's no survey in the community or that the board did. That is part of my evaluation. I'm evaluated on moving the students forward in their student achievement. That is what I'm responsible to do. And the board supports the strategies that we use to try to get those achievement goals moved forward. And so we have these 5 goals, which are going to be replaced very shortly with some new goals that were based on what the board did with their listening sessions. And we're really excited about the new goals because they'll get even tighter and tighter and more focused around the outcomes we want for our students. And when we get more focused on the outcomes we want for our students, then we know even more how to align our resources to get the things that to get the strategies aligned that we need to do to make sure our students can achieve. This is the data I was talking about earlier. So my previous district was Modesto City Schools. The blue line where it says math is Modesto and their performance over time, and the dotted lines are other similar districts to Modesto. That blue line going up in math is because of the initiative we used with SWAN Math, which is now switching over to Paradigm Math, which is what the board just approved to adopt for our students and what we piloted at 2 elementary schools last year. The teachers loved that math implementation, and so then 8 schools asked to add it, and it's been really successful, and we think we're going to get these same kind of results for our students. The reading scores are in the orange. You could see the similar results that Modesto had. They engaged also in letters training for the teachers, and you can see what happened over time. Even during COVID, they were getting results for kids when the rest of the nation was not. So we're bringing those same strategies here because we don't hope that they're going to work. We know they're going to work. So here are some of the specific things that the Harvard-Stanford study pulled out that said, here's what worked after studying what Modesto was doing. You can see the bullets under there. We have implemented every single one of those things in the bullets. And so what we know will happen here is we're going to raise the student achievement in PVUSD. Oh. Sylvester? Okay, there we go. Sorry. So over the past 2 years, there have been several changes that happened at the cabinet level. When I was hired, there was no cabinet. And because there was no cabinet, I had a hard time. We had to interview, we had to post positions, and we hired people internally. Eventually, we hired people internally, and they've been a great team, and they're doing really great work, and I'm really proud of our team. But it took a little bit of time to pull that team together. In my first year, because it took a little bit of time to pull the team together, I was both the superintendent and the assistant superintendent of HR. In the middle of my, kind of going into my first year, February of my first year, we lost our CBO. And so I was both the superintendent and the CBO. And then just this year, we lost Claudia. And so then I was the superintendent and the assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. Each of those times we were saving money and absorbing costs. This year, we closed the assessment and evaluation coordinator. We closed the VAPA coordinator, the coordinator of early literacy, and the director of multilingual education at the district level, and saved a total of $800,000. Those were all district level positions that were closed. And so in looking at the needs of the district, when I first got here, immediately I knew HR needed to be looked at. And so we ordered a FCMAT report to study HR and what needed to happen there. And the next that I heard from the community when I did my listening tours was that our special education programs needed to be looked at. And so we ordered a FCMAT report to look at special education. And that has been an area where we really need to set our sights for our students. In July of this past year, we lost almost all of our district level support. Huge shout out to our special education program specialists who have been doing a ton of work this year. Yeah, Dr. McCord, I'm looking at you right now. I know I haven't had a chance to talk to you. I really, really appreciate you, the program specialists who have been doing so much work. I 100% recognize the load you have carried this year. I do not know how you have done it. I know it's been really hard. So thank you. Thank you for doing what you do for the kids. I know you've worked late hours, been everywhere, and have done way more than your share. So thank you. And thank you to your colleagues too. So yeah, huge. I mean, really, that's a standing ovation, really. No, it is. I'll give you one. Yeah. This is for our program specialists. That really, for those of you who may not be aware, our program specialists are special education really experts. They're teachers who know so much about special education. And this year, when all of our district level people for special education left for a variety of reasons, they were the last ones. And them and Heather Gorman, who isn't here, but she also, yes, yeah, hands off to her too. That literally carried the load of 7 people. And Heather is retiring, and she's sad. She's like, oh, I want to see it come up because this year's been so hard. And I told her, well, Heather, look at this. When you retire, you can tell everyone, when I left, they had to hire 7 people to replace me. True story. So, but special education has been a huge need. And one thing we have learned from effective school boards is that when there is a huge need in the district, you go to get the best because the students deserve the best. We are a single district SELPA, and a single district SELPA is very, very unique. It is its own thing unto itself that's separate from special education. And so I had an opportunity to bring one of the best to PVUSD. So his name is Mark Herbst. He ran a single district SELPA and brought that SELPA from a very rough place to a high-performing place, as you saw in the data of Modesto City Schools, because he's from Modesto City Schools, and has done a lot of work to raise the student achievement, not only of special education students, but of all students. And I appreciate the board who has supported that recommendation and that work, because our students deserve to have talented people to help steer the ship and to help our students to achieve at higher levels, because they deserve that. I've included in this, for anyone who wants to go back into board docs, some of the different articles that were run on Modesto City Schools and their data, partly because it really is something I'm proud of. It was 10, 11, 12 years of work that I invested in, really working hard, thinking through how do we help to move this district forward, Modesto City Schools forward, what do we do? Some of the strategies that were highlighted by Harvard and Stanford were strategies that I actually developed on my own. Some of them were from my colleagues, and all of them were a team effort between district level, teachers, labor partners, parents, and families, all of them. It takes a team. You cannot help students without being a team. And so the one thing that I'm going to ask right now is that I know we have hard decisions, and I know that people don't agree with everything that I have had to do or that we've had to do, and that there is division. I get that. But our students need us to be a team. And we're working on that. We can agree and disagree, but when we disagree, we need to at least try to do it respectfully in this boardroom and in this board space. And that is one thing that I think we can try to do for at least in the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to ask if there were any speaker cards for anything that started with a 3, and I see there is one for 3.3. Chris Webb, are you here, Chris? Here, he's running. Here he comes.
Okay, I first want to just speak to some of the board comments I've been hearing, and that's about Claudia. And I would just say that it's my perspective that she did not leave due to you, Trustee Medina. If anything, I think it was honestly more the superintendent. Also, regarding some of the comments made about the secret board meeting on 4/22, like I'm down to participate and be respectful and all that, and be a constructive member of, and just show that the union, we're doing our part, right? To be respectful and disagree respectfully. But that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with everything. I think on the micro level, there was things I thought were good. But there was also like a question that kind of I struggled with that day, right? And it was about layoffs, right? And we were debating like, when is the best time to notify? The fall or like February? I had said like February. And I actually stand by that now that I've seen, my poor teachers or counselors get a notice to start their Monday week. I don't think it's a good, kind way to start your week. And also, I'm not so sure the layoffs are entirely necessary. I think we need to be thinking about how do we build the ideal school, and then let's staff for that. So I feel like our order of operations was off. And then also, one of the things one of my colleagues said that night was that these goals, while laudable, they are really to be achievable, we have to have the ideal setup. So I don't think the layoffs are conducive to that. And then also, I just want to say about in one of the 4:15 meeting, when one of our cabinet people was up, a comment was from the board was, well, he wants to be here. Well, I think that we need to have a better standard than that. And why do you want to be here? Do you want to be here to squeeze the juice out of this community, put it in your pocket, walk away in 5 years to get a raise somewhere else. Like, I don't want people who want to be here like that. I want you to be here to really serve.
That's your
So,
time, Mr. Webb?
Let's do better.
That's your
Thank you.
time. Thank you. I would also like to remind everyone to stay on topic. That speaker card was for 3.3, which is board comments. That brings us to 4.1, approval of agenda. And I am going to give a warning. I really need folks not to be speaking out except when they're called up to the podium. Brandon? Well, if you're under the age of 6, we love you, and you be you. Okay, 4.1, approval of agenda. Are there any public speaker comments on this item? Setting agenda. I'm done with that one, so let's go to that. Okay. We have a choice. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have cards for individual items. If anybody who has turned a card in already wants to be considered under 6.2 and not now, that's okay. But if you're called up on any of these items that we're doing right now, that precludes you from doing the 6.2. So your choice. So Trustee Flynn is going to call the few names that we have for approval of agenda. And you can opt out if you're wanting to do 6.2.
Emily Halbig, Whitney Diamani, Bobby Marchsalt, Brandon Denise.
Now? Yeah, okay. So I was going to speak about 6.2, and I just want to point out already, like it is, we can see so much confusion already happening with this, right? So maybe it's something that we can just take off the agenda in the future, or at least make sure that we're leaving other opportunities for people to speak. I understand that tonight we're being told that we can either speak on 6.2 or on individual items, and I do think that that is because some of the pressure that the community has put on them, so good job, you guys. But I am also highly concerned that the board president is going to try to make 6.2 the only time people can speak in future meetings, because you did say that to me in an email earlier this week. And I feel like this is yet another way that Carol Turley is trying to silence us. Trustee Turley, you frequently interrupt speakers, you cut off students, educators, and community members mid-comment, mid-train of thought, you mute people's microphones, even the microphone of another trustee who is equally holds as much power as you do. 2 minutes, or especially when time is limited to 1 minute per speaker, as has been the recent practice, isn't enough time for community members to discuss multiple agenda items. I would like to hear you, Carol Turley, give the community assurance that the addition of 6.2 on future agendas will not prevent people from speaking during individual agenda items. And then lastly, to the community, I just want to remind you that if your voice held no power, they wouldn't keep trying to silence you. So don't stop speaking up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Whitney Damiani, Negotiations After Sci teacher. I would like to encourage you to not approve the agenda as is and to remove 6.2 and go back to standard practice. I appreciate the attempt to get people out of here earlier. I really do. I'd like to be able to go home and work, as I will be tonight, regardless of what time I leave, and get ready for my day tomorrow with my students. But I think, again, what Emily said, this is silencing us. I'm really concerned with the 30 minutes, the 2 minutes down to less than that. Currently, or the prior practice allowed us to speak on each agenda item for up to 2 minutes, sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on those agenda items. This to me is a complete power grab. It's unacceptable. I know you guys think this is a board meeting that you hold in public, but you're her boss. You're supposed to hold Contreras accountable. We are the people that elected you, or you were appointed and could potentially would be reelected by us. You owe us the time to hear from us.
Let me set my timer here. I'll do it myself.
While you're doing that, I would like to remind people each of the regular agenda items, we're still holding to 30 minutes, so that's still available.
All right, so respect flows both ways. So what Contreras just did is she used decorum and respectability politics as a way to shut you all up. Because it's not fair for them to sit up there, her to sit up there and say, oh, I want to see respect when they're silencing you, when they're preventing you from speaking, and when they're lying to you. That is not respect. That is deceit. And then they cloak that in decorum. Get rid of that. Olivia Flores is committing a Brown Act violation right now by not having her location posted. So you guys always sit there, and you too, sit there and you're so scared in these meetings that you're gonna get a Brown Act violation and you're being watched. Yeah, you're gonna have to be watched. You're gonna be accountable. Just stop committing the Brown Act violations and you don't have nothing to fear. So I want to speak to 6.2, and again, I think this should be taken off the agenda because Carol has told me that in the future, this could be used as a way to only have public comment on agenda items during 6.2. What if we just let everybody who wants to speak on public comment 6.1 speak? And if they speak and they go on something on the agenda and that's their one comment and then they go home, oh no, it's not the end of the world. But instead, you try to micromanage everything. And you're not a good micromanager, and you would make an awful teacher. This whole going into recess because someone goes over their time, Lord, I can tell you as union president, our members would be disciplined so fast if they just went on recess because the class got a little too loud. If someone goes over time just a little bit, let them speak. The police are here to keep us safe if there's a fire, if someone in here starts getting all crazy and violent. They're not here to be your whipping boys and to be your private security. So give the community some respect, and then you'll see it flow both ways. Take 6.2 off the agenda and let everybody who wants to speak, speak.
I have to say something. Brandon, with all due respect, I ask you to retract your statement about whipping boy. Thank you very much. Thank you. I understand. Yeah. Accepted. I know you didn't mean it. I know. Okay, thank you.
Oh, there we go. Good evening, board. I love that, by the way. Thank you for that. Very respectful, and yeah, it's good to see. I did come up also to speak about 6.2. Now that it was explained, I didn't feel as bad, although I have concerns with what I just heard. So I was going to pass, but I wanted to come up and make sure to disqualify myself from 6.2. So I came up anyway. So you can pull my card from that, all right? But since I'm up here, I will mention one more time, like last time, the new rules apparently state that you shouldn't amend the agenda because specifically it is put out 7 to 14 days ahead of time, giving you time to review it and ask for changes. This was not out 7 to 14 days ahead of time as is in those rules. So I just want to remind us of that. And, if we're going to stick to those, I would love to see the agenda a little earlier to give me, as well as I think board members, some time to check it out. So I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Can we do comments first?
Let's have a second and then comment on them. Is there a second to approve the agenda? I see a second. Okay, comment?
Okay, let me pull it. Okay. Now that you clarified it, I understand that, but in terms of 6.2, I think with something like this, you need to give people a really big heads up. So it kind of threw people off, it threw me off, and I don't want to standardize that where we're having everything at 6.2. So I'm just going to say I do not support approving this agenda as written because item 6.2 asks the public to speak on agenda items before hearing the staff report, presentation, financial explanations, and our usual process is strong. Announce the item, hear the report, take public comment, then deliberate. And I understand the bylaw allows public comment before or during board consideration. So my concern is that this format chooses the least informed version of before, where families, students, teachers, classified staff, and community members should bear or should hear what the district is proposing before they speak. So I would like to propose a substitute motion to amend the agenda by removing item 6.2, which is the agenda-wide public comment, and take public comments on each agenda after the staff report presentation and before deliberation or action.
Is there a second to the substitute motion? I see a second to the substitute motion. All those in favor?
Can we finish comment?
Okay.
I just want to clarify a couple of things and correct me if I'm wrong. We had initially tried to post the agenda 7 to 14 days in advance, and we realized that that was actually not feasible for our staff. And so I'm sorry, Bobby, if you didn't get that information, but we are not doing that. But it's in your rules. Well, then that needs to be fixed.
That's not a rule.
Anyway, that was a point of clarification. Okay. And then, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. Never mind.
All right. We have a first and a second on a substitute motion because we do have someone participating online. We need to have a roll call vote. Will you do that for us, please, Ms. Renteria?
I have a point of clarification,
I'm
please.
sorry.
And a comment. Trustee Medina, can you explain to me, because I want to be able to keep the format this way only because I want people who want to comment early to be able to comment early, and then if they want to comment later, if others want to comment later, they can, because I don't want to keep people here. Is that what you're proposing? I don't understand.
I'm proposing to remove it, but I could amend my agenda to say that we'll keep 6.2, but if people want to double speak, just let it happen, because this is the first time that we're trying this and people weren't really aware. So I'll amend my agenda to say we could keep 6.2, but if people did put in other cards for other items, they could still speak.
My only concern with that is that then the people who are waiting, it's going to take that half hour, and then other people won't be able to talk. Do you know what I mean? So we have a half an hour that's set for each agenda item afterwards. And if somebody speaks again, then that might take away a turn for somebody else who wants to speak. So I'm okay to do that as long as it's within the 30 minutes and the people who have waited get a chance to speak. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't know how to.
I think we're seeing the same thing. You're saying that you want to keep 6.2, which is what I'm amending. Let's keep 6.2 so
Yes.
people who filled out that card could speak. And if they filled out another card, let them speak, because again, this was barely introduced today. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
It probably won't go over, but what I'm saying is because then the people who are going to speak again, if the list is long, then people who have waited and didn't do 6.1, I don't want the people who have spoken already to make somebody else not have their time within that 30 minutes.
So this is why I think we should have deliberated this in the agenda setting.
I
agree. Yeah. So I think let's just go back to how we've had it. So I'll just stick with my original secondary motion that we just remove it this meeting. Now that we know how this is going to play out, let's have that discussion so we give the community more clarity, because this was a curveball for a lot of us.
I 100% agree, and I think people know where I stand on this and the time frame. I recognize that for the previous agenda setting committee, the decision was made not to do the longer duration between. I completely disagree with that. I feel like we do need more time. I, even as a board member, need more time to be able to communicate with the constituency. Yes, so these past 5 days have, I'm trying to have a job and be a parent, and 5 days with all of this is not enough time. and a few hours on a Monday night before the board meeting is not enough time. So I would eventually like to make a proposal to go back to that. And especially since we are getting new administrative staff, I think that that might be able to be supported. So I'm just putting that out there. I think the timeline and making sure that community is informed in a timely manner is imperative to building trust. So I don't want to be here forever. So I don't really want to do the second part, but because of the time frame, I thank you for amending and keeping 6.2, because I want people to be able to.
And just to
now.
clarify, with the rules that we approved, you could move to suspend the rules, and then you could say, okay, whoever has to go and wants to make comment, they can make comment now, and then we unsuspend then we go back to the regular rules, and then we could continue our meeting.
Okay.
So we have a substitute motion. We have a first and a second by trustee Carrasco. All those in favor, unless somebody else want to make comment on it? Oh, yeah, that's right.
So we're gonna keep 6.2, let them speak, and the other cards, yeah. So that's fine, yeah.
And trustee Carrasco, are you in concurrence? You had given the second, so just want to make sure if you feel that was a change. Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
Yes, because we already have 6.2.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
Did you want to take trustee Flores?
Oh, Flores. Trustee Flores, your vote? We have to give her 3 seconds.
My vote is no, because it's my understanding that he is suggesting that we do 6.2 and allowing people to speak at 6.2 and then again later in the evening.
And President Turley, your vote?
And I vote no, but I believe that carries 4 yeses, 3 noes.
I could keep it right here.
Okay, so our agenda is now approved with that one modification. Action report on closed session, 5.1, report action taken. So I think the only action we have to report on, trustee Flynn, is 2.2.
The board approves a settlement agreement related to OAH case number 20260200582 in the amount of $14,000 by a vote of 5-0-2 with members trustee Flores and trustee Dodge absent. PVUSD is pleased to welcome Darlene Norman as the new Director of Special Education. Darlene is a highly experienced special education administrator, school psychologist, and licensed educational psychologist with extensive leadership experience across California school districts. She currently serves as coordinator for the Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District after previously serving as interim program specialist and school psychologist within the district. Her prior leadership roles include program specialist and co-department chair at Los Gatos, Saratoga Union High School District, director of student services and special education at both Cambrian School District and Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District, as well as numerous positions as program specialist and school psychologist throughout Santa Clara and Santa Cruz County districts. Across her career, she has led multidisciplinary teams, overseen complex special education programs, supported compliance and due process matters, and developed systems to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Darlene holds a Master of Science in School Psychology from Eastern Washington University, a postgraduate certificate and in Applied Behavioral Analysis from National University, clear administrative services and school psychology credentials, and advanced postgraduate training in school neuropsychology. We are excited to have Darlene join PVUSD and the leadership team. Are you here? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Announcement 2. The Pajaro Valley Unified School District is pleased to announce the selection of Joe Bermudez as the new principal of New School. Jorge, thank you. Thank you. Jorge is a graduate of PVUSD of Pajaro Valley High School and has most recently been a teacher at New School. Before that, he taught 6th and 7th graders at Washington State. He has also served as the lead academic intern for the Gear Up program at Watsonville High. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts Psychology. Did he steal your gavel?
It sounded like it.
He did. He's in charge now. I'm so sorry to interrupt. This is so adorable. Can we please have students like at our meetings? I feel like too, they're gonna make us like, yes. He has also served as the lead academic intern for the Gear Up program at Watsonville High. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from UCSC, go Slugs, and a Master's in Educational Leadership from CSUMB, go Otters. Once again, we are excited to see our PVUSD graduates take on leadership roles in their community. We are pleased to have Jorge in his new role. Are you here?
No.
Okay.
No, we're moving on. We're moving on.
PVUSD.
Brandon.
PVUSD is pleased to announce the selection of Veronica Espinosa. Are you here? Okay, I should have asked that at the beginning. As one of the new assistant directors for special education. Veronica is a dedicated special educator, leader, and educator with more than 11 years experience serving diverse student populations in California public schools. She currently serves as program specialist for the Monterey County Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, where she advises districts on special education law, facilitates conflict resolution with families, supports compliance, monitoring, and provides professional development and coaching to educators throughout Monterey County. Prior to her current role, Veronica worked as an instructional coach and ESY teacher in charge for Salinas High School District, leading district-wide training on special education practices, alternate assessments, safety care, and instructional strategies, while also coordinating extended school year programming and specialized services for students with extensive supportive needs. Early in her career, She served as an education specialist across Salinas High School District, Santa Rita School District, and Monterey County Office of Education. Veronica holds a master's of arts in education with an emphasis in special education from California State Monterey Bay. Otters, go Otters. An educational specialist credential for extensive support needs, a preliminary administrative services credential, and a certificate as an assistive technology specialist. We are excited to welcome this highly qualified educator, yes ma'am, to her new administrative role. Congratulations, all of you. Yeah, she did, yeah. I don't know if you can see because the polls and
Thank you. That moves us on to 6.1, public comment. That looks like we have a lot of 6.1s. What is the board pleasure about the number of minutes and number of time? I see a suggestion of 30. Anybody want to make them 30 at 1? What do you want to do? Well, they put 6.1, so I assume they meant non-agenda. That's 53 cards. What's the board's pleasure?
you know what mine is.
Okay.
I like to move to keep it at 2 minutes. I took my Red Bull, so I'm ready. And more than 30. Well, we'll extend the time once we approach the 30-minute mark, correct? If we need to.
No, we got to decide that now.
We got to say that now?
Because we know if with 100 cards, even in a minute, we know that's over 30.
I am everyone speaks a minute and 30 seconds.
Is that a good compromise? A minute 30? Can we do that? Yeah? Okay.
You already know this.
So
well,
just to clarify,
I'll amend to a minute 30.
you want all 53 people to speak for a minute for 1:30. Okay, so I'm just gonna remind you that 35 people took over an hour last time at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. Can I just see a hand? Who wants to do 1:30? I see 1, 2, 3. Dodge. Okay.
We have to do a roll call because we have somebody online.
I was just doing a hand. It wasn't an actual vote, just to kind of see where we
Okay,
were.
yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
and try to prioritize the peach ones, yeah?
of course, there's one that's peach, but it was an accidental adult.
Trustee Flynn, we had actually already told the families that they could go first. So not just a peach card, just that they should go first, so the kids can go home.
Yeah,
They've been very
absolutely.
patient the whole time.
Absolutely.
Okay, if a family member or child with the young children want to speak and you turned in a card, if you want to come up and do that now, we're all agreeable, that's okay, right? Okay.
So I make,
Okay, so we have to make a motion on that, so it's not a violation. So I would like to move to suspend the rules so we could hear the parents who have children prior to 6.1.
And is,
No, that's part of 6.1.
Oh, it's a part of 6. No, but okay. We'll do that then.
well, it's not necessarily part of 6.1, it could be 6.2.
Yeah, That's what we said. It could be 6-1 or 6-2.
So 6-1 goes before 6-2, and what I'm trying to encourage is that they have been very patient and waiting to go
I know,
next.
but
That's why
we're just trying to figure out, are they signed up for 6-1 or 6-2?
Okay, I'm going to move to suspend the rules so they could speak.
Thank you, that'll cover it. Okay,
We need a vote.
all right.
I second.
Okay, what we're doing is saying that we're suspending the rule of 6-1 and then 6-2 and saying anybody who's here with a young child and wants to speak, we're taking you now, and then we're going back to the regular 6-1, 6-2.
Okay, I'm just a little hesitant to say we're suspending the rules.
Just that rule for just this thing.
Thank you.
It's actually a rule we voted on.
Yep.
Just
Okay,
FYI.
so I heard it first. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Okay, we got to do roll call. Let's try to do it kind of quick.
Trustee Medina, your vote.
Yes.
Navarro, your vote. Trustee Dodge, your vote. Trustee Flynn, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Flores, your vote. Oh, jeez.
Yes.
And President Turley, your vote.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, now we're ready for you.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Iveta Altamirano, soy mamá de Victoria Guillón. Victoria tiene Down Syndrome. También soy miembro de la mesa directiva del programa Migrante. Estoy aquí para abogar por nuestros niños, no solamente por nuestros niños, también por los jóvenes. Ustedes que están ahí tienen que hacer algo, no tienen que quedarse callados. Noto que es muy difícil que se pongan de acuerdo entre ustedes, que son poquitos. Necesitamos que hagan algo por todos, por los jóvenes, por nuestros niños, que ellos necesitan su escuela. Exigimos que nos expliquen a los padres qué es lo que está pasando, por qué quieren hacer esos cambios. Los niños no pueden hablar, los jóvenes también están frustrados porque ellos necesitan respuestas de ustedes, necesitan que hagan algo. Aquí en el distrito hay muchos salones donde pueden también acomodar a los jóvenes de la escuela. Lo único que les pedimos es que es la única escuela pequeña donde van los niños, no hay otra escuela, es solamente la única. Necesitamos que la escuela la dejen funcionando como está. Gracias.
Hi, I'm Iveta and mom of Victoria. She has Down syndrome, and I'm the director of the executive board of the migrant program. I need you to agree and to act and explain to parents why you're doing the changes that you're planning on doing. Kids can't speak, so they need answers, and this is the only school for them, so we need more answers, and you need to act not for some students, for all the students in the community. Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jessica Ortiz. Como ven, mi niño tiene autismo. Él no se puede estar sentado, pero su primera escuela es Dukan Holberg. Y para mí es mucha tristeza recibir esta noticia, que no es buena noticia. Y requerimos que por favor que no la dejen, porque así como están estos niños aquí, ellos son el futuro del mañana. Vengan con su condición o no tengan condición, ellos son unas personas que merecen respeto y también que los escuchen. Aunque no puedan comunicarse, no sepan lo que está pasando, en un futuro ellos van a mirar este video, van a mirar este recording Y por favor, les pedimos con el corazón en la mano que no quiten la escuela, que por favor no la reserven, porque aquí está el futuro de nuestro Watsonville. Es la única escuela que tenemos inclusión. Mi niño ahí aprendió a perder el miedo a hablar. Él no podía hablar y él ya habla en los dos idiomas más que yo. Pero por favor, no sé, piensen un poquito en el futuro de nuestros niños. Por favor, gracias.
Hi, I'm Jessica Ortiz, and I'm also a parent of a special education kid. I come to please ask for you to think about your decision about the school because it's the only inclusive school. My son really learned here. He couldn't talk before, and so that's where he learned to speak, and not only in one language, but in two. So I just want you to think that these children are the future of our community, so to rethink your decisions, please. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Monique Delphine and I am a resident of Watsonville, and I wanted to come here as a volunteer with Friends of Santa Cruz Metro to talk about student transportation. My family, like many children here in this at Pajaro Valley School District, use the bus to either go to school, take trips to the grocery store, or just for any activities. And 3 years ago, we Metro began with free fare program for youth, and our children were able to use the services. So, but as a belief, Metro is facing 40% of service cuts by the end of next year, and there will be an end to free youth fares and layoffs in that organization. But Friends of Metro is working to put a sales tax measure before Santa Cruz County borders. And so in order for the company to preserve free fares for youth, extend free service to seniors and people with disabilities, and expand the frequent and reliable service that we need. So today I'm not asking for endorsement tonight. I'm simply asking for signatures for us to go to the ballot. So I'll be here with a couple clipboards. So if you want to sign, please join the effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Silva, and I'm here tonight to advocate for my children and for the students with disabilities who rely on this district's support every day. My children live with epilepsy, autism, and a blood disorder. Their ability to attend school safely depends on the services and trained staff this district provides. When we talk about cutting special education services, this is not just a budget issue for families like mine. It directly impacts our children's safety, education, and future. If my child has a seizure without trained support nearby, it becomes a medical emergency. Without appropriate autism supports, they can become overwhelmed and unable to learn. These are not hypothetical situations. This is our daily reality. These services are not optimal. Students with disabilities have a legal right to safe and appropriate education. Reducing these supports puts vulnerable students at risk and threaten the district's responsibility to serve every child fairly. I'm asking you to protect the services that make education possible for students like mine. Please listen to the families who live this every day and ensure that children with disabilities are not pushed aside when budget gets tight. Because this is not just about funding, it's about whether our children are safe, supported, and included when they come to school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Virginia Mota. I'm a parent and a teacher from PBUSD. With all due respect, I do want to say our children are not numbers. They are not enrollment counts, budget lines, or space to be moved around. When I hear this proposal, I think of my son, who's right now. I think of the day he took his steps. We once weren't sure would come. I think of the therapists, teachers, and staff at Duncan Hilbert who helped him through occupational therapists, physical therapists, and speech, and helped him reach his milestones we once dreamed about. Duncan Hilbert is more than a location. It is a community that understands our children and sees their potential. I understand difficult decisions must be made, but I ask that those decisions remember the human side of this conversation. Behind every classroom change is a child, a family, and years of progress built through trust and specialized support. Please do not reduce our children to numbers on a spreadsheet. See that who they are, children with dreams, abilities, and futures worth protecting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mia Mota from Alianza Charter School, and to the people making this choice, please hear your family's voice. This is not just a small building or just classrooms. This is where children grow, where they're loved and truly known. These are toddlers, soft and young, still learning words upon their tongues. Some speak slowly, some don't speak. Some need patience every week. But here, no child is left behind. Here, teachers take the extra time. They celebrate each little gain, a spoken word, a calmer day, a tiny step that paves the way. You may see numbers, cost, and space, but we see hope in this small place.
Evening board, my name is Sergio Hernandez. I'm a MILPA intern and I'm aspiring to be a teacher here in PVSD. I'm also a concerned older brother to Ezekiel Hernandez, who currently attends Duncan Preschool. My brother's nonverbal, he's autistic, but with the help of the awesome teachers and specialists at Duncan, he has made massive progress in his communication and learning development. So I'm here to implore the board to reconsider their plans to move the Renaissance students to Duncan and displacing the preschoolers elsewhere. Not only will this be putting many youth with disabilities like my brother at risk of losing the support they need, but also damaging for the Renaissance students who need their own space to grow. While I understand the financial strain y'all are in, but this board has shown that it's very financially irresponsible. How are you going to continue to cut teachers' benefits in schools, but approve raises on the superintendent and privately hire an assistant with a yearly salary of over $200,000. The board needs to put teachers and students first, and again, I implore you to reconsider this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jocelyn Silva, and I'm here with my son Santiago. He's a Duncan Holbert alumni, oh my God. And also he's a second generation PVUSD student. And here's my speech. So once again, I am at a loss of words. Who is PVUSD truly representing? Sorry about this. Let them eat cookies. If you know, you know. What about our children, our teachers, our community? What about them are you representing? You're targeting the most vulnerable with the excuse of bringing inclusion. You're trying to take away Duncan Holbert. Why? Duncan Holbert was the first stepping stone for us parents with children with disabilities who need extra support navigating through the world, through the school system, and who are also scared of their children being excluded or being bullied. Why do you want to take this away? I also want to thank every single one of my son's teachers who have helped us along the way. I see some of you here in the room. I thank you so much. I want other children to have the same opportunities. I'm tired of you guys not listening to us. Our community deserves better representation. Representatives that will listen to their constituents, So please save Duncan Holbert. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Henney, and my daughter Ellie, right here, who's here with me tonight, attended Duncan Holbert. And to date, it has been the single greatest educational experience we have had since she was born. It sounds like a lot of you may not understand this, but the families of students with superpowers have a lot to learn and navigate when their children are very young. Duncan Holbert is not just a school. It is a central hub built with adaptive equipment, wraparound support, and a staff that makes sure families are informed, involved, and never alone, which is so important while we learn to navigate the world of special services. It is not easy. The wonderful staff at Duncan wrapped their arms around us from day one. Many of these people are here tonight, and I want to say thank you. Now, this district has, what I heard at the beginning, ideas. We didn't know they were ideas. They don't seem like ideas, to dismantle what I just described. To be clear, the plan to scatter our most vulnerable youngest students to general education sites that are simply not equipped to serve them is a bad idea. We don't even know where this idea came from. It certainly did not come from working with labor partners and not with families. That is not a good look. Saying this move is about inclusion, like the person before me just mentioned, is not only disingenuous, it's an insult to every family who has fought for their child's right to an appropriate education. Equating inclusion with appropriate disrespects our students' rights, and those of you who support this should know better. This is one of many reasons that including families and our unions is essential. I am here tonight to oppose this proposal.
Letting everybody
Please go
speak,
back
and
to the
so we
drawing
ask
board
that you
and bring your
respect everybody
partners to the
else's
table
time.
and come back with ideas that genuinely respect the families of every student affected by these moves. We will be here to hold you accountable.
Am I ready to go? All right. Well, hello. My name is Irma Freeman. I'm the mom of a PVUSD student, Mason Freeman, an Aptos resident, and someone who has spent my career supporting organizations throughout South County. I'm here today as both a parent and a community member asking you to reconsider a proposal to displace Duncan Holbert. I also sent an email to the board earlier today with additional details and questions due to the limited time this evening. My son Mason was diagnosed with autism in early 2025, shortly after he began receiving speech services at Duncan. Since then, Duncan has become more than a school to our family. It has become a safe, supportive community where Mason has truly thrived. Today, he comes home singing songs from class, talking about his teachers and classmates, and proudly participating in routines that have helped him grow socially, emotionally, and verbally. As a parent of a vulnerable child, my husband and I were understandably nervous about placing him in someone's care, but the staff and environment in Duncan has given us confidence from day one that Mason was safe, supported, and genuinely cared for. I asked the board to carefully consider what would be lost by disrupting a program that is already changing lives for children and families like ours. I also believe important questions deserve clear public answers before moving forward. Has a realistic financial and operational plan been developed? Have Duncan staff, families, and students been meaningfully included in the process, or alternative locations explored before proposing the displacement of this unique early childhood and special education program? Resources for children on the autism spectrum are already limited in this county. Doctor, you might already know that. Families like ours rely on programs like Duncan, not simply for education, but for stability, access, and community. I respectfully ask the board to slow down, engage impacted families and staff, and fully evaluate the human and fiscal consequences before making a decision of this magnitude. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Michelle Shear. I was a former induction mentor for special education in Pajaro, and I was also the principal at Duncan Holbert for 3 years. So I was wondering if people can raise your hand if you've been inside the building of Duncan Holbert. And I'm wondering the kind of love you feel in the building. Do you feel it? I know it's unusual. I'm currently a director of special education and student services, and I'm coming to you because I left my heart at Duncan. So I oversee inclusion in my district, and if you want to look at a program that's doing it right, it's Duncan Holbert, and they're doing it right for the right reasons. I think the piece to understand about inclusion, it's about early intervention and building those foundational skills to school. I think when people talk about inclusion, sometimes they misunderstand what inclusion is. In order to be in the least restrictive environment, you have to build those foundational skills to transfer from one building to another, to reduce your physical communication, to build your preferred stamina and being able to sit, to build your non-preferred stamina. If you don't build these foundational building blocks, students will always be in a special day class. And that is what we want to change. We want to take children in the mild to moderate programs and put them in the least restrictive setting. We want moderates to go to least restrictive setting. Duncan Holbert oversaw the program, and he had passion, perseverance, and he was a champion for neurodiverse children. So I'm here to say, please hear these families.
Thank you, that's your time.
It's your greatest program.
Hi, my name is David Martinez. My daughter's name is Allison Martinez. She is 4 years old and a student at Duncan Holbert. Although she has been attending for the last 2 years, she still needs the extra help since she is on the spectrum and has a speech delay. I can't thank the teachers enough for the time and patience they have with Allison and the rest of the little students under their care to make sure they thrive in their little lives. When Allison first got to Duncan Holbert, of course, it was very new to her, as she was a bit uncomfortable and to be in a new place without her parents. As much as it was concerning for her, it was concerning for us as parents. To see that she would adapt and become comfortable with the staff and teachers, I'm sure a lot of parents can relate. I'm sure that sending her to a different school because the board is considering relocating them throughout the district will be a traumatizing transition for her, and of course the rest of the little students that would be affected. Kids don't deserve that extra stress on their little hearts. Allison has grown to love her teachers, and so have Mom and me. We trust them to look after her as best as they can while also having other responsibilities. Duncan Holbert has been recently designed to be a safe environment facility to make sure the children are safe on the playground with the new upgrades they made and the gates they fixed around the playground, spending well over $100,000. That was completed in January last year. I hope that wasn't all for nothing. Of course, I feel very secure for all the little children that need the extra help to thrive. Duncan Holbert is a perfect facility for our special kids. We are the voice for the kids who can't speak.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melanie Paz. This is my son, JJ Cervantes, and he's a graduate of Duncan Holbert. Usually when parents get the diagnosis that their children is neurodiverse, whether it be autism, Down syndrome, epilepsy, whatever that may be, it's a scary time. You're thrown the diagnosis out at you, and then you're told, okay, go figure it out for yourself. Usually here in our district, when you're phased out of San Andreas or any regional center, you're thrown out to the school district. Usually the first stop for us, if you're in PVUSD, you go to Duncan Holbert. And, you know, that's a lot of our parents here who are here today, our safe haven. You go there, and then that's where your kid goes. And a lot of the teachers that we meet there for the first 2 years of our kids' lives is where they're learning all the fundamentals, physically, emotionally, everything. And if it weren't for the teachers there, the speech, OT, everything, my son wouldn't be where he's at today. He went into Duncan nonverbal. He's verbal now. He is excelling in school. He is playing baseball. He's doing all these things. And I owe a huge success of that to Duncan Holbert and the teachers there and everything that helped him succeed in that. It wouldn't be possible. If you throw these kids into mainstream just from there, you're setting them up to fail.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lizette Torres. I'm here in representation of my daughter, Nolani Torres, who currently attends Duncan Holbert. I am very emotional with the news, and so I'm going to keep it short to not cry. But I really encourage you guys to reevaluate this decision, slow down. I understand that you guys are trying to be inclusive. Why not include and be inclusive with the Renaissance students? There's many alternative schools. I personally attend a new school, day school, so I know that there is other options, not for our little ones. My daughter started there when she was only 6 months old. And so when she walked in there, she took her first steps. She feels safe around other adults, other children. She's flourished into an amazing tiny human being that she is today. That is thanks to the staff at Duncan Hobart that are trained not to throw them into a 30-35 classroom with kids. We already got rid of our behavioral techs. How are they going to help if it's just the teacher itself? Also, another parent mentioned that they redid the whole playground. They also just added shade recently. That is more money that the district just spent. So if we're thinking about the budget, that is not a budget friendly option that should be considered. So again, think about the tiny humans in our community that are the future of our community that we serve. As a former PVUSD employee, I just think that we're not making the right decision and not working for the right people.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Erica Gomez, and I'm the mother of Johnny Lopez. He's here, five. Say hi, everyone. Say hi, everyone. Say hi. Johnny was diagnosed with autism when he was 2 years old. He started with the San Andres Regional Center at Home Services. He was then referred to Duncan Hobart. Duncan Hobart has provided a lot of support to my family, from the teachers to the therapists to the principal. It was comforting to know that all the services were going to be all at one place, knowing that the instructors and staff were focused on supporting students with special needs. That was a big plus. He is now transitioning from special needs classrooms into a full inclusion classroom with special education support. And next year, he will move to the general education and kindergarten program. So I'm very proud of my son, and thank you again, Duncan Hobart staff, for helping me out. His progress is a great example of the continuum support our family has received from Duncan Hobart. The classrooms and staff and support services should not be broken down. This would be like breaking up a whole community of support for the children. Duncan Hobart has provided my son with structure, support, inclusion, to grow and succeed, and I hope for the future families that will continue to have access to these valuable services in a centralized location. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, I just have comments from a parent who just had to leave with her daughter, if that's okay. This is from Yumaira Rodriguez. I don't know who thought this would be a good idea. I really want to know if you guys know how many kids' lives and future babies' lives you're hurting if they won't be able to find a special place like Duncan. My daughter is thriving at Duncan. She is visiting the state preschool there and hopes to prepare her for next year to be fully included, but with supports. She's doing her speech at Duncan. She visits a sensory room. She has classes. Also, they have workshops and resources for parents. Not only does she love school, but is learning and opening up socially, which she has never done. There is safety and accessibility for wheelchairs, for kids who may be eloping. What are the plans for easy access to safety for special education classes? Duncan programs classes, playgrounds took many years to perfect. How can you guys think to do this in 2 months when reassigning these kids to mainstream schools?
Good evening, board members. My name is Julian Gonzalez. I've been in this community all my life. I've seen Duncan Hobart grow and get bigger and bigger every year. I mean, it's great that you guys are talking about bringing new people in and how educated they are or how educated other areas are. But it's not what people look at education. They look at the results of how we're going to do this. My daughter started at Duncan Hobart. Both my daughters did. Kenya, she's wonderful. Duncan Hobart would actually bring people to our house to help her to walk into the line, doing steps, doing exercises and stuff. Duncan Hobart had a great program back then. What happened? Where did everything go? You know, and it saddens me. My other daughter also went there to the preschool. She's a straight A student, and she's gonna be going to high school next year. It was because of Duncan Hobart taking the time and the teachers taking the time to teach them. People need to understand it's a step for them. That's going to direct what direction they're going to go. They're either going to go the wrong way or the good way. And I'm telling you, so far, my daughters have gone the good way, and they've worked really hard to get where they're at today. So you guys really need to think about this. You know, I'm sorry, no disrespect, Mr. Contreras. It's great what you did in Modesto, but this is not Modesto. You can't do what you did there here. I do teach. I do teach some classes. I work for a fire service and I do teach classes. And you know, in my job, I have to learn to be able to teach and be able to teach these guys, because you cannot teach one student the same way. You got to teach them the other way. Thank you for your time.
Trustee Turley.
Okay.
Trustee Turley.
Yes.
May I? Thank you. I want to ask the next group of people to please, please, please honor the 1 minute and 30 after we're done with this, because I want to hear everybody, and you know that I advocate for you, but it really is going to be late for me, and we all have to work tomorrow. So I just said that. We all have things to do. So after this, I will just ask for that. Thank you.
All right, so that moves us to our regular six. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo me llamo Teresia María Pérez Hernández. Mi hija se llama Abigail Martínez Pérez y mi hija tiene síndrome de Down. Discúlpame si no puedo hablar muy bien el español. Y ella ha aprendido muchas cosas ahí en la escuela. Una vez ella se enfermó y no la mandé a la escuela. Entonces ella, cuando miró el camión afuera de mi casa, ella comenzó a llorar porque ella quería ir a la escuela, pero ella no podía ir. Y le pido que no le quiten la escuela porque para mí es muy importante la escuela. Y estoy agradecida a cada una de las maestras que están con ella y en la escuela. Y también le doy gracias a cada uno de ustedes. Y lo único que quiero decirle es que no quiten la escuela. Gracias.
Hi, I'm Maria, and my daughter is Abigail. She has Down syndrome, and she's learned a lot there. One day, she got sick, and I didn't want to send her to school, but when she saw the bus outside our house, she started crying because she really wanted to go. She really wanted to be there. She likes it. It's so important for her and for me, so please consider your decision. And I want to thank you and all the teachers there.
Okay, we're moving on to 6.1. Trustee Flynn will call the first 10 names.
Starting with students: Abigail Anderson, Sal Garcia, Caitlin Wong Caballero, Peyton Beverly, how many is that? 4. Whitney Diamiani, Miss Garrett, Jocelyn, I just have a first name. Is that 10? Deborah Matlow and Annie Olson.
Okay. So I attended Harvey Milk Day celebrations today. Some of you might have heard me speak there. And after I had a very enlightening conversation with Dr. Contreras about the state, and during which I had a very enlightening conversation with Dr. Contreras about the state of the district. I was told that there were no cuts happening to benefits, and what I think was meant by that was that a cap is not a cut, but by any reasonable standard, a cap equates to a cut. Insurance costs increase exponentially every year, and the district isn't pushing these costs onto teachers as a kindness. Salaries won't keep up with the cost, and you're giving teachers the burden. It will add up to a cut when they have to pay more for their benefits than your salary can make up for. I was also asked where I was getting my information from. I'm getting my information from you. I'm getting it from watching these meetings, which I do, every single one. I get it from listening to what you have to say, and if somehow the information I have is wrong, then that's on you. That's your messaging problem. If somehow the community and the union are completely misinformed about everything happening with the cuts in the district, that's because you have made a grave error in your ability to effectively communicate. It means that you have failed, not us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaylin Pajaro, and I'm a sixth grader that goes to Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. I'm going to start off with the fact that there are students here, that they see this inequality and they are helping to make a difference that they want to see. I want you to imagine yourself not only in the shoes of teachers and faculty that are being affected by these unreasonable proposals, but in the student shoes, how we feel. We love and cherish the work and dedications our teachers put into educating us. So when we hear how they are being treated, we will stand up with them and say how unfair this is. I will speak for myself when I say this, but I know teachers who inspired me, my classmates, and introduced us to our passion. Now I'll ask you a question. Have you ever had a teacher like that? Someone who is kind and caring, someone that you would want to work at your school so they can inspire others. You need to stop being influenced by what's best for you and think of how everything would change for them and us. You can't forget that we are the future, and you need to think how you want our future to look. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peyton Beverly, and I go to Watsonville Charter School of the Arts, and I'm in 6th grade. I've been going to these board meetings since I was 3. This pay cut will not only affect my family, but so many others. I believe that most teachers have the most important job. Some will say doctors, firefighters, or police because they protect us and help us every day. But these jobs have to learn to be able to protect us and have to learn from their teachers. It's really sad that so many positions were cut and so many teachers who committed to their job and work hard every day to help students achieve what they want to be. Thank you.
Where did Kara Tungley go? Is she out on another recess? Good afternoon, board. It is an embarrassment that this district can't get its stuff together. First of all, some board meetings all boil down to some board trustees not even abiding by the bylaws and making new rules to get their way. Meanwhile, 2 replacement positions with a combined pay of roughly $400,000 and 2 raises to the superintendent and chief business officer. But now we are told that we can't keep our staff and we have to lay them off. That makes loads of sense. The board should be embarrassed that because of their actions, the community needs to unite to keep special education students at their school with equipment that's made especially for them. And unions need to fight back in every possible way to get the benefits they deserve. All of this is going on as more and more students are affected by the cancer rates caused by pesticides. Instead of the board working together to solve it as it should, the board president puts all this strain on 2 trustees. Even though she says she's aware of the effects, how are you going to be aware of the effects and then just reject resolutions for our safety and health? Will you keep being financially irresponsible, or will you get your stuff together because you can't mess around when it will affect thousands of people? I want to say a quick thank you to Gabriel Medina for actually being for us students. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board and Dr. Contreras. This is actually the first time I've ever spoken at one of these. And I just want to share some important information about my school site, Valencia Elementary in Aptos. Information that we know about the next school year. We often feel kind of invisible and underrepresented there. And to the best of my knowledge, I believe the following information is accurate. Our kinder, second grade, and third grade classes will exceed the 24 student cap next year, with some classes going as high as 27, because we're not permitted to replace our primary teacher who is pink slipped, and we're not permitted to have a combination class in order to handle the overflow of the second and third grade students. Our kindergarten classes will have their instructional aid time reduced to 1 hour and 15 minutes per day, even though they are full day kinder students. Valencia doesn't have instructional aides 1st through 5th grade. We never have. We will have one full-time intervention reading teacher and another part-time that will be less than half-time. And we have approximately 470 students at our school site. We won't have a literacy coach designated to our site. Our special education resource teacher has 42 students on her caseload, and her instructional aide was eliminated for next year. Our academic coordinator, as you know, is gone. Our social emotional counselor, gone, much like all the other schools. And given our predicted class sizes and extremely limited resources, I invite you to please come to Valencia and engage directly with our staff and community to explain how these decisions put students first.
Thank you, that's your time.
And will contribute in increasing student achievement.
Hi, I am both a teacher and a parent at the district. And the person before me actually did highlight a lot of the concerns that I have as a parent. I have a TK student, a 3-year-old, and another on the way. And so this is 3 potential students that we're going to be putting through this district. And looking at the layoffs and the cuts and the reduced programs that we are looking at, I do not see how this is supporting our students. And it makes me deeply concerned as a parent about the community and the district that my children will be attending. I've also been talking with a number of other young families in the community, and a lot of them have expressed similar concerns and are actively choosing other districts and private school and homeschooling options rather than come to our district because of the cuts and the reduction of staff. Like, these are specific reasons that they have cited why they are going elsewhere. And so when we talk about declining enrollment, I think that you guys should really keep in mind that a lot of the decisions that you are making, that the public are seeing, are contributing to the problem. And as a teacher, I also feel very disrespected and unsupported and unheard. A lot of these cuts to programs that we spent years building, that's going to fall on the teachers who are left, and it's going to increase our workload and our stress levels, which is also going to impact our families. And if this proposed benefit cap does go through, it is going to be especially harmful for the family plan. And my husband and I, who are both district employees, will not be able to stay in this district. We've been here for 10 years. We've built our community here, and we're going to leave, and we're going to take our students with us because we can't afford to live here. So I just want you to consider that going forward. Thank you.
Hi, Whitney Damiani. I want to speak to a few items as fast as I can. This is the 3rd time I've spoken about the Access program and it being cut. I understand that there's going to be a program for 7th and 6th graders, or 6th and 7th, some middle school group, which is great. But nothing is being done to address our need at the high school level, and nothing has been planned for our non-Title I schools. That is a travesty, especially as we're limiting counselors and mental health clinicians. Our Access Center tutors do advising, college advising for our 1st-generation students. This is essential. These are students that don't have family members who've gone to college, as well as tutoring and supporting these kids. We need this. It's helpful. It's going to be really hard teaching math next year without this, especially with the new curriculum and unknown pathways. I'm not going to speak to that one piece right there, but I am concerned at 10.10. It's unclear to me if that's just the textbook adoption or a new pathways, and I need to go home and grade and do things, and I don't know if I'm supposed to stay for 10.10 or not, because I do want to talk about the pathways and my concerns with the proposed pathways that I've seen. So the fact that it's unclear to me as a teacher who has asked like 15 people here, what is this agenda item? That's concerning. Like, we need to be really clear on, is it just the textbook or is it also the pathways? Because I'm not sure. And I think that's my time. I'll be back.
Donna Lefevre, Takashi Mitsuno, Karen Silva, Jamie Rodriguez, Omar, I'm assuming Dieguez, it says D. What does that say? Mindy Dumont, Angela West, Christina Carter, and Melissa Dennis. You have 2 on the same one, so it's just 1. Moni is Friends of the Metro. She spoke already, yeah. Okay. And when you're ready.
Okay.
And
We have
please, everybody say your name.
Yeah, we have a minute 30?
A minute 30.
All right. Yeah, my name is Donna Lefevre. I'm a teacher at Watsonville High School, but also a coach. And it was great to hear that celebration about Watsonville High School athletics. I'm bringing some concerns from my position as a coach. I want to kind of reiterate a message that might come out in a lot of our speeches, which is that the superintendent here is not collaborative. The approach is top down, and it's a problem. From the coach's side, just this season, I've been a coach. This is my 5th year in the district. So I've been a coach all these 5 years. And just this year, the amount of added work that was put on us was very burdensome. And I'm concerned for the sustainability of the future of athletics. We were given a long list of things that we had to complete. And not that the information wasn't good, but the way it was delivered was more of like, let's check off this liability issue. Let's not prioritize the information that the coaches should be taking in and implementing in their program. The email that I got a week before season, even though I was desperately trying to check through my things, read everything needs to be completed prior to you starting, which as a coach for a very specialized event, pole vault, where I was asked 2 years in a row to coach at another site because they didn't have someone, that meant season won't start for those kids. And that's a big problem. So where's the effort to say, we appreciate what you do and this is how we want to help you get there? Thank you.
Oh, good evening, I'm Takashi. As you know, since early this year in the board meetings, I have been advocating for Amnesty Elementary School to not be considered for closing. I have been helping with the gardening program there since September 2024. My main job is weeding. Look at this t-shirt, I'm wearing this t-shirt tonight because I was wearing this t-shirt while I was weeding this morning. And the more I have interacted with the kids, especially special education kids, the more I'm impressed by how kind they are, and I'm more motivated to advocate for Amnesty Elementary School, preserving the school as a whole. There are 4 murals in the school. The oldest one was printed by the 5th graders and Mr. Ralph, a very well-known muralist, probably in the 1970s or 80s. And I made a copy of a note for this mural for you. I put it on your desk. Please read it. According to this note, Mr. Ralph has Chumash and Mexican cultural roots. Chumash is a California Indian tribe, as you know. Some of my Chumash friends went to Amnesty Elementary School in the 1960s and 1970s. Because of my friendship with Chumash people, this school is very special. And time is up?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just cut several plants tonight. I was thinking about whom I should give, and I didn't know you are going to retire.
Thank you, Takashi.
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Jaime Rodríguez. Aquí le vengo a pedir muy amablemente al distrito, a la mesa directiva, que por favor dejen de privatizar las escuelas que son de todos los alumnos, que no se los dejen a las asociaciones no lucrativas y que ellos estén lucrando, se estén beneficiando y las instalaciones no las puedan utilizar todos por igual. Nosotros participamos para una liga local, Watsonville Soccer League, en la cual nosotros tenemos que ir a actos, a aromas, mientras que las canchas de las escuelas como High School, PB High School, Freedom School, están solas, solitarias, pero están a puertas cerradas porque están privatizadas por los clubes locales. Y ustedes saben de quiénes hablo. Y no se vale que nomás algunos cuantos sean beneficiados por esos programas y no sea toda la comunidad. Les pido por favor que nos abran las puertas a todos por igual.
¿Cómo se llama la agencia educativa local que mencioné? Hello, I'm Jaime Rodriguez, and I kindly come here to ask for you to not privatize schools. It's not fair that some people get programs, access to certain services, and not the rest. And it's not fair that some people, like local clubs, get the benefits. I'm part of the LEA, or Local Educational Agency, PV United, and I work with them so that this doesn't happen. Don't privatize schools, please. Thank you.
With due all respect to all the teachers and all the students, people that are having to suffer due to the cuts, I'm here to talk about pesticides, and I'm here to talk about Ohlone School. In the last 20 days, Ohlone School has been exposed to pesticides over 25 times. Dangerous pesticides. In the next 3 to 4 days, McQuitty School is going to be exposed to pesticides hours before they go into school. I know the Salinas Union High School District has paid for an air monitor to monitor these pesticides and put it on their campus. What are we gonna do to protect our students? The other thing that I wanna talk about is, Carol, remember when you came into the school board, how you fought to not silence the community, how you wanted to sit in this position to hear the community. And it's disturbing to see how you have shut down this community, and you keep shutting down Gabe, who is another voice for this community. You got 2 more years. What are you gonna do to turn it around? Don't shut the voice of the public, the community, the students, and the teachers. You need to change something. Remember why you came into the school board, to listen to the community and stop. I'm gonna be honest. What it looks like is, it looks like Ms. Heather Contreras is puppeteering you.
First off, I'm not sure whose idea it was to close and relocate some of our most vulnerable youth at Duncan Holbert. But the fact that this was even suggested points to how out of touch you are with the district and its students, or with the students of this district and their needs. Secondly, our schools cannot function without our ACs and the student-facing staff that you've eliminated. You're demanding that classes be at capacity next year, and our schools are losing scores of teachers, thus increasing the strain on those left behind. And then you're taking away every single support system from them as well. You're taking away our behavior specialists and our mental health counselors, and then trying to mainstream our special ed students, but with what resources for those families and our teachers? You're straight up doging our schools without any concern of the repercussions, and our kids are going to pay the price. You say that you're for the students, and you're trying to raise the test scores in our underperforming district. And I understand that we need a long-term solution and financial stability. But in order for these students to really succeed, you need to keep these essential positions that you've eliminated while a long-term solution is figured out. Pull from your surplus of reserves, support your teachers, bring back our ACs for this next year's, and give our students a chance to learn. It doesn't matter what curriculum you bring in, no curriculum is going to make a difference to our test scores if you don't have supported teachers with the capacity to teach it. They're not going to have the capacity to teach.
Thank you, that's your time.
This is the time to reverse course and prove that you're for our community.
Christina Carter from Minty White, bilingual teacher, kindergarten.
So we're still in negotiations, and thus I implore you, Board of Education, to influence the district negotiating team regarding kindergarten aides and the time. They need to be funded at 3.75 hours a day for a 6.5-hour kindergarten day. This year, my fantastic IA, Antonia Valenciana, and I she worked about 3 hours, 45 minutes daily. And she was funded out of our site fund because HR wouldn't open her position. Even though I was a kindergarten teacher, they didn't open my colleague's kindergarten AI job either, so she's been without. Together, my aide and I were able to educate our students amazingly. We utilized the letters, training, and more. 58% of my students are at or above grade level. The others who aren't there didn't come to school, hardly at all. They had many other issues going on. The kids who are there every day, guess what? They're doing awesome. Why? Because I have myself and my educated IA every single day. And we are diversifying our program to meet the needs of the students. So please end this ridiculous smokescreen of caring about students and their learning, and fund kinder aides at 3.75 hours a day.
Trustee Turley, sorry, before you begin, I just want to let people know that if there are seats available now, if you want to come forward and sit, or find other areas if you're tired of standing, or if you're somewhere outside, there's room here.
Hi, I'm from Ohlone Elementary. Normally I'm here talking about pesticides, but there's a lot of other important things to discuss tonight. Also, before I begin, I just want to say that the letters training has been excellent. We're seeing real results and we love it. What I want to talk about tonight, though, is how our district is cutting funding in the wrong places and spending to pay rich consultants and administrators more money. Did you know that we are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for fancy, high-priced consultants like the Eliad Group? And if you don't know who the Eliad Group is, you might want to look into this, who are doing nothing for high school CTE teachers. This kind of cost is on the backs of teachers' health benefits. Also, it's even more disappointing to see the district hiring a 6-figure deputy superintendent. That hire should be frozen and not put on the backs of special needs infants, toddlers, and preschoolers from Duncan Holbert. Our district and school board should be cutting 6-figure administrative positions and cut high-priced private consultants instead of capping teachers' benefits and hurting little kids with special needs. Now, I just can't even imagine that this was ever even really a serious plan to dismantle Duncan Holbert, because it just doesn't even seem real. And I can imagine that you would predict this kind of outpour of love for Duncan Holbert. So it makes me wonder if this idea is a smokescreen to make other cuts that are actually going to happen to our kids.
We had open house last Thursday, and as I was there proudly sharing student accomplishments with families, a lot of my parents came to me, and they were confused and they were concerned. They could see that our amazing union has been bringing visibility to the community about what's really happening in our district. And they just they were like, we get these messages that everything's really great and positive and they're being transparent. But as a professional educator, I kept my focus where it belonged, on my students, their hard work and accomplishments. But later that night, after my contract hours, using my personal cell phone, my personal email, and my personal time, I reached out to my parents and I let them know everything that's going on. And I feel like you guys have been keeping a lot of parents in the dark. They were shocked to hear all of the cuts: our classroom budget, reading intervention teachers, counselors, mental health clinicians, classroom teachers, instructional aides, behavior techs, health assistants, and academic coordinators. This all directly affects their students' learning. I am a proud PVUSD graduate. I did my 13 years as a student PVUSD, 25 years as an educator. So I do have 38 years tied to this community, and I am spending my summer reaching out to as many PVUSD parents as I can to let them know exactly what you guys are doing. Because if tonight's turnout shows anything, it shows that the parents are deeply concerned about their children's education, and they want better.
Is that Julian? Julian Gonzalez, Mindy Dumont, Wendy San Juan, Bobby Pels, Jesse Sherwood, Nicole Beverly, Bobby Montrasalt. Did I say Bobby twice? Oh, Bobby Pels, yeah. I think that's.
My name is Wendy San Juan, and I am a proud counselor at EA Hall Middle School. I've been there for 17 years, and I have more than 21 years of experience. I have been displaced to another school site, and I am asking you to please rescind this displacement of middle school counselors. Middle school is such a pivotal time for student development, academically, socially, emotionally, and personally. These are the years when students are figuring out who they are, where they belong, how to manage emotions, how to navigate friendships, and how to ask for help. At a time when youth mental health concerns continue to rise nationally, removing trusted counselors from middle school campuses is not just a staffing decision. It is a decision that directly impacts student safety, belonging, and emotional well-being. At EA Hall Middle School, our students and staff have experienced great loss. Over years, we have lived through waves of grief, transition, instability, and change. And finally, we have found stability in those waves. So I ask, why add to the grief and loss? Why remove someone who is a pivotal pillar at our school site? Why remove someone who students, staff, and families have described as the heart of the school? These relationships I have built with my students have allowed me to provide more than just academic counseling. I have earned their trust, and trust me, they respect me. I have influence, I have provided guidance, care, connection, and family support. My connection goes beyond the classroom. And for the first time in 21 years, I have an administrative team that's dynamic.
That's your time. Thank you so
21 years
much.
it's taken to get here. Do not break up that team. Do not break up that community. Stop the community trauma that has existed for
I advocate
us.
to hear from everybody. Please you have a chance to come back.
Bobby Pels, Watsonville High, and proud PVFT member. Before I say anything, I just want to say thank you, Desi. But not just for my shout out, but for everything that you said tonight. I could not be more proud of you, and I will miss you when you go off. As proud as I am, as happy as I am, I'm gonna miss you. I recently saw a board trustee say that our superintendent has been here for 2 years and is trying to undo decades of poor financial decisions and mismanagement. And they asked the community to let her do her job. I'd like to remind that trustee that the very board that we are now being told mismanaged this district for years is the same board that hired our current superintendent. How are we supposed to believe that after decades of bad decisions, the previous board suddenly made a good one? From our point of view, this appears to be just another in a long line of bad decisions made by that previous board. That's exactly why the community voted them out in our last election. It's unfortunate that we were not able to change the direction of this board sooner, although we'll have another chance in November. It is the mismanagement of the last decade that has taught us that we should be more critical of district leadership decisions and not less. Thank you.
My name's Nicole Beverly, and I'm a proud parent. You heard from my daughter earlier. I told her if she spoke, I would come up here and show her that it wasn't that scary. And I'm also a teacher at Watsonville Charter School of the Arts and a proud PVF team member. I just wanted to say how proud I am to be a part of a school district where students, teachers, and community members show up to have their voices heard and fight for the schools that our communities deserve. I hope you also see the value in that and how awful it would be if we were all complacent and okay with the status quo. That is why we are fighting for smaller classes, increased kinder aid time, smaller special ed caseloads, and fair pay via no cap. And that's why we are saying we don't want to strike for these things, but we will. Thank you.
I appreciate earlier Brandon mentioned that the officers who are here for our safety, not just for, using. However, I did also recently find out, I didn't know that we are paying extra for those officers to be here every time. I think that's another cost that we shouldn't be doing. Your point about the agenda and it not, the 7 to 14 days and it shouldn't be in the rules, that was kind of my point with passing those, right? That wasn't well thought out. It wasn't put together. These rules, by the way, multiple times been a history of not answering the public's questions because it's not on the agenda. And then I was very confused, honestly, in the last meeting when I was trying to figure out as Kit was announcing where that was in the agenda. And when it was brought up that it wasn't on the agenda, it was ignored and went on. And that just, again, we need to, I hope in the future, we'll answer questions that aren't on the agenda since we can do that. Everything is contextual. We are not Modesto. There are many other factors that contribute in both their situation and our situation. I do hope student outcomes improve. There's a lot of good going on. And also, some things that are measured don't count, and some things that count can't be measured. To the cuts at the DO that you mentioned, ask teachers about those positions, who they were actually supported by, which ones were needed versus what positions aren't supporting teachers right now. And look at the difference, by the way, in the salary of those positions got rid of versus the ones that aren't being very helpful. So with the current proposed cap, the step and column I will be on at 3 years will make $2,000 less when I am there because of the increases in health costs, even with the raise that you have proposed. That is a pay cut. If we cut all the salaries by 2%, you said you'd make more, that's still a cut. Oh, so much. All right, take the cap off the table. Thanks, friends.
Hi, Jesse Sherwood, science teacher at Aptos High School. I'm here to share a concern that myself and many of my colleagues, my students, and my community have, that PVUSD does not require a dedicated health course for high school graduation. The district decided without any input from students, educators, or the community that our high schools can no longer have a required health course for 9th graders starting next year, instead shifting to the model already in place at Pajaro Valley High School, where the bare minimum state-mandated health standards are embedded in PE classes. This creates a range of issues, including the fact that crucial and potentially life-saving topics such as mental, emotional, and social health are not required and therefore will not be covered. This will compound with the district's harmful decision to slash mental health clinicians and counselors, further intensifying the mental health crisis that students in our schools already face. Today, one of my students gave me this card telling me how much health class has meant to her, how she learned to recognize and get out of an abusive relationship, and how she's worried for the students next year who won't have a health class. She gave me permission to use this as evidence in court why schools should have a health class, so I hope this counts. I'm calling on this board to update the district's high school graduation requirements to include a minimum of 1 semester of a dedicated, comprehensive health education course. You, as the Board of Trustees, have the power to make this change. So please consider the safety and well-being of our students and actually put them first by ensuring that all PVUSD high school students receive comprehensive health education they deserve. Thank you.
Christina Souza, Chris Webb, Gabriel Barrazas, Lourdes Barrazas, Buzzy Brown, Conan Brennan, Tatiana Brennan, Jen Salinas Holtz, Leah Sugarman, and Susanna Langstaff.
Good evening, school board. This is Christina Souza.
social emotional counselor hired in 2015. And I stand here today just, there's so much going on and so many different things we have that we're concerned about, and they're all very important. My current situation is in the last day or two, I have been very confused just about the counselor displacement process, lack of information of how that's going to work or look, and I haven't been contacted. I am a social emotional counselor, 10 years at Aptos High School, also a year at Lakeview Middle School and EA Hall. I love my job. And so I did learn that I would be full-time at Aptos High School still, which is wonderful, but apparently I'm not a social emotional counselor anymore, or I won't be. So what I'm confused about in this process, and I know there's been so many different things that people have had to experience and go through right now with the losses of jobs and layoffs and pink slips. But I'm wondering what happened with the social emotional counselor conversation, and I don't even know right now today, do we have any social emotional counselors next year for PVUSD? I've not heard any kind of announcement or notification, but as far as I know so far, the counselors who've shared their placements or displacements, I'm not hearing of any social emotional counselors left. So did we decide to eliminate them? Have they been silently erased? Was there not a board discussion about this, about losing this role? I hope I'm wrong. Again, I don't have any official notifications to be sure about what I'm saying, but I'm very concerned and I would love this addressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Gabriel Barraza, Area 5. So there is no growth or progress, either personally or systemically, without introspection. Unfortunately, I think those of you who need to be introspective are going to miss this. This meeting, what's happening here, is a microcosm of how the district is being run. You guys put controversial issues on the agenda, then you failed to plan for the response of the community that are fighting for their kids, that are fighting for their jobs. It's ridiculous. A bigger space should have been. So it's either through incompetence or malice. You guys got to decide that. Look, we changed 3 seats on the board during the last election. And I know one of the trustees who's running for election said that there needs to be stability and we need to stop flipping the board. But the problem is if the board doesn't listen to the community, we will keep flipping the board until we get a board that actually does. We need a superintendent that understands the community and that will work with the community. And when we flip that board, we will get a superintendent that is accountable to the community and to the board, because the superintendent works for the district and works for the board. We don't work for the superintendent.
Okay, I'm Dr. Barraza, former PVUSD teacher and current PVUSD parent. It is clear that some people on the board do not understand nor listen to our community. If you did, you wouldn't have a room full of people plus an overflow room. The community is here because we are not being heard. The lack of transparency is astounding. We don't see you working with our community or our invaluable staff. The lack of civility comes from a place of frustration because there's little to no transparency or communication. What we get is shocking actions, such as what we learned about this new deputy superintendent and the dissolving of Duncan Holbert. If the deputy position is not new, then why does it have a new title? These kinds of surprising decisions and actions is exactly the type of thing that infuriates the community. Dr. Contreras, I'm still waiting for that SRO guidelines that I've been asking for you since last April. You keep telling me it's coming. I've yet to see it.
Good evening, board. Jen Salinas Holtz, PVUSD parent and staff person. So today we had our 6th annual Harvey Milk Day Pride Flag Raising event here at the district office. It was a beautiful, positive event with over 200 community members, including elementary, middle, and high school students, families, teachers, staff, and community partners, all coming together to celebrate our LGBTQ+ and ally students and learn about Harvey Milk and the history of the Pride flag. For those who are not familiar with the story of Harvey Milk, he was one of the first openly gay elected officials in the U.S. when he served on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors in the late 1970s and was instrumental in the creation of the rainbow pride flag. After he was tragically assassinated in 1978 along with the mayor of San Francisco, he became a civil rights icon and is a symbol of the LGBTQ+ rights movement. And in 2009, Harvey Milk Day, May 22nd, was designated as a day of special significance in California public schools by Governor Schwarzenegger. Thank you to those of you who joined our celebration today. It made a difference to our students who felt seen, supported, validated, and respected. But this one day does not fix the problems faced by our queer and trans students who continue to face discrimination, harassment, bullying, and family rejection, leading to negative physical and mental health outcomes. We need to do better. LGBTQ+ youth are some of our most vulnerable students, and they need our ongoing support. I hope every PVUSD school site will raise the pride flag on Friday as required by board policy and show our community that queer and trans youth are welcome, supported, and valued. And I know my time's up, but I'm just going to encourage all school sites to be brave and raise the pride flag every day, as we heard from a student at our last board meeting who's in 6th grade who asked for that. So thank you for your support. Thank you.
I want to thank the district for taking the time for a Harvey Milk celebration. And I want to thank the students who spoke their truth at that ceremony and the students who are coming out here to speak their truth here. And like you should know that there's times when PVFT members face accusations. So when you guys come here and speak, it means a lot. And it's not something I told you to do or nobody in the union saying that. So thank you for showing up as to fight for your education. And thank you to the staff members who've been coming out. I think to me, as someone who's attended many of these, I think it should be of special notice that we have people who I don't normally see that much out here, and they're coming. And I think that says a lot about the leadership that we're seeing from the board. And also about that, Trustee Turley, one of your areas of growth, I think, has been related to censoring people, right? This is something that you should stop doing. With that, take my comments earlier, right? If I'm responding to something that somebody said in their board report, that's on topic. If a trustee is responding to direct language about closing schools or how we're going to use facilities, that's on topic. Just because it goes against whatever preconceived direction the superintendent gave you, that doesn't really matter. People have a right to speak. Everyone here needs to be able to do their job. So I would encourage, if you want to keep your seat, you should consider doing your job. And you need to hold the management accountable. Thank you.
Board members and Superintendent Contreras, my name is Susanna Langstaff. I'm a special education teacher at Aptos Junior High School. And I'm speaking in regards to the district choosing to eliminate a case management period for special education teachers. Education specialists have caseloads of 28 students. This means 28 annual meetings. I have students on my caseload who have multiple meetings due to their individual needs. One of my students had 5 meetings this academic year. Each meeting requires hours of preparation for the evaluations, and case managers are responsible for completing assessments. This has been taking about 4 to 5 45-minute sessions in order to complete an assessment for an initial or a triennial IEP. Our class sessions are 55 minutes. So my understanding is that you are telling education specialists that we can schedule meetings, communicate with parents and gen ed teachers, assess for IEP meetings, write assessment reports, write IEPs, do goal progress, manage and document behavior, and plan curriculum with only one prep period. So this feels ultimately disrespectful. What you're really saying is that in order to keep due dates and follow through on the legal document that is a child's IEP, we need to take our own personal time at home to complete our job requirements. I care deeply about the work I do for parents, for students, for this district, my school, my administration, and my colleagues. I lose sleep over fulfilling the requirements of each IEP, and I want to do my best with the precious time that I have with students in their middle school years. I ask, please do not remove the prep period from middle school special education teachers. Thank you so much.
Adrian Fernandez, Monica LaFleur, John Ergo, Janie, is that Janie Black? Linda Nguyen, Mads Riomolto, Carolyn West, Katrina Jostin, and Emily Halbig.
Is it on? Okay. Good evening, board. Adrian Fernandez, academic counselor at PV High School. So I'm here because there's a very pressing issue. So one of our academic counselors is been laid off, and we were just informed this week that that position is not going to be filled. So that's very concerning because it's putting our numbers at a very high level. And when we're talking about, student to academic counselor ratio, it's just way too high. So it's already, our plate has been filled and it's just falling off our plate. It is higher than the other high schools, that number. So I ask that you guys look into it. And also it's concerning because some of our colleagues who have been displaced were not given the opportunity this week to select one of the high schools, right, to be placed at one of the high schools since they're being displaced. So please look into it. There also needs to be, that attention put on the student to counselor ratios because it's not meeting the ASCA national model, which is 250 to 1. We're almost double now coming the next year at PV High School. So that is not equitable. It's not doable. You guys need to really put attention to that. And when Ms. Contreras is talking about, quote, student achievement, academic excellence, and all that stuff, that I don't know what she's trying to sell you. Because with all these counselor cuts, how are we going to do that job? So please pay attention.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm nervous to be up here, but after 26 years of working for this district, I just can't be quiet anymore. First thing I want to say, if I was in Modesto, I'd be making almost $30,000 more a year when I would be teachers who are respected and making a living that they can live on. They're more likely to, you're going to see better success with students, right? So I also want to speak to doing more than your job. I heard it said that you were doing more than your job. We're being asked to do more than our job next year. I'm supposed to be a nurse, academic coordinator, a counselor, an intervention person, and a teacher. And doing more than my job with less. You can give me a training, and I will always take training. I want to be a better teacher, but it's not going to make me a better nurse. It's not going to make me a better AC. It's not going to make me a better counselor. I can't be that. I can only be a better teacher. It's like asking a doctor to not have an anesthesiologist or a nurse, and they maybe could do the job, but would you want to be that patient? And that's what you're asking parents, to let their students, I am a good teacher, I can claim that, but I can't be everything else and be a great teacher. And you're training me to be a great teacher, and then you're tying my hands. So thanks for listening.
Linda, parent, and now you finally have a face to the emails you've been getting. What is happening in this district right now is heartbreaking, and people are angry. Because while students are still struggling, while teachers are burnt out, while staff are barely holding classrooms together, PVUSD's solution is to cut the very people keeping schools functioning. These are not just budget reductions. These are cuts to student support, cuts to special education, cuts to mental health services. I just lost my space. Cuts to the adults children trust every single day. And the people who will suffer most are the students who already need the most help. You cannot say student first while removing the people standing beside them in classrooms. You cannot talk about equity while stripping support from students with the highest needs. And you cannot expect teachers to keep doing more with less until there's nothing left to give. Morale across this district is collapsing. Teachers are exhausted, staff feel disposable, families feel ignored, and students feel the instability whether adults admit it or not. The reality is this: every position cut may save dollars on paper, but it costs something far greater inside our schools. It costs trust, it costs stability, it costs relationships, and eventually it costs students opportunities they will never get back. Parents are tired of hearing that there is no choice while classrooms continue losing support year after year. From where families are standing, it feels like the people closest to students are always the first ones sacrificed. And if this district keeps cutting the people who actually serve students while expecting applause for hard decisions, then stop asking why trust and leadership is disappearing, because the community is paying attention now, and we will remember who fought for students and who balanced a budget at their expense. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katrina Jostin. This is Carolyn West. We're both school nurses. So the reason we're up here today is that we are going to be submitting a collective assignment despite objection, or an ADO, and an urgent request for inter-union memorandum of understanding, an MOU, for the 2026 through 27 school year. Dear Superintendent, board members, and district administrators, with this correspondence, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District nursing team is formally submitting an assignment despite objection notification. We take this step with the utmost seriousness, driven by our ethical obligations as registered nurses, our professional licensing standards under the California Board of Registered Nursing, or the BRN, and our strict legal mandates under the California Education Code. The compounding impact of losing 3 nursing positions, a 50 to 75% increase in IEP assessment volumes, and multi-site coverage demands, 3 to 5 campuses per nurse, has pushed our current workload to an unsustainable level. The impending budget reductions for the 2026-27 school year, specifically the reduction of healthcare assistants, instructional aides, and behavior technicians, will create an immediate systemic risk to student safety and campus operational security. To mitigate these severe liabilities and protect the district, its staff, and most importantly, students, the nursing team urgently requests that PVUSD administration immediately engage with the classified staff's union to negotiate and ratify an MOU.
That's your time.
As the licensed professionals legally charged with training, delegating, and overseeing campus health services, we require clear, contractually binding parameters. Verbal refusals from frontline clerical staff regarding health office duties are already occurring due to ambiguous job descriptions. This paralyzes the chain of command and leaves nurses exposed to extreme licensing liability. Furthermore, the nursing team requires dedicated time for annual staff training to ensure competency when unlicensed staff are performing healthcare procedures to students. Presently, there is no dedicated time for this training, which needs immediate remediation via formalized MOU. The requested MOU must explicitly delineate the expectations for classified front office staff when covering the health office in the absence of a healthcare assistant. It must establish that front office personnel will perform health-related services as directed by site administration in the health office, including but not limited to covering the physical health office when the healthcare assistant is off-site, administering basic first aid, medications, diabetes care, and other healthcare services as directed, responding to emergencies on campus, operational and clerical oversight, contacting parents, guardians, emailing staff, disseminating district health forms, and faxing or copying medical documentation. Maintain direct electronic consultations with the supervising school nurse as needed. Thank you. It's there for you to read. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Janie Black. I'm a parent at Rio Del Mar Elementary. I just feel as a board you've lost the plot, and I think our district is going off the rails. As a parent, I am so angry at what I am seeing. When I sat down to write all the things down, it was really overwhelming with the amount of things that I wanted to address. I will try to get through them. I am devastated by the proposed cap to teacher benefits. I'm really tired of the communication that we are getting from the district. I feel like you're gaslighting us. You are not telling us what is really happening. We are going to the teachers. We are asking them what is happening. We are getting information straight from them. And you should be ashamed of yourselves trying to do that to the teachers, the most important people in our children's lives. And if our teachers strike, I will be right next to them getting them coffee the entire time. Other cuts across the board: eliminating assistant principals, stripping intervention support, eliminating social emotional support, removing classroom aides, cutting teacher classroom budgets. And we just recently heard at Rio Del Mar that there will be 2 splits happening next year, a 4-5 combo and a 5-6. Now, I used to be a teacher. I understand that splits can be done very strategically and very successfully. That is not what is happening. What is happening is you're trying to cram as many human beings into one classroom in the cheapest way possible. That is not what is best for our children. It is not what is best for our students, for our teachers. I'm not even sure how a 5-6 combo would work. 5th grade is elementary school, 6th grade is junior high. Please get a backbone and do what is best for our kids, or we will vote you out.
Way to go, Janie. Mads Realmuto. This district has an urgency problem. District leadership often moves too quickly toward predetermined solutions without fully evaluating alternatives, operational impacts, or long-term consequences. As a result, students can get left behind, effective programs and staff supports can be overlooked and undervalued, and the district risks creating unnecessary duplication, inefficiency, and waste, and puts itself in legal binds as well. At the same time, the board has too often struggled to operate with urgency where it matters most, becoming consumed by interpersonal conflict, focusing on anything but these issues that really matter. We really need a board that has the time and focus to set clear expectations, guardrails, and hold our district accountable. Holding our district accountable means having real discussions in front of the community about some of these issues, not just in a back room. I understand not everything can be discussed publicly, but not enough is. The district also has a communication problem. I guess I'm stating the obvious there. Too many communications means we're not getting any. We have to sift through to figure out which ones actually matter, which ones are coming from our teachers, and what's important. Over the past 2 weeks, the district has sent multiple Parent Square communications to all families, presenting the district's perspective on negotiations with teachers. Parent Square should be a primary tool for day-to-day school and family engagement, not a platform for one-sided advocacy during negotiations. Too often, families are presented with communications that reflect only one side of an issue, rather than a balanced, transparent information that allows the community to form its own conclusions. This exacerbates the communications problem. I hope I can help you do better soon.
So do I. All right. Before I even read my prepared comments, it's happening again right now, but I wanted to point out, like Dr. Contreras, you said in your opening remarks that you want us to focus on being respectful. And then like almost immediately, Chris Webb got up here to give his comments, and you and Carol Turley were like whispering to each other. And I just witnessed you doing it with Misty across Desi while a parent was up here speaking. So if you want us to be respectful, then you need to be respectful too. You need to be modeling that behavior. What I did want to talk about tonight, though, is that something that you have brought up to me multiple times, which is that you're concerned about the negative press and attention that this district has been receiving, which to my response is simple. If you want PVUSD to be viewed in a better light, then the behavior of the district leadership has to change. I want to know, how can anyone take your calls for fiscal responsibility seriously when you continue to create one high-paying cabinet position after another and then fill them with former colleagues from Modesto? While educators are being laid off, counselors are being cut, and students are losing essential support services, you're expanding the district office and rewarding your inner circle. If educators are being asked to do more with less than Superintendent Contreras, you should be expected to do the same. None of us want this district to continue to be viewed so negatively. We want parents to want to send their kids to our schools, but we aren't going to sit by and we aren't going to be silent when so many of the decisions that you are making are hurting our students. Thank you.
All right, that was the last card for 6.1. We are moving on to 6.2. Oh, we had called you, Marilyn.
Education, not radiation. You have a proposed cell tower for Aptos High School. I would ask the superintendent to take the responsible position, as the superintendent did of Santa Cruz City Schools when he said, we are asking that all decisions involving the installation of cell towers be put on hold and that prudent caution be exercised until all such towers are proven conclusively to be safe. That was Alan Pagano, 2006, to the Congregational Church. You have received documentation of the harm of radiation. It does not show respect for students or staff to radiate them with cancer-causing biologically harmful radiation and pretending that it's a good thing. I am also requesting that the form you receive, wireless and EMF program, environmental health sciences article, why cell towers do not belong at schools, that this be distributed to all the parents and teachers at Aptos High School so they know of the harm, the liability, and the toxicity. Thank you,
Mrs. Garrett.
Moving on to 6.2. Mads, you have a student one, so I'm going to move you to the back. Maximiliano Barraza Hernandez, Shannon McCord, oh, that's not a student. Mia Moto. So you two go first as students, please. Oh, they left. But Maximiliano is here. Okay. Okay. But Shannon and Mads, you are up after that. And then Whitney, are you still here? She's here. Okay. She's up. Bobby March Salt. Gabriel Barraza. I would imagine that's your dad? Yes. Okay. Marilyn Garrett. Joe Moreno. I think that's 10. David Martinez.
All right. Good evening, board. I'm Maximiliano Barraza, a student at PV High, and I'm representing OFA, Opportunities for Action. I'm a little disappointed that certain members are continuing this trend of not listening to the community or thinking about how your actions will impact others. Why are we creating a new position, Deputy Superintendent? If it's not a new position, why does it have a new title? And why wasn't this communicated more effectively the first time? Why are we spending so much money on admin just to turn around and cut valuable teaching positions? Unfortunately, I know through experience that these concerns aren't going to be heard because certain members impede the board from doing anything unless you are all subjected to massive and continuous pushback. I mean, the board only tries to regulate public behavior instead of actually looking at how their behavior instigates public behavior. The board is going to keep coming up with baffling ideas, like relocating Renaissance students to Duncan and dispersing Duncan kids across the district. This is after cuts to special needs aides and teachers, mind you, because student members don't listen to the community. It seems like we're doing this again. We'll have to wait for this coming election cycle like we did last time to get you guys to listen to us. Please do better. I want you to do better. Prove that you actually value us and listen to us, that you care about the children that you saw here tonight. You know what will happen if you don't.
I actually put the wrong agenda item. I meant to put 6.1. Can I just? Did you put 6.2? I think I did. It's been a long time, but my kid's in the car, so I'm just gonna, they have school, so I'm gonna just go really quick. So I'm troubled by this performance. This feels like a bad immersive theater experience, thanking the kids for making your day, while you're evicting them from their campus, while their parents and teachers seethe next to you, considering the way they're about to have their whole lives rocked by your outside consultant-driven ideas of progress, sharing your joy at the children playing while they're on that very playground for perhaps some of their final hours or its final hours, talking big about fixing hazards after one visit while pinching a cool $250,000 from the budget that's supposed to provide their techs, nurses, and future counselors and giving it to another Contreras crony who's also somehow making 3 times more than any other certificated person I know for their MA, who potentially also interprets the notion of inclusion as being putting kids where they cannot be safely held, or who does not support practices that ensure access to a quality educational start. Waxing sweet about Harvey Milk Day or Quila, while enabling the loss of those kids' access to adequate health education courses and teachers, sitting contentedly next to the very people who force us to spin our wheels in meetings on behalf of these same kids, while refusing to initiate our actual plans to support them, including our expressed goal of securing them functional gender-neutral spaces across all campuses, and ignoring the fact that Jen actually bears the torch for each queer youth-centric event this district hosts or knows about, while higher-ups pat their backs at plaques and social media posts. This rendition of educational theater is so bad, it almost feels like a satire, but with the exception of maybe gay, baby, this cast ain't in on the bit. And the consequences will be generational, as have the decisions of years past, like you mentioned today, but funny thing about that. I know while none of you were here to tell them what they were doing wrong back then, we were. Imagine it. Back then, our community were sufficiently listened to, we could have possibly avoided the very crisis you're needing to solve today. So I guess we all agree with you on one thing. The previous iterations of leadership did a bad job, but remember, we called it then and we're calling it now. I've wanted to finally say the right combination of words to shift your paradigm sufficiently enough that we could grow and become a new norm for the state, a model to which other districts would aspire. But you constantly remind me of why I stopped coming around here. You are not rank and file. You are not workers. You are the soft hands that paw their way to the top and complain about the weight of their load while we bear the daily implications of barbarous decisions made by tools of the machine, tasked to subdue actual progress and productivity, enforce arbitrary control, enable cronyism and administrative bloat, and protect those in power, including corporations like Driscoll's and Giant, whose pesticides give our children cancer at a rate 3 times the rest of the state, all while destabilizing what the working parties generate amongst themselves. Perhaps if you were concerned about the state of this district, you would listen to the folks who care enough about the community to continue standing up against all injustice done to it.
That's kind of hard to follow. I wanted to talk about Duncan Hobart School, and I've heard a lot of passionate families talk about how amazing Duncan Hobart is, and also to correct the misunderstanding that was in the proposal that was put out that is not inclusive, because it is inclusive. There's 2 state preschools there. What I want to address is the second half of your proposal, that moving these kids to elementary schools, they can stay there for their educational career. And I just want to make sure that you understand, if that's what you think, then you don't understand special education, because students, when they're 3 years old and first identified as having special needs, we cannot predetermine the type of program they're going to need for the next 8 or 9 years. And we do not have every special education program at every school, and we don't have the capacity to build that. So we need to rethink this and make sure that our students, our youngest students, stay at the school that has the toilets that fit them and that has the accessible playground that was just built for them. And one more thing, I just want to remind you, we have 0 attrition in special education. So this problem is not going to be getting easier. It's the truth, Carol. We have increased this year even. Thank you.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, back again. I'm here to speak and to urge the board to vote against the approval of the deputy, whatever the person's name is, superintendent. Again, why are we larding up the board with him? And I know that Heather said that it was a replacement, but if it was a replacement, then it would just be another assistant replacing Claudia. It's a confidant, it's an ally for the superintendent, so he can answer only to her and won't be accountable to the community. Now, that's not democracy. That's not accountability. That's an embattled superintendent who apparently the last board lied to, if we are to believe what Heather said. She didn't know what she was getting into when she accepted the position at PVSD. So either our last board lied to her and didn't tell her what the state of the district was when she accepted, or she lied to us when she gave her report earlier in the day. We can't afford to, we're not Modesto. Modesto's 4 times bigger, it's a different demographic, it's a different place. We're Watsonville. We need people from Watsonville who understand Watsonville to be in leadership here.
Thank you.
Mads Romero. Students requiring additional support have already been disproportionately impacted this year. I'm speaking to Duncan Holbert and Renaissance. We've got some great initiatives going on right now. You've got the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee that you put together to rethink schools and the structure of the district. Seems like all those people and resources that you've put into that would be a great place to have this as part of the discussion. I'm not sure why Duncan Holbert and Renaissance would not receive the same thoughtful, community-driven review being applied to our general education students. And so just speaking from a personal experience for a moment, because it seems to me that you are learning, and I appreciate that. But when you have a child with special needs, and you start to understand that, you don't know what the world has got for them or for you. Our daughter, when she was 2, we were just coming out of COVID and going back into places. There was not a preschool that would take her. It was too much work. And so we lucked out. We found Cabrillo Early Childhood Education Center. Amazing. And they put in the work. And then when we found the regional center and started getting connected with support, the district started providing support. Several employees here today were a huge part of that. We started going back and forth between Duncan would send, and we would go back and forth. We ended up moving her to Duncan because inclusion was not working there for her. And so she got to do inclusion at Duncan. And so I think just a lot of learning to do on what inclusion actually is.
Thank you.
Hi, Damiani, math teacher. I just wanted to remind you what I shared at the last board meeting, that no other department is asked to roll out multiple years of curriculum all at the same time, let alone when we have several positions open. I'm grateful that we finally scheduled those interviews. I hope we have great candidates. I hope we can fill all those positions. I'm genuinely hopeful, and I'm grateful that we get to start that process finally. But I am so concerned with so many new teachers about rolling this out, being able to support them. It should be 1 year at a time. That is the past practice. It has worked well in the past. Please only approve Math 1 for now. We can do this incrementally. We do not need to adopt all 3 years at one time. It is not sustainable for the teachers. It's not what's best for our students. Curriculum has specific things in it. These kids are gonna have gaps. If we do this way, it's what's best for the kids. Roll it out a year at a time. Please consider that when you guys get to the consent agenda. I appreciate it. Also, you guys, we have real stuff we need to do, and I feel so gaslit. I feel it's like Trumpian style management to like blow crap up constantly so we can't just get to the work that we need to be doing and you guys need to be doing. Please stop and just focus on what needs to be done and use those other committees, use those other avenues to do things like this. This was so unnecessary to do the Duncan Holbert and Renaissance in this way. Thank you.
We are not the only school district experiencing cuts in all kinds of services. This is a larger issue. There's a pie, right, of the taxes and our money and where it goes. And this dictatorial fascist, he is president who makes unilateral decisions, spending, what is it, $1.5 billion a day, bombing people and schools and killing school children in Iran and Lebanon and Gaza. This is an overall picture, and we need to try to, stop this big, beautiful bill, as he calls it, and abolish ICE. The other thing is, as I looked at these children tonight, from my reading and what we know, so many special ed children are suffering from pesticide poisoning and vaccine injuries. It's documented. And I'd like to see more emphasis on getting at the causes and trying to remove the causes. Of course, we have to help these children, but if we could not have the known causes causing all this damage, we wouldn't have so much problems at this side of it.
Thank you.
Jocelyn, Erica Gomez. I have a card for two people's names, Sarah Henney and. Okay, thank you. Roddy's not on here. No. Bridget Phantom, Emily Halbig, Virginia Mota, Lucia Zarate, Christina Carter, Mariana Sanchez, and Bobby Pels. It's up to your counterparts. I don't have a problem with it. Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Lucia Zarate. I changed the name of my title to 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds. 1 minuto y 30 segundos para decidir nuestro futuro, to decide our future. 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak to some board members whose actions reflect zero connection with our kids, our schools, our students. 1 minuto y 30 segundos, and you turn off the mic. El micrófono se apaga. Our voices are shut down. Teachers' rights, students' rights, our community silenced. 1 minute and 30 seconds max, and we are forced to walk away, hoping and praying for the best. Just in case you lost sense of time, being a teacher and educator did not take 2 minutes. A minute and 30 seconds. Building our careers, passing test after test to keep a job that we love did not take 1 minute and 30 seconds. Preparing a fundraiser to pay for my B-Clan is not taking 1 minute and 30 seconds. It took you 1 minute and 30 seconds to decide I do not belong here. 1 minuto y 30 segundos para decirme que mis 6 años de maestra y 10 más en el distrito no valen nada. That my work, my dedication, and my love for my students are not worth it. Just in case you lost sense of time, it did not take 1 minute and 30 seconds for the mailman to drive to my house, not find me home, and hand me my second layoff notice. And it sure did not take me 1 minute and 30 seconds to drive to the post office after work to pick up the letter you were determined to give me. 1 minute and 30 seconds max. But our teachers and our students, our community, deserve more than 1 minuto y 30 segundos. So I ask all of you guys also to somehow pay for B class for future students, teacher students that are coming in. Because now I have to pay out of pocket and I don't have a freaking job.
Ready? Christina Carter, Minty White. I am here to ask you to please not approve the cabinet deputy superintendent position. I would like to remind you, board, that you were voted in by the citizens of this community and are charged with helping PVUSD to educate its public school students. You are not the employees of Dr. Contreras. She is your employee. Her new position, deputy superintendent, will not help the district's core mission, help improve student achievement. Teachers will. Instructional aides will. School counselors will. Academic coordinators will. Bilingual coordinators and TOSAs will. That position was eliminated and not even thought of anymore. Bilingual teachers and programming are out of the picture for all of us. All those people I just mentioned work with students every day and make real differences in their lives. Please do not approve yet another cabinet position. Put students first.
Hi, my name is Mariana Sanchez. I work at Minty White. I've also worked at Ansoldo and Minty White. I've been moved over many times and now I'm being laid off. I got the notice in the mail as well. I don't know how to express anger. I feel nervous. I feel upset. Angry is just hard for me to express, but I do feel that way as well. I am here to speak off another reason I am angry for this, what the decisions you guys are making or idea you are holding of the Duncan and Renaissance change. You are proposing this idea as if it is just an idea, although it was broadcasted on KSBW as more than just an idea. You saw how it impacted these families that were here, the students and staff. So when you propose an idea, maybe don't broadcast it on news. Don't also label it as something as it's not. You say it's inclusion, but you're putting these students in a place that you don't know where you're gonna put them, but forcing them to be in a facility that is not inclusion, forcing students out of where they belong. You are also stating that it would better Renaissance because of the water situation that they have, because the school or district doesn't have the fund to fix the water, yet you have the funding to have a new position. And yes, it is a new position. It is a new title with a different pay that you are paying them, separate from what you are paying Dr. Contreras, or the previous person that was in there, Claudia. So I know that is my time.
Thank you.
Bobby Pels, Watsonville High, and proud PVFT member. In sports, there's a phrase that people use when a coach no longer has the trust, the respect, and the support of their team. They say the coach has lost the locker room. It doesn't matter how good the coach may be. If the players stop believing in them, they stop wanting to play for them. This shows that leadership is not just about making decisions. It's about understanding how those decisions make people feel. Tonight, this board is being asked to approve a new cabinet-level administrative position whose compensation is equal to at least 3 certificated teachers, while at the same time finalizing layoff. You may have explanations for why these decisions make sense to you, but none of that matters if it makes people feel like they aren't being valued. Because when people stop feeling valued, they stop wanting to play for you. That's how you lose the locker room. And in sports, coaches don't usually come back from that. Thank you.
Cronyism. The practice of showing favoritism to friends or associates in appointments, jobs, or contracts, regardless of their qualifications. I stood before you in March and I urged the board to question the superintendent's request to convert the director of technology position into a chief technology officer role. One of my concerns was that the highly specific certification requirement created such a narrow applicant pool that qualified internal candidates were effectively excluded from applying. Instead, the district pushed through a new cabinet position and hired a friend of the superintendent. I called it cronyism then, and I was right. And now everyone can see it more clearly. With the creation of this deputy superintendent position and the possible appointment of yet another personal associate, Superintendent Contreras is crossing serious ethical boundaries. I am asking the board to not approve this position and not to appoint a person who has never worked in our community to a 3-year contract that will make $240,000 a year. Tonight, board, you have an opportunity to show that fairness, transparency, and student priorities still matter in this district. Reject this position, reject this contract. Thank you.
We believe that is it for cards for 6.2. Did you have a 6.2? Okay. Can you? Yeah. State your name though so we can.
It's okay. I'm Cristina Salgado and I am the TK teacher at Ohlone. And I am here tonight because of everything that's going on with Duncan Holbert. I am listed as one of the sites, or we are listed as one of the sites where this could possibly, where these students might be going. And I'm here to say our campus is not ready. Our playground is not ready. I am not ready. I have not received any training that could possibly make me be ready. They have. They're ready for those students. We are not. And there is no way that I could be ready by August. There's 11 days left of this school year. I have had no training. I actually hadn't even heard about this from the correct people until I looked at it in the agenda. I knew about it for months. I didn't know about it being from Duncan Holbert, but I knew that it was coming. And it's frustrating to hear about it that way because that is not transparency. And that puts me in a position where, you know, assignments have been given to everybody on our campus. Everybody knows what position they will have next year. And I am going to be the TK teacher there, yet I don't know what I will be doing and whether or not I'm going to be enough for those students. Thank you.
I had a card for 6.2.
Carolyn
You did,
West.
and
And I accidentally put the other ones that went on top of the ones that didn't go, so I have to,
okay.
Go ahead.
I didn't think it was personal.
No, it's not personal.
Okay. So school nurse, you know I am. And I also came from Modesto City Schools. I was here first, though, before Dr. Contreras arrived. So I was here. The one thing I do want to say is that this is not Modesto. As somebody who moved here from Modesto and worked for Modesto City Schools, I can tell you, it's not Modesto. You know, there's the ag. You know, we have a large, vibrant Latino population, all of that. It's not Modesto. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I do want to thank Mark because I did learn everything I rock at 504s, I want to tell you. And I did learn that from you. Mark was my supervisor, actually, over health services. So the timing isn't great, though, you guys. We lost 3 nurses. And we lost, 8 health assistants. And maybe there's some magic formula that justifies this, but I can't wrap my mind around it. So it's not a personal thing. I did want to talk about Duncan Holbert, though. It's not good for the students. It's not good for the Renaissance students. The school served students with very different needs. Forcing major changes on vulnerable students will create instability, stress, and confusion at a time when they need the support most. Duncan Holbert has provided specialized service and a safe environment for students with disabilities, while Renaissance has built a unique campus culture that helps students succeed in ways traditional schools often could not. Students and staff have already spoken out about how important these environments are for mental health, stability, and learning. This decision feels rushed, and families are worried that students will lose the support systems they need that help them thrive. Education should not be about helping students, should be about helping students succeed, not disrupting the places where they are finally feeling safe, understood, and supported. Instead of closing schools and forcing programs onto other campuses, the district needs to listen to students, parents, teachers, and invest in the communities that already work. Our students deserve stability, respect, and a voice in decisions that affect their future. Thank you.
I think I figured it out. So those of you who are, sorry, I'm overhearing side conversation. Did Yvette? Altamirano? Sure, okay. This is Roddy Kurtman. Oh, but no. I'm gonna let the two that are up go already, but I just want to call the few, yeah. Laura, okay. Molly Devine Burt, okay. Donna Lefevre and Michelle Shearer. Did she already speak? Okay, so I got them a little bit mixed up. So those, go ahead, and then we'll go with the next ones after that.
My name is Laura Mottram. I'm here tonight as a parent of a current 4th and 5th grader to speak about the planned 5th grade structure at Rio Del Mar next year. The district's plan to eliminate one of our current 5th grade teaching positions and replace it with a 4-5 combo and a 5-6 combo is deeply concerning. Next year's 5th grade students have already had a rocky elementary experience. For several years, there were significant behavioural challenges and not enough support in place for students or staff. Last year, families repeatedly reached out to the district asking for help. Support and resources were finally added, and this year has been successful because these students finally have stability, support, and strong teaching teams in place. Now, just as this group is finding success, the district is proposing a major disruption. The district is also reducing or removing the support this cohort has leaned on in the form of intervention, social emotional support, BTs, and our assistant coordinator. These combo classes will be absolutely maxed out, under-supported, and difficult to manage. There will be no room to mainstream students from our STC classes. The grade is approximately 65% boys and 35% girls. Splitting the girls across 3 classrooms will leave only about 6 girls per class. So the 5th only classroom could have 28 boys and 6 girls. As a parent of a girl in this grade, I cannot overstate how concerning that is. At this age, friendships, peer relationships, and emotional safety matter enormously. Splitting up these girls will shrink their support systems and negatively impact their social development during a pivotal stage of childhood. Also consider that the academic standards and curriculum between 5th and 6th grade are dramatically different, making it incredibly challenging for one teacher to effectively teach both grade levels at the same time. The issue is solvable. Filling the teaching position that has historically existed at Rio would prevent 2 combo classes and preserve the stability these students desperately need. Please stop looking at these children as numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real children with real educational, emotional, and social needs. The district has a responsibility not only to educate them, but to provide learning environments where they feel safe, supported, and successful. And ultimately, if you don't do this, families will leave the district. We're already, the parent group are already talking about this. What are our options? And that's the opposite of what you want to achieve. Thank you.
Roddy Kirkman. I'm here to speak to the approval of an additional superintendent contract, an ongoing cost of close to $300,000, including benefits and statutories. Immediately preceding your decision to vote on staffing that directly work with our students every single day. Any trustee voting in favor of this position while simultaneously choosing to lay off staff can no longer claim they are here for the students, their families, or this community. That is not what is best for our students, and you cannot claim to want what's best for students. Let's talk about being a team. Everyone in this audience is Team PVUSD, has been Team PVUSD. It seems like you are the one who doesn't want to join the team.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Molly, and I have 3 PVUSD students at Rio Del Mar. I'm here to speak against the staffing cuts, including elimination of the 5th grade teaching position at Rio Del Mar, the intervention teachers, the health aide, the school counselor, and our AC, along with behavior techs. These cuts are not just budget decisions on paper. They will directly affect the students every single day in the classroom. Eliminating the 5th grade position results in combo classes for a cohort of students who have struggled emotionally, mentally, and academically in the past. A 5th, 6th grade combo for this cohort creates serious concerns about educational access for all students, and especially concerning for the 14 students who have IEPs in this grade level, and any students struggling academically who doesn't have an IEP who now might fall through the cracks. Eliminating intervention, the very staff who provide academic support, does not bode well for a district who claims they put students first. Cutting the school counselor is equally troubling. Counselors are not optional extras. They are essential support systems for students' well-being, crisis response, attendance, behavior support, academic guidance, and mental health. These cuts create major safety issues. No counselors and no AC, no plan of support if the principal is out sick. We will not have any support or additional administration on campus without an AC or a principal, if she's not there. So these needs need to be addressed. Please reconsider these layoffs and put students first. Thank you.
Hi, Donna Lefevre, Watsonville High School. Please don't vote to approve an additional cabinet position. It was really disheartening to see that show up, and then right after the final action on resolution to adopt the layoffs. The needs that our students have are so real, and it's clear if you're adopting something like this, you have not shown up. You have not shown up to the sites. You have not shown up for the community. You are just dismissing all needs that are clearly present. People are showing up to try to express what is needed, and you're dismissing it. I was really offended by the line that says layoff hearing due to lack of work. I was like, there's plenty of work for all of those instructional aides, and then and or lack of funds, but yet you're trying to approve this cabinet position, so it's clearly not that either. So it's only that you just don't care that the kids are suffering. The kids are already suffering. They need more resources, and you're taking them away, and then you're gonna give a bunch of money to a cabinet position. When I saw this, I went to try to see, like, well, what could really validate having this person here? And I just saw name after name of all of these people that work in the district office doing all of these supportive roles. So I don't understand how you can really validate adding on another one. My partner said they wouldn't bring it if it has the votes, but I hope they don't. I hope they don't have the votes for this, because that's terrible.
Did Erica Gomez go? And Jocelyn? Bobby, you went already? Okay. Gabriel Barraza, did you go already? Yeah. Marilyn went. Joe Moreno went. Or I don't know. Did he? David Martinez. Bobby Pels went, Mariana went, Christina Carter, Lucia Zarate. Okay. Thank you for your patience with me. Virginia Mota, Emily Halbig went, Bridget Phantom, okay. Lourdes Barraza went, Sergio Hernandez. Eli Davies, I did not see them here. Okay. Katrina Johnston, I think they went. And Christina Souza went, and Wendy, did I miss that one? Christina Souza? No? Okay. And Wendy San Juan. Okay. All right. And then we're done with 6.2.
All right, thank you. That moves us to 7, employee organizations. First up is 7.1
Trustee
PVFT.
Turley,
Yes.
Can we just stand up and stretch for like 2 minutes? It's like 10 o'clock, we're just starting.
That's a good idea. Let's stand up and just move for a minute so we can think. And then we should probably make a motion. Okay. Knees and toes.
It feels like an episode of Abbott Elementary. I'm digging it.
Trustee Turley, can I make a motion to extend the meeting?
I think we ought to go 3 because this is going to be long. And if we finish before that, that's okay.
I guess till 1, 2. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Just in case.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell you, I gotta be over the hill at 7, so I'm out. Like, I'm not doing this. Like,
right.
Yeah, fine. 3 a.m.
Okay, there's a motion to extend the meeting until 3 a.m. Is there a second? That doesn't mean we have to stay here till 3 a.m. We'll finish when we finish.
I'll
Okay,
second.
I see a second. Ms. Renteria, I think we have to do a roll call vote. Okay, we're doing a roll call.
Okay.
Start.
Trustee Medina? Yes. Trustee Navarro, your vote? Trustee Navarro, your vote? Your vote to extend the meeting?
Yeah, but you still have to say aye.
Okay, yes, fine.
Trustee Carrasco?
Yes.
Trustee Jaw Jr., your vote? Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
Yes.
And Trustee Flores, your vote?
Extending the meeting to 3.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. All right, that moves us to 7.1 PVFT. Are there any public comments to 7.1? Joy, any public comments to 7.1?
Thank you, President Turley, for getting me on track. I see none for 7.1.
Nothing under 7, okay. That would be you, Mr. Denise.
All right, I want to start with a correction and apology to Trustee Carrasco for my comments from the last meeting. I told you if I was wrong, I'd come up here and apologize, and I was wrong. We had at one point an endorsement for a dual endorsement with you on it. That was amended, and we ended up going with an endorsement from SCOW, and I was wrong, so I wanted to correct the record. I still hope that you can empathize with us educators and reflect our struggles in your decisions tonight. I also want to thank Joy, Jessica, Daniel, and Gabrielle for allowing everybody to speak. That is what a coalition looks like when you guys come together and allow the public to speak. I know sometimes speakers go over and that can be frustrating, but I swear if you add up all those seconds, it's still not the time that it takes when we recess. So I was not able to attend the pride flag raising ceremony tonight, but I want our LGBTQ plus students and staff know that you are respected and welcome here. Unfortunately, symbolism means very little when the district is simultaneously eliminating mental health supports that our students rely on. I received reports, and I just tip my cap to the student who came up here and shared her story, that after she called that performative in light of eliminating positions, she was followed by Heather and Misty and interrogated and told that the union wants you to believe that. No, these cuts are real, and tonight this board is set to eliminate every one of our mental health clinicians and 40% of our counselors. The district continues using sanitized language like evaluating ratios, but what that actually means is they are eliminating social emotional counselors. So sorry, students, instead of prioritizing your mental health during your formative years, this district would rather supplant our counselors with unqualified outside agents and shift their cost into restricted sources. But then again, Misty thinks we should run our schools like a business and views you as line items on a budget. The reason I could not attend today's ceremony was because our negotiations team was in mediation with the district as part of the impasse process. We got here because the district declared impasse prematurely and in bad faith. Typically, impasse occurs after extensive movement and exhaustive bargaining. Instead, the district declared impasse while 7 major articles remained on their side of the table, and after presenting only a single proposal on total compensation, which was a pay cut. Even after we countered and showed movement, they chose escalation over collaboration. Meanwhile, the board rewarded this failed process with a 3-year extension for KIT. The PVFT will continue to approach mediation the same way we approached bargaining, in good faith, with preparedness and a willingness to work together. We will also continue to organize over the summer to build peak power, and we will strike if we have to. PVFT members, be prepared for a busy summer. Reach out to your site reps and ask when your site will be completing the site-wide survey. This will help us identify strike captains, bargainizers, and communication leads. We are fighting for lower class sizes, lower sped caseloads, to keep our case management period, to keep the IA time in kinder that KIT is trying to eliminate, to fight for higher wages, and to protect our healthcare benefits. I want to encourage members to remain vigilant because the district has educated their administrators and gave them a list of union do's and don'ts when it comes to our rights. They instructed them that they are the eyes and ears of the district and have created a culture of fear and hostility that has already led to union busting. We have had site principals take our flyers out of staff mailboxes and from staff rooms. We have had principals at the direct direction of Dr. Contreras taking photographs of our vehicles. She is trying to keep us under her thumb. Contreras, what you need to realize is that you cannot keep us under your thumb. We are the people who educate, support, inspire, counsel, and uplift the students of this district every single day. The education system does not function because of consultants, attorneys, or public relations talking points. It functions because classified staff and educators show up every day and pour themselves into this work. You can surveil us, you can intimidate us, you can try to silence us, that won't work. But what you cannot do is break the solidarity that is growing across this district. Parents, educators, classified, we're coming together. Our members are angry. They are organized and they are tired of watching this district balance budgets on the backs of students and workers where leadership refuses to take accountability for the damage that is being done. So hear us clearly tonight. We are not going away. We are not backing down. And if this district continues down this path, you are going to continue to see educators, parents, students, and the community rise up together against it. Because our schools are worth fighting for, our students are worth fighting for, and every single worker in this district is worth fighting for.
Next up is 7.2 CSEA. Okay, not seeing anybody with CSEA. Moving on to 7.3 CWA, Communication Workers of America, the substitutes. Seeing nobody. That moves us on to action items. 8.1, approve cabinet job description, Deputy Superintendent. Report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras. Can we have it quiet in the back so we can move on, please? Thank you.
Okay, good evening, board. In front of you, I have a job description for a deputy superintendent position. We're asking for approval for this. This is a replacement position with a different job description. The reason why we've created this is because this position will oversee 2 key departments, curriculum and instruction and professional development, as well as special education. I'm asking for you to approve this job description this evening.
Are there any public comment cards on this one?
Brandon Denise, Bobby Marchesal, Wendy San Juan, and Emily Halpick. Props count against your time. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Ready?
For a board tainted by members who believe we should run this district like a business, you would think that you would be making fiscally sound decisions that show accountability to your stakeholders, because that's how businesses run. The number one thing they care about is their stakeholders. So if we're a business, care about your stakeholders. Creating a deputy superintendent position is not fiscally sound and will have zero meaningful impact on our students. You continue to lie about the position on social media and the Pajaronian, and just now you stated this is a replacement for Claudia's assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. It's not a replacement when it comes with a new job description and a raise. That is an example of gaslighting. We're not stupid. Stop lying to us. I have here with me an organizational chart from 2022. I should have kept one so I could have showed it to the crowd, but sorry, look it up. When Michelle Rodriguez sought realignment to save money by chopping from the top in this district, I never thought I would actually miss Michelle, but Jesus, she was light years ahead of Your Majesty Contreras, and she actually stood on business. In 2022, we had more than 18,000 students in this district, and we functioned with a cabinet of 5, including the superintendent. 5. I have our current organizational chart that I amended to include the new members of cabinet that Contreras has added since taking office. So far, she has added a chief technology officer from her former district without adequate experience, an executive director of SELPA, along with 4 assistant directors to serve them. My clock says 26 seconds. In addition to these cabinet level positions, she's added a propagandist in the public information officer, a community schools leadership coordinator, even though we don't have, I have 15 more seconds. This position would get a master's stipend that is twice what our members receive, even though they have absolutely zero impact on students. They would get a $6,000 gas stipend despite them being nothing more but Contreras' glorified butler. We have about 3,000 less students than we did in 2022, but we're creating admin positions as we're laying off teachers at the bequest of our Queen Contreras. This is fiscally irresponsible.
I apologize, it is 2 minutes. Brandon, I apologize, I had it at 1:30 still. You will have your 2 minutes.
No worries. So I understand that there was a school that wanted to hire some IAs in their arts classes with Prop 28 funds, which is up to schools to decide how to spend, and they were told no, perhaps leaving Prop 28 money on the table. The reason being the optics wouldn't be good, is what I was told. Why the school was told no. Interesting considering how poorly this board has and this, I shouldn't say board, district office, has managed optics. You continue to cut supports for teachers and remove positions by attrition. Teachers, and more than attrition, but also we have historically done that. Teachers, our staff are then expected to take on those roles and to do the jobs of BTs, ACs, counselors, and so on. Even when the job is insurmountable, we are given platitudes and told that we see you and we're sorry, that is what's necessary. I'm sorry if people in the DO may have to take on extra work, but in a time when you are cutting the people working directly with the students and not allowing available restricted funds to be used due to optics, this position, as helpful as it may be to some, just can't be afforded right now. Not to mention, we need to say no because the optics aren't good.
Yeah, okay. Would anyone like to make a motion, or would you like to first have board?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, there's a motion to approve? Okay, a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I believe you had something you wanted to discuss. Go ahead, trustee Minnie.
Yeah, I have questions for the superintendent. Was this posted on EdJoin?
We don't post job descriptions on EdJoin.
Okay. Why did the base salary, if this is not if this is the same position, why did the base salary increase by $56,159 compared to the prior contract? Whereas the previous person, Claudia Manjara, her base salary was $171,841, and you're coming back to us and telling us, even though it's the same job, the base salary is now $228,000. Also, when you're looking at the steps, did you create a new DS step? Because Claudia was at AS, correct? And now a DS gets, I don't know when we approved a DS step, a deputy superintendent, correct?
Are you asking questions on the job description, or do you, because we're on the job description. This is just the job description.
Okay, what duties are new or expanded compared to the prior role?
This is a different job description.
So it is a different job, okay. So it's not a replacement. So what current cabinet duties overlap with this job description?
I'm not sure I understand that question. What current job duties, cabinet duties overlap with this?
I'll say it again for you. Which current cabinet duties overlap with this job description?
So this job description is a combination of two departments overseeing curriculum and instruction and professional development, as well as our special education department. A deputy superintendent also is like second in command of a district and has the knowledge to oversee multiple different departments. That's why it's a deputy.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna, there's a motion on the floor, correct? There is, so I'm gonna make a substitute motion, and I move to substitute the pending motion with the following. The board declines to approve the deputy superintendent job description tonight and direct staff to return with, and actually I'm gonna end it there. So superintendent job description tonight. So that would be my substitute motion.
I heard a substitute motion. Is there a second? Not seeing or hearing a second, we're back to the original motion. Okay. Oh, I should have done. Okay. So the original motion was to approve this, and is there a second to that motion? You were the second. Okay. Ms. Renteria, could you do a roll call vote for us, please?
Trustee Medina, your vote.
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote. Trustee Carrasco, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Dodd Jr., your vote. Trustee Flynn, your vote.
Yes.
President Turley, your vote.
Yes.
And Trustee Flores, your vote. And Trustee Flores.
Yes.
That's 5 in favor, 2 against. Motion carries. That moves us to 8.2, approve employment contract for deputy superintendent. Report will be offered by Superintendent Contreras.
Okay. Good evening. This action item is to approve the contract for deputy superintendent. This agreement of the contract is a term from June 30th, 2025. It is a 3-year contract. The salary of this contract is $228,000. And, sorry, this does include health insurance coverage. It has the same type of sick leave. The number of days is 222. You see in front of you on the screen the basic resume, a condensed resume of Mr. Herbst. And these are the reasons why we have recruited Mr. Herbst to this position. We have a single SELPA district that is unique and it is very complex. Mr. Herbst was the director of a single SELPA district from 2008 to 2014. At that time, the district he was in had a SELPA that was struggling, and Mr. Herbst helped to oversee that department and bring it to being a very high-functioning special education department. Mr. Herbst, as you can see, continually advanced his educational career and is currently serving as Associate Superintendent of Student Support Services in Modesto City Schools. The Stanford-Harvard study that was just released on May 11th attributed many of Mr. Herbst's actions to the success of Modesto City Schools over the years of 2017 through 2026. And we are really lucky to even have had the opportunity to be able to talk to Mr. Herbst about coming and helping our district. His unique set of skills matches with what we have seen as direct needs in our district, particularly with special education. Our FCMAT report that we did showed many deficits. FCMAT is a deficit model, so it does not show you what you're doing well at all. It shows you where your needs are. And we do have needs in special education. So Mr. Herbst's skills line up to help us in that area, and it is an area that has been a goal of the district to improve. Additionally, Mr. Herbst has skills in MTSS, and that was also attributed to the increase in student achievement in Modesto City Schools. So I ask that the board approve this contract because I think that this would be a benefit to our students. We have a goal with the board and through our work with effective school boards of really focusing on our student outcomes. One of the guardrails that the board has talked about is looking at our special education students. And with that guardrail and making sure that no achievement gaps continue to grow, one of the things that I'm supposed to do as the superintendent is make sure that we garnish resources to ensure that that will happen. And so this is one of the resources, human resources, that I'm asking the board to support.
Are there any public comment cards?
Abigail Anderson, Linda Maffei, Bobby. You're doing great. Bobby Marchisalt, Laura Zaro, Erin Louie, Chris Webb, Emily Halbig, Brandon Denise.
We're ready. Let's double check the mics on.
What? Clearly not a technological genius. Do forgive me. Hello. Hi, everybody. Still hanging out. And for the guys in blue, soft power. Love ya. Thank you. So, I just threw my script away, so you're going to probably gavel me out because once I start unscripted, I'm gone. And I'll leave gracefully. But what caught my ear was SELPA. I lived and worked in SELPA, for SELPA, by SELPA, with SELPA. And of course, you know, SELPA's got a twin. It's called Special Services or Special Education SELPA. Ran around this joint for 25 years. Up and down and out and around. And loved every minute of it. I had some great direction, tons of professional development. I understand things are at a pretty starving level at this point. However, in regards, I'm definitely opposed to adding another jewel to your crown. Heather Contreras. It seems very clear to me all the birds at the bottom of the tree got knocked off. And those are the birds that actually feed the kids. And some of these kids actually, we saw some of them tonight, need to be fed hand over hand, not from the sky. It takes, you gotta, trees drink water from the sky. They just suck it up. Kids gotta pour water into them, and it takes people to do it. They suck straws, they have tubes. So, hey, the deal is, SELP is its own country. It's its own administrative union. And I see a suck up here. And there's big law around SELPA. What's SELPA stand for? Yeah, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Mr. Navarro. And maybe you know the answer because you seem to know all of them. But I'm telling you, I know SELPA.
That's your
And
time.
it's its
Thank you.
own administrative unit. I don't know if this gentleman, lovely man he seems to be, has any background.
That's your time. Thank you.
Give her a TV show. Oh my God. Yes.
I want your contact info. I do film.
Love her. Hi, I'm Laura Azzaro. I'm a reading intervention teacher. I started my career here in special ed, and I worked with Linda Maffei, and she was amazing. So I'm here also as a union rep. Do not take anything personal, Mark. I don't know you at all. However, I am going to directly ask the board to vote no on hiring him. I have no doubt that he has lots of good qualities. However, I don't like the process. I want a process. You keep promising processes and I'm not getting them. I really appreciate though the meetings that you've had, Jessica and Carol, was greatly appreciated by many union members, the listening session that you had last week, because people felt heard and you were soliciting information. I also appreciate the process of some of you are going out to these places that are, decisions are looming and you're getting more information, and I appreciate that too. I also appreciate that you haven't actually cut the microphone off tonight. But I'm asking you to post this position on EdJoin. I'm also gonna let you know that the results that Heather Contreras put up on there from Modesto didn't happen because of cabinet members. I got on the website, I got on EdJoin, not Cal Matters, it's Edu, and I did an AI Google search for Modesto, and their scores have gone up. They're still below grade level, like many of our population is here, but their scores are going up, their levels are going up, because they have, guess what? They have vice principals at their elementary schools. They have counselors in their schools. They have interventionists, and they have reading helpers, and they've had really good professional development. So
Thank you, that's your time.
what's missing? Are you hearing what the missing equation is here? He can't fix all that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
All the
your time.
people that I just looked up
Thank you.
can. And we've all been fired or laid off.
This, you know what, we gotta move this. We have to move this because I almost hit my head right there and I already have a broken arm. Okay. Hello, my name is Erin Levi. I am a 2-3 combo teacher, bilingual teacher at Starlight Elementary. I've been in this district for 22 years. And I am always attentive of board meetings. And this particular group has been crushing my heart. And so I am up here to express some concerns. I know that there's community members that are also concerned and they have questions. I'm bringing a letter that was expressed to you from Eduardo Hurtado. He sent the letter to every trustee here this week. I'm going to read it for him. Please distribute this letter to all board members. I'm writing formally to raise concerns regarding the sequencing, transparency, and public processes surrounding several items scheduled for May 20th board meeting at a time when PVSD is discussing layoffs, declining enrollment, student placement changes, school sustainability, administrative structuring, and community deserves clear answers before more decisions are advanced or approved, such as tonight. Okay, question number one. These are the concerns. So question number one. Why is the district considering the hiring of a new high-level cabinet position immediately before voting on layoffs? Two, what was this deputy and superintendent position publicly posted? So our community wants to know that. If so, where was it posted? When was it posted? And how was it posted? This new position is $234,770, including transportation fees. If the position was not publicly posted, why is the district asking the board to approve a major cabinet level hire without transparent recruitment process? 4, the district says the position is needed to align departments. If that is the justification, what specific alignment gaps exist today? And why is the district presenting these findings so last minute?
Thank you,
And
that's your time.
you didn't consider the Sustainable Schools Advisory Group,
Thank you, that's your
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
The way you keep the achievement gap from growing is by investing in teachers. Mr. Herbst might be a great guy. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. The salary will help, I promise, right? I mean, I talked to him for like 10 seconds. I already want to have a beer with you, all right? Seems like a nice guy. But we shouldn't even be on, so it's nothing personal, like Laura said, all right? We shouldn't be on this item because we should have not approved the last one. You had so many people here over and over telling, like nobody came in support, and you don't listen to us. But since it was, with a $30,000 raise, at least go through a hiring process. Include your union partners in this. Listen to the community. If he's the best one for the job, he'll get hired. I mean, even if he's not, you may push him through, but there's a better chance, right? Like, if he's that good, put him through it. I understand knowing someone who's great and at their job, wanting them to bring them along. Honestly, I love to do that. Sometimes I have the imposter syndrome because I think some of the best things I do come from having an amazing team around me. So I get that. But the key is building trust and then bringing those people in with more buy-in than a couple board members. And we need to trust you so you can bring those people in and show us that why you want to bring them in. Get more people on your side. I'll also add that I too have heard here that the school district is a business. No, it is not. It is a public service, and that is an important distinction.
Well, looking at that resume, I would say that Mr. Herbst is better suited to replacing Heather Gorman than to replacing Claudia. And if you are going to replace Claudia, you got Spanish skills? I wonder. Okay, well, I'm afraid we're going to have to deduct some pay, or the whole position, ideally. And that's not personal. It's actually principle. It's for me, I'm a pay your dues kind of guy. And no. I'm a pay your dues guy, and the idea that like a brand new guy who's not even here is just going to walk in and be the number 2, when our number 1 is causing a lot of like stepping into just unforced errors, right? Like, and that reminds me of another thing. Like we could have even for this meeting, we could have avoided a lot of errors, right? In that call me meeting, it kind of came out that like, hey, how do we make the board meetings better? Well, maybe if PVFT was part of the agenda setting, you would not step and poop all the time and track it all over the place. Like we could have avoided this. So I would hope if we're gonna add this, does this mean we'll finally get back to the normal cadence of once a week, the superintendent or their henchman or whatever will meet with Brandon? Are we gonna go back to the normal order? Okay, if we're not gonna improve things, like what are we even doing here with this? Also, on the car and the gas stipend, I think, and this is how I feel about every gas stipend across, if you're not on a rotational sub list, you should not be getting gas stipend. Once a month, you should be in our schools, and you will be better at your job for that. And more people will respect you.
All right, thank you, Bobby, for helping me, talking me down before these comments. But I just want to implore you to ask, will this position get an executive assistant? I also want to ask for clarification on why I just found job descriptions for all the other cabinet positions, and those positions also went through adjoint. The clarification is Contreras lied because she's a liar. I'm back because I have to say to Contreras' buddy Mark, if you have any shred of dignity, you would decline this position and either put yourself through an interview process or go back to Modesto. You shouldn't be here looking for $300 grand handouts. Even more appalling than creating this position is granting Contreras the ability to simply appoint her buddy Mark to a position with a total comp approaching $300,000. I sometimes catch some heat for being a little too passionate or aggressive in my comments, and some people probably think, damn, Brandon, Queen Contreras is a little bit much. But I would pause to ask yourself, should a superintendent have the ability to appoint a friend to a position that would be the second most powerful, because we've got the power, not you, and then give them 300 grand without merit? No, that's what a monarch would do. The current and past practice of this district when we hire for cabinet is we have an interview process where each union has a seat at the table. Kit had to go through it, Gerardo went through it, Misty, the CTO, went through it, Alejandro, the PIO, went through it, the executive SELPA director went through it. Why are we making an exception for her buddy Mark? I would ask the board to pause and ask yourself, why would she be in such a rush to appoint somebody? Anytime someone in a position of power is trying to pressure you into making a hasty decision, it is your responsibility as a trustee to have the logic and reason to slow that process down and ask why. If her buddy Mark is such the hero that she portrays him as, he should have no problem earning his spot during an interview. I can be impartial in these interviews, but Contreras can't when she's appointing her friends. She's also really tone deaf in her comments in writing to me that her buddy Mark is taking a pay cut to live here with the cost of living. But as you're proposing a pay cut to us, I urge the board to please not grant Queen Contreras the ability to appoint her buddy Mark to such a job without having a transparent hiring process.
Thank you, Mr.
Make
Denise.
him
That's
earn
your time.
it.
Is there a motion to approve? And yes, after we have a motion and a second. we'll
There's a
have
motion to
discussion.
approve.
And a second? Is there a second to Trustee Navarro's motion?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, discussion. Anybody have a comment on the board that they want to make? Trustee,
You want to go first?
let's let Dodge go first. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Is it all right if we can ask Mark questions, or do we have to vote first? Or should we vote and then, because,
I think, let's vote and
Okay.
we'll arrange for you to meet with them at another time, yeah? Okay.
Okay, I would like to move to suspend the rules so we could ask Mark questions. That's what I want to do.
So trustee Medina, the board did all actually meet with Mr. Herbst. And there's no secret meetings, and it was individual meetings. And we're not going to have public interviews. The only public interviews that actually happen are for board members when they're being appointed or selected by the board.
Okay, I'll ask my questions then. So, this was not posted on EdJoin, correct?
That is correct.
Why did we bypass the interview process for this position when traditionally other positions have gone through an interview process?
So it is not uncommon for superintendents to make appointments to their cabinet or also to their assistants like Eva. That happens very often. Michelle did that. She also brought people with her to her current appointment or
We're
where
talking
she's
about
at.
you.
Yeah, I'm explaining why. So we did not have an interview process. This was a recruitment. And I think it would have been disingenuous to go through a process when I knew who I wanted to have in the position, so.
I'm glad you admitted that on the mic.
I,
Okay, my next question.
That's what an appointment is.
My next question is, why did the base salary increase by $56,159 compared to the prior contract with Claudia?
That is not what the increase was.
Okay, how much did Claudia make?
Claudia made $189,000.
How much is he gonna make?
$228,000.
Why is there a difference if this is the same position?
We've already explained it's not the same position. This is a different job description that has much more responsibility overseeing two departments, one of them being very large. Claudia was only seeing one department.
Okay, I'll take my time back. What? This is the thing. You're doing this because you know you're going to lose the upcoming elections. So you're pushing all this through right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, once we get into power, you are going to get pink slipped. All right? And I will give you a cookie, right, to show my appreciation for the time that you've done like you did to our teachers. To bring your friends over here and to bypass so many people who have grown up here and been told, if you work hard and you go into this industry, you could work your way up. All those people that have been in line, you are bypassing them. And can he even speak Spanish? Can he speak Spanish?
No, he already said even.
So why are
he
you
did
bringing somebody to a community that is predominantly Spanish speaking and replacing it with somebody who does not speak Spanish, does not know the community? Just because they're from Modesto doesn't mean they know Watsonville. So the way that you're coming in about this is only showing us that you do not know the ins and outs of how this community functions. This is one of the #1 job providers. And for people that have been here 20 plus years, maybe they wanted that job, but you did not give them the opportunity to do that. You are denying people to get paid and to make a living in our area, but instead you're recruiting people that don't know the community. You yourself, by saying that you're presenting this idea about Duncan Holber and Renaissance, if you had ran that through this board, we probably would have said, don't even add that to the agenda. So I'm not done. So Dr. Contreras, I'm gonna say this clearly. You need to resign and you need to get out of this district. Thank you.
Well, Trustee Medina, my response to you is going to be, since I've been the superintendent, 2 different people have resigned because of your behavior towards them. Can you please?
If you want to propagandize
Excuse me,
this,
this is
no,
my
no, no,
turn
no,
to
no.
talk.
This is my time.
I'm going to give a warning to the audience.
Okay.
I really need you to keep it.
If she's going to invoke me, I'm going to rebuttal and respond.
I'm talking. And because of what people watch in these board meetings and your behavior and your hostility towards people, it is very difficult to get people to apply for these positions. So I find it very fortunate that we would even be able to have Mr. Herbst be here.
I love this. Contreras, come November, you're gone, baby. You are gone.
Any other trustees have a comment?
Just
Danny, please?
quick, I just have a comment. Ms. Herbst, as I'm sure you already know, PVFT and CCA are currently in negotiations. Later on in this agenda, we have a resolution regarding cuts to teacher positions, classified staff, and counselors. I'm sure you're well aware of that. Mr. Herbst, this is nothing personal against you. I'm sure that you're good at what you do. However, many of the teachers, guidance counselors, and classified employees affected are my neighbors, former classmates, and friends who live in my trustee area. As you have seen tonight, many of these speakers have just lost their jobs. I am a lifelong resident of Watsonville. My grandparents attended school here, I graduated from here, and my daughter just graduated from Watsonville High as well. Now I represent the very schools that I once attended. Growing up in this community, I learned that elected officials do not last long if they don't listen to the people. I have to live in this community, and supporting this item will destroy my credibility in these neighborhoods that I represent. For me to vote in favor of approving this position, while these cuts are being discussed, would disappoint, sadden, and anger many of the people I was selected to represent. So no disrespect, but I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn?
Thank you for that, Trustee Dodge. And I recognize the optics which were explained, which makes this a very hard decision for me. As I understand, it will disappoint the community who have come to feel seen and heard by me. I believe strongly in the vision of this board, although we have different ways and methods of getting there. And I believe strongly in the vision of our superintendent and feel sad that she has been having to go through as much as she has and the pressures and keeping that vision going. I've given this a lot of thought. I have given this a lot of thought. I don't speak for anybody else, I speak for myself. I don't feel like this is a rush, and I don't believe that anybody is ever gonna trust her because of everything that is being said. So I recognize the process as I understand the process given that. I believe in the experience that Mr. Herbst brings, and I believe it is necessary to raise standards and overall outcomes. Thank you.
Any other trustees with comments? Trustee Carrasco?
I agree. This is the worst time to make a decision like this. I don't fully agree with the process, but we also have a window of opportunity in front of us. As a board, we identified 3 major areas we wanted to improve based directly on community input from our listening sessions from parents, staff, and students, which was our SELPA department, literacy, and mathematics. When we looked at this candidate, not only did he have the background, but he also had the track record to show that he can deliver the results. I want this district to thrive. I'm tired of constantly hearing Pajaro Valley has low academic scores or Pajaro Valley falls short academically. I understand that scores are not everything, but I do believe our students deserve a strong academic education and the opportunities that come with it. I remember hearing many community members say we need to distribute workloads differently among administrators as a way to help address financial issues, and that's part of what's happening here. This individual would be taking on more responsibility. We also have additional administrators retiring, so there's a lot of movement and restructuring happening throughout this district right now. I have also heard people ask, if we want better literacy and math outcomes, why aren't we investing in teachers? And the reality is, even during difficult financial times, we are trying to do our best to invest in professional development, training, and support for our teachers. An example of this is the Letters program. I know we can do more. Unfortunately, right now, the truth is we cannot do everything for everyone all at once. We are navigating serious financial challenges, and some of the decisions we have to make are painful, but I know that this is not going to be forever. I know that once we regain more financial stability, many of our resources, supports, and staffing are gonna come back. When I was younger, my family lived in a room inside a house that was shared with other extended family members. We did not have much, but as my parents became more financially stable, opportunities started opening up for us. Looking back, I never doubted that my parents loved me. They were just doing the best they could while struggling financially and trying to survive. That is honestly how I feel that our district is right now. We're going through it financially, and we are trying to stabilize things while still moving the district forward academically. I know it does not look good to the community, and I agree that we need to continue improving how we communicate our goals and decisions. But know that we do care about our students, staff, and teachers. Please know the intention is not to hurt people or to make people upset. The reality is that many of the steps required to regain financial stability are difficult and unpopular. I know that the advisory committee is starting to see it from what I'm watching in the videos. Nobody wants to be in this position where we're making cuts in some places and hiring in another. It looks bad. I understand. But have conversations with us about it, because we do have a vision where we want the district to go, and we're trying to build toward long-term stability and academic improvement. Change takes time, and we're doing the best that we can with what we have and with a lot of heart. Thank you.
Did you have a comment? Oh, okay.
First of all, I just want to echo what my fellow trustees have said about the timing and the optics. And Jessica, you actually said it beautifully. Thank you for your words. I know that I've put myself out there a lot as well in the community to try to explain some of the decisions that I get. A lot of people don't understand why we're making some of the decisions that we're making, but they absolutely are done with thought, and they're done with logic. And, you know, there's a saying, like, there's your emotional reasoning and your logical reasoning, and where they come together and overlap is your wise mind. And that is where decisions get made. The best decisions for the future of our district. Thank you, Mr. Herbst. Is it Herbst? Mark. I am so sorry that I didn't get a chance to meet you during the opportunity, but I have reviewed your resume and researched you, and you come you're very qualified, and thank you so much, and I hope that you can come and make some really great changes in our district. I want to make sure that our most vulnerable students, our SELPA students, are taken care of. And so with your background, I really am hopeful for the direction of this district. I have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Contreras. Will having this support in place allow you to get out to sites more and interact with teachers, hear about their working environments and conditions, and be able to make meaningful changes in the classroom?
Yes. Yes.
Will this make sure that we have oversight to make sure that our legally mandated requirements, such as IEPs and services provided to our special ed students, are actually getting done?
Yes. The hiring of this position, as well as what we were able to do with the approval of the board for our SELPA department and special education as a whole, is going to position us very nicely to create some real meaningful change, and most of all, support teachers in the classroom.
Will this extra support for you allow you to focus on the goals and guardrails that we are working on as a board to, based on the vision and values of our community?
Yes, with the hiring of this position, it'll be the first time since I've been here in 2 years that we have our cabinet complete, all the positions of the cabinet complete.
Thank you, that's all.
All right, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please, Ms. Renteria. I'm so sorry, Trustee Flores. Did you have any comments? Yeah, I know. There we go.
I'm okay.
Thank you. Okay, back to roll call, please, Ms. Renteria.
Trustee Medina, your vote.
Absolutely not.
Trustee Navarro, your vote.
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Dodd Jr., your vote.
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote.
Yes.
President Shirley, your vote.
Yes.
And Trustee Flores, your vote.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Welcome to the district. Oh, yes. You should come. As long as a majority of us here, we're good. No.
First off, I just want to say truly, thank you to Pajaro Valley for welcoming me to this family. And I want to say to the audience out here, I will tell you truthfully, I do not disagree with the timing, the optics, and all the stuff that you guys see as perceptions. But I would truly tell you confidently that I believe in a short amount of time, you guys will see me as a value add to Pajaro Valley. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. I do want to say this. Why Pajaro, honestly? Because of this, because of the challenge. And because to the point that Trustee Navarro said, here's what you're going to get out of me. A guy that is going to work tirelessly for the students here in Pajaro Valley. You're going to get a guy, and I'm struck by your vision statement. It is not much different than Modesto. I will champion that every means every. And I have, my career will be based, and it will always will, I actually might get emotional on this thing, is going at and serving what I consider to be the historically marginalized student groups in this district. And I will tell you, I get Modesto isn't Pajaro and Pajaro isn't Modesto. But I'll tell you, that transcends no matter where I go, wherever I work. I will say the one thing that I actually hear and I champion is CYBHI and the fact that a lot of the things that you guys are asking for, just on the research I've done, we can leverage with reimbursable funds to bring back a lot of the things that you guys are wanting here. We're in the process of doing that work in Modesto City. I will tell you this, I can't wait to engage in conversations, individual, et cetera. Might hit you up for that offer. But truth be told, I literally cannot wait for July 1st and to join this team and to be a part of something that I believe to be great. And I should end at this. It's almost embarrassing to see that, because I will truly tell you there's nothing I've done over my career that is not team-based, plain and simple. And I will bring that to Pajaro Valley to the best of my ability. And with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
November 2.
That moves us to 8.3, approve resolution 252640, final action on resolution to adopt proposed layoffs.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Turley, board members, and the greater PBOSD community. Before the board tonight is resolution 252640. And the reason this resolution is coming before the board is to finalize the layoff
Sylvester,
process
can we
as it
pause that
relates
for a
to
minute,
whether or
please?
not
I'm
the
sorry.
employees chose to go to hearing.
We're going to take a 5-minute break because we need to.
But then also, yeah, well, I mean, then also. I wonder on those tests, did they, was it just like the sink water? Or did they test the fountain or their closure? Oh, so it's back to the data situation. Everyone gets their own. Who cleans them though? That was an issue back then. Because they get, it's the pump one, right? Or is it, it's a proper, like that? Yeah, it's like that. Jen told me in this room that was in the works. Yeah, like, it was. And then now it's not. I saw online water recently. No, I'm not saying that it's safe. I'm just saying that, yeah, it's everywhere.
Hey, I am so tired. I am just, I'm not sure because I didn't have to write it down.
But now you've had the time. You know what? Okay, here's a question for you. Like a year ago, there was a meeting at City Hall and Monica had said that she thought the district was like intentionally not referring kids.
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, they tried this, but.
Because for me, as a teacher, like those enrollment numbers, they're not, there can't be. And like I'm at Watsonville High, and it feels like there's not, there's still kids. I believe it. So that's historic renaissance. And most of the kids that if you fail my class, it is that kid. So, the 65%? That's it. Oh, yeah. Imagine if you were like, oh, I got a slot investment. I only got 65%.
You know, my son, who was trustee for home district, I told him and he went, oh my God, they cannot ignore this. This is why. It is so
You told me.
Yes, see?
Brandon,
Yes. Well, it's not even that. It's just like the information that they don't want you to see. If they just tell you, oh, we don't do them, and people are like, okay. But then it's like, hold on, pull up EdJoin, find the district, find job descriptions, and 4 or 5 clicks, their lives are exposed. And to be the one seconding these motions, and Roddy texted me while she was reading her, oh, Mark, these such tough decisions. I grew up in a home, in a one room. Roddy was like, she's reading off of the district email. Like, that sounds like the emails that we get. So, it's like, is Alejandro writing her statements? Or?
But when I read Roddy's thing, it sounded like Roddy.
Yeah, exactly. It sounded like Roddy.
It didn't sound like
almost, for a second, I was like, oh, is that Roddy or is that Chris?
I hope they heard that too, right? That wasn't Roddy. I counted that email.
And really, if it's going to be $3 million, to me, $3 million is important. It means we're no longer poisoning the students and we have measured money.
We have measured our money for that. That's what we're
He's not going to be happy about that.
They have they control of 12 students in and out.
I met with the CPO at that time. There was issues like
Hello, we are back in order, and we are going to continue with Kit on item 8.3.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, President Turley, board members, and the greater PVOSD community. Before the board tonight is Resolution 252640. And the reason this resolution is coming before the board is to finalize the layoff process as it relates to whether or not employees chose to go to hearing before an administrative law judge. Now, back in December, the Board of Trustees approved reductions, layoffs, and then we carried out that process through notification, bumping, all the things that need to occur within the classification system. At the end of the day, employees have the right to request a hearing before an administrative law judge to ensure that the district did the process correctly. Now, typically, CSEA will choose to represent employees in that process if they feel similarly that there were errors or steps that were taken that shouldn't have been taken. Ultimately, one member was represented by CSEA, and 2 more chose to go to hearing and were not represented by CSEA. They end up representing themselves. So it's very much like you would expect any kind of hearing, and at the end of the day, the administrative law judge rules on the case. We present our evidence that we followed the process correctly. If there's concerns, the employees get to present their evidence if they feel like there were errors or other things that happened in the process that shouldn't happen. At the end of the day, and what's attached to this resolution is the determination by the administrative law judge. And you'll see in that determination that the administrative law judge, with regard to these 3 employees that chose to take this to hearing, ruled that the district did follow the process correctly. The right people were notified, in the right positions, seniority was followed, there were no violations of contract or ed code. And so what we need from the board is to affirm that you want to take action based on what the ALJ is recommending. The ALJ can make recommendations. At the end of the day, the Board of Trustees are the governing body that can take action. So again, as you look through the attachment, the ALJ is recommending that the district worked through the process of layoffs with regard to these 3 employees that went to hearing correctly. And that ultimately the recommendation is to uphold the layoff notices and send those out to those 3 affected employees. And so what we are asking of the board tonight is that you adopt the recommendation of the administrative law judge, and then we are able to conclude the layoff process and issue these final layoff notices based on the determination of the ALJ.
Are there any public comment cards on 8.3?
Chris Webb and Brandon Denise. Did you, and Bobby Marchesald.
Yeah, I just want to comment that that presentation right there is what 275 grand or whatever Kit is making gets you. Dude can't even be here tonight, but he pre-recorded a message just like everybody who got a layoff notice. I don't know if CSEA can confirm, but I know ours came through the mail. So I hope that didn't happen to our CSEA members, because they could be still sitting out there wondering, did we get a layoff notice or not? I applaud the people who did go through with the administrative law process. Ultimately, that is set up to favor the employer. So it's really unfortunate that all of these structures in place are set up to favor the employer, and the people who are entrusted with making decisions to put our students and staff first, they don't. So thank you, Danny. Thank you, Gabriel. You guys, we see you, we hear you. I want to say thank you to our CSEA staff. I know that they recently TA'd an agreement, so I take my hat off to them. I know what it's like to sit across this district and bargain. So congratulations, Ashley and your team. I hope that you get that over the hill. But the truth is that this hurts and our students are gonna suffer. Why are we having to move Duncan? Is it because we're eliminating aides and health assistants? Our nurses gave you a letter of an objection to their assignment. They're being assigned against their will because they know that they're being set up to fail. That is what this district is doing to our staff. It's what they're doing to our students. We are setting them up to fail. This resolution, I know you're already gonna vote yes on it because you like to be spoon-fed and rubber stamped. At least some of you do. Some of you, I really do think you think critically. But I question how you could have come from these positions and been in these people's shoes and still vote to eliminate them when we have $57 million in reserves. You are being lied to. Please wake up.
Obviously just another opportunity to say don't lay people off. I really am struggling tonight. There's a level of condescension that I feel from up here. Some of it I don't think is intentional, others maybe more so. But I keep hearing about how we don't understand why you have to make the decisions you have to make, how we don't get it. And you look at it and use your logical mind and have to, make these hard choices for the longevity of the district. And the constant, we get it and you don't, as we're in the trenches, as we sit in these meetings, as we go over the budgets, might or might not be intended to be condescending, but it feels that way. We feel unheard. There's not, there are other options. And it's just hard to be told that we have to do this, right? I don't know what else to say. I just, please vote no. I know you're probably not going to, but yeah.
As you know, in the past, some of your resolutions have been criticized, right? And even Greg was saying he's against hollow resolutions. And we had a classified appreciation thing last time. And if you Google Classified Appreciation Week right now, it would say that it's this week for California. And so I kind of think that we should actually honor it, and we should not do these layoffs on Classified Appreciation Week. And simply PVUSD changing the week that we do it doesn't mean we're still not doing bad things. So let's just not do bad things. This is a bad thing. We don't need to do this. It reminds me of in the equity committee in this district, one of the questions that was in a survey that we never got to ask our students was about who makes you feel safe? And I kind of feel like you maybe the district, the powers that be, purposely didn't want that question asked because you have some priority beyond student safety, and maybe like just cutting people. Like people are starting to ask me now, like they're having questions about like this body's commitment to public education. I'm having them too. I think we need to rethink some of these things. To that same point, Dr. Contreras, when you went to Watsonville High for the Peace Pole ceremony, I had members noticing that, we had mental health clinicians right there. We had classified people who were getting cut, and there was like a certain irony with your presence there, and it kind of contributed to like an integrity concern that's been pre-existing. We should not pass this. We don't need this. If we are about logic, then the things that you're saying, Trustee Carrasco, you can't be passing these because these aren't for student outcomes. This is directly against it. And we've had serious concerns this year to continue to make these cuts and to do it as you're adding superfluous positions. It's just so wrong. And also thinking of Kit, right? Kit being away, like when you coddle your cronies, it just makes them weaker. And when they have to deal with me, that's harder for him. That's why he has to hide away.
That's your time, Mr. Webb. Is there a motion? Anybody making a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Oh,
I'll make a motion.
okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any discussion?
Trustee Turley?
Yes.
I have a couple comments. Dr. Contreras, can you just answer a couple questions for me? Is the reason that we recorded the presentations instead of having your staff members here, can you tell me if that has something to do with how our staff is treated and how late these meetings go?
The meetings are going really late, and staff have work in the next day, and the meetings have also been very difficult for staff.
Our district staff needs to be able to show up to their jobs and do them well at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they also do not deserve to be treated poorly, which is why they are giving the presentations over being recorded. God, it's getting late, and really good decisions do not get made this late. That's all I have to say.
Any other board comment? Okay, we have a first and a second. Ms. Renteria, would you please do roll call? Trustee Flores, do you have any comments? I'm sorry, you're not in front of me and I don't see.
No, I'm okay.
Thank you.
And Contreras doesn't know that because she doesn't read the.
Okay, Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge Jr., your vote? Trustee Flynn, your vote? Yes. President Turley, your vote?
Yes.
And Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Next up is 8.4. Approve resolution.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras.
Oops. 8.4, approve resolution 252641. Final action on resolution to adopt proposed layoff hearing discussion. Report will be given by, usually let's do the report. So if people have comment, based on that.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Turley, Board of Trustees, and the Greater Pajaro Valley Unified School District community. I'm here again to present resolution number 252641. This is the layoff resolution for certificated employees that chose to go to hearing. In this particular case, we had one employee that participated ultimately in the hearing process. That employee was not represented by PVFT, they represented themselves. It's a very similar process where we go before the ALJ, we present our evidence that the process was done correctly, and the employee can present any evidence of concern. And so similar to the classified ruling, the ALJ determined that the district conducted layoffs appropriately, that the right people were notified, that the right person in this case was notified, and that ultimately the process was appropriately followed. And so when you look at the attachment of the court order from the ALJ, you'll see that the recommendation again is to uphold the layoff notification of this employee and to conclude the layoff process by notifying this last employee. And so what the board is ultimately doing again is voting in action to uphold the recommendation of the ALJ. And so that is what we are asking of the board this evening, is that the board votes to take action to uphold the recommendation captured in the resolution as the attachment of the court order by the administrative law judge.
Are there any public comment cards?
I don't see a card for you. Brandon Denise, Laura Montrim, Janie Black, Christina Souza, Molly Devine Burt, and Irma Freeman. I guess it's just you.
I wish Misty would never let that happen. All right, so that sad violin stuff from Misty, though, is freaking hilarious. Oh, poor you. You have to be up early. I know you guys are going to just rubber stamp this anyways because that's what you do. You spoon-fed whatever lies Contreras gives you. But Contreras and Kit lied to you and the entire community. They stated that the SERP would be a way to help stave off layoffs and would be an alternative. We had over 75 employees take the SERP, and yet we're still approving 60 FTE of layoffs. That would lead to a loss of 135 educators. Those cuts are too steep, and they're coming back to bite us already. Some of the layoffs that have been rescinded, those people have left anyways. People are fleeing from this district because they see Kit and Contreras mismanaging things. It's not because Gabe asked tough yes or no questions. It's because she doesn't know what she's doing, and she's pushing people away. They lied in leading us to believe that every person who retired or resigned, they'd bring those people back. Even with the academic coordinators going back into the classroom, these 75 retirements should have been enough to bring more people back. They lied to you and said that they were approving layoffs in December out of respect and to give them time to do a better job than last year, and they did a worse job. Instead of having their ducks in a row, they still took things down to the wire to the degree that they were so unprepared, they had to rely on certified mail to ensure that they beat the March 15th deadline. They lacked the courage to actually hand deliver these notices and treated members like numbers on a spreadsheet. For people who were not at home to receive those letters because, they were working, they had to go to the post office to find out that they were being laid off. And finally, if you look at the layoffs that you approved in December, you laid off 15 FTE of counselors. I know a few of you can count. Count how many counselors are on that layoff resolution tonight. There's 16.6. You got approval to lay off 15 counselors. The resolution tonight says 16.6. Do the math. They're not only lying to you, they're incompetent.
One thing that really bothers me is when newer people will come to the district or my site, and then they'll try and tell me my own history or my experience. So one of the ways this is applicable in this particular situation is Kit had said that, and Dr. Contreras, you were making these noises too. that, oh, we're just, these are COVID hires, it's a COVID thing. Well, like both for the mental health clinician at Renaissance and the academic counselor, that's simply not true. Okay, I know, I was there, I've been here before Contreras, I know for a fact that was not true. So like, I would say we should rescind layoffs on that. Also, with the money saving thing, one thing that like, cause we touted Kit, he gets extra years, extra long contract because of how much money he's saving. Well, just in the last, like, some of the people who are choosing to leave our district now, one of them is somebody who, a couple years back, they got placed on the wrong schedule or the wrong step, and they're short like $8,600. There was another teacher who's been on the wrong schedule for like a decade, got it shorted like 15 grand. We were not willing to pay more than the bare legal minimum, 3 years. So these people are gonna lose thousands, but we are so quick to spend all this extra money on brand new people who've done nothing for our community. It's so insulting. I know Kit, when I can talk to him about this, he's assured me he sleeps well at night. I mean, that just makes me think you're like a psychopath or something, like, or you have no heart. Come on, these are the people who are doing it for our students, and it's so wrong that we're doing this. Also, I see it as like nefarious long-term, because I look at items like 1024, and I'm like, oh, you're trying to supplant our counselors. You're trying to just, like, you're gonna degrade the services, bottom line. I've seen, they're doing this over the hill too, and it's not good there either. We can do better, we should choose to do better, and it's integrating people into a system that works. We should be working from the bottom up. Thank you.
That was the last card? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Can we do comments first?
Let's do the motion and then do the comments.
Okay, I make a motion to reject 8.4.
Is there a second? Was that, okay. Trustee Medina made a motion and Trustee Daniel Dodge Jr. seconded. All those in favor? Oh, we have to do a roll call. Eva?
Can we do discussion?
Oh, you're right,
You don't
I'm
want to
sorry.
talk about Gabe's motions?
No.
You don't need to be here.
Okay, discussion.
This is ridiculous. I am just amazed that we have some intelligent people on this board, and for you all to not use your critical thinking skills to look at these agenda items, to listen to our labor partners, and to say, you're wrong, she's right. That is sad, y'all. These are people that we grew up with in this community that we're saying, sorry, we're gonna make room for new people. That's displacement. That's giving in to this idea of, like I said, trickle-down education, where we think by giving cabinet large budgets that's gonna magically trickle down and everything's gonna be great. It doesn't work like that. You invest in your teachers. If it was up to me, these teachers would be the ones making that salary that person sitting there doesn't even go into a classroom and teach. So I hope you guys really think about what you're doing to this district, because it seems like you all are not doing your research and you're listening to a person that is misfeeding you information, and all of you are gonna pay for that at the ballot box.
Any other board comments? Okay, so the motion is to not approve or disapprove. Ms. Renteria, would you do a roll call, please? The motion is to disapprove, so not approve. Don't, well, vote how you want.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Dodge Jr., your vote? Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
President Turley, your vote?
Yes?
And,
I'm sorry, I'm backwards, no.
and trustee Flores, your vote.
And trustee?
No.
Flores? Okay, that motion did not carry 2-5. Is there an alternate? It's your job today.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to approve. I don't know why I always have to be the bad guy.
Okay,
I'll
we have a,
second.
all right. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, trustee Carrasco seconded. Ms. Renteria, would you please do roll call?
I hope y'all pay people's rents. That's what needs to happen.
Trustee Medina, your vote.
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Dodd Jr., your vote. Trustee Flynn, your vote.
Yes.
President Turley, your vote.
Yes.
And Trustee Flores, your vote.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Next up is 8.5, approve the 2025-26 end-of-year projection, third interim, and fiscal stability plan.
Trustee Turley?
Trustee Medina?
Can I make a motion to suspend the rules so that way we could move up agenda item 9 point, what's the Renaissance one? 9.4?
I second that motion.
Okay.
It is late.
We got time, it's 11:30, we're till 3, just to get them out. Okay. 9.3?
9.3?
I know. Does he was Okay. Okay, there's a friendly, I hope.
Can we have a substitute motion?
Or not a substitute, but an
Amended?
amendment.
Okay. Can I get a copy of your agenda? So I get the numbers
What
right?
does he make
Oh,
it?
yeah,
It's
you do
his.
it. You do it.
I would like to amend Trustee Medina's motion to add after 9.3, 9.1, and 9.2.
And those are student.
9.3 first still, though.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and I think a second. Did you accept that second? Ms. Renteria, could you please do a roll call for us?
From my understanding, the rules, you would have to, you made the amendment, right?
Yep.
It got seconds,
Yeah.
I'll second just in case.
and then we have to roll call votes.
Yep. That's why she's next to you.
Trustee Medina, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Navarro.
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Dodge Jr. Trustee Flynn.
Yes.
President Turley.
Yes?
And Trustee Flores, your vote.
Okay, next item up will be 9.3, followed by 9. What? Oh, I keep doing that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Flores. Okay, 9.3, 9.1, 9.2, and then we were back to 8.5. On 9.3, who's making is there 9.3? Oh, okay. Here we go. We're going to listen to that. And then we'll do
Good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and members of the community. I'm Peggy Pugh, Executive Director of Student Support Services, and I'm presenting with my colleague, Heather Gorman, Director of Special Services. We are sharing information about the proposed reorganization of Renaissance High School and Duncan Holbert Preschool. As always, we remain committed and focused on our students' growth and providing an excellent education for all of our students. With any major decision we make, our starting point is always our strategic plan. This proposal directly aligns with our core pillars of academic excellence, powerful learning environments, and fiscal responsibility. To summarize the vision before we dive into the data, we are looking at a dual solution proposal. For Renaissance High School, moving to the central Duncan Holbert campus means moving our students closer to vital resources, career technical education pathways, and community internships concentrated here in Watsonville. It eliminates long, exhausting daily commutes and a multi-million-dollar environmental infrastructure burden. Concurrently, for our preschool students at Duncan Holbert, this plan allows them to transition into special education classrooms at the very elementary schools where they will attend as they grow. This follows the best practices of community schools model. It minimizes early childhood transitions, keeps families connected to their neighborhood schools, and ensures our youngest learners are included alongside their general education peers from day one. This proposal is a win for inclusion, a win for safety, and a win for student opportunity. To understand why we are bringing this proposal forward, we must look at the significant barriers currently facing our Renaissance High School students. First and foremost is safety and infrastructure. We have been working for years to mitigate high chromium-6 levels in the water. A permanent fix is estimated to cost over $3 million and take 2 years to complete. If there are issues discovered during that process, the cost could be higher and the time period extended. Beyond safety, there's an issue of access. Currently, we spend $250,000 annually on transportation, yet students can spend up to 2.5 hours a day on a bus. These complex routes mean many students miss the bus entirely, contributing to a 77% attendance rate, which is well below the state average of 88% for continuation schools. The isolation of the campus also prevents Renaissance High School students from accessing the rich variety of programs, internships, and apprenticeships, including a diversity of CTE pathways in Watsonville. Simply put, the current site is a barrier to their success. When we compare Renaissance to similar schools like Mount Toro High School and Salinas Union High School District, the data tells a story of untapped potential. While our student populations are demographically similar with high percentages of socioeconomically disadvantaged students and English learners, we see a disparity in outcomes. Our college and career readiness and ELA math performance metrics show that our students are struggling to meet standards in the current environment. By moving Renaissance to a more stable, centralized campus in Watsonville, we aren't just changing a location, we are providing the academic excellence and powerful learning environments our strategic goals promise. We are looking at how we create environments where students are included and connected to the community, not isolated.
Now let's talk about our littlest learners. Inclusion is not simply a best practice, it's what is best for children. And it's rooted in California's commitment to the least restrictive environment under IDEA. Students with disabilities should learn alongside their same-age peers whenever appropriate, building belonging and connection from the very beginning of their educational journey. Our proposal to relocate special education preschool programs onto elementary school campuses is grounded in both research and the community schools model. Research consistently showing that students, especially those with higher needs, experience stronger outcomes when they have fewer transitions. Researchers like Odom et al. 2004 and Stan and Bovey 2011. When children begin preschool on the same campus where they will continue through 5th or 6th grade, they build the they build lasting relationships with peers, supporting staff and families over time. That continuity strengthens academic growth, social emotional development, engagement, and family trust. This model also creates authentic opportunities for inclusion. Students with disabilities learn routines, communication, play, and social interaction alongside general education peers in natural settings throughout the school day. Inclusive preschool environments improve language development, adaptive skills, social communication, and kindergarten readiness, while also fostering empathy, collaboration, and an inclusive culture for all students. Research from the National Early Intervention Longitudinal Study. Many California districts, including Bellflower Unified, Cypress School District, Compton Unified, which was recently recognized for its growth in student achievement, Burlingame School District, and Piedmont Unified, have already implemented successful inclusion preschool models on elementary campuses. These programs often embed speech, occupational therapy, and behavioral supports directly into the classroom experience rather than separating students from peers. Ultimately, this work aligns closely with our vision of community schools, creating connection, welcoming environments where students and families experience stability, belonging, and support from preschool through elementary school. By reducing transitions and increasing inclusion, we create stronger outcomes for students and stronger school communities for everyone.
We have conducted thorough feasibility studies to ensure Duncan Holbert campus can serve as a home for Renaissance. The site has the capacity for over 200 students, matching our current needs. Our plan includes summer remodels of classrooms and bathrooms, fresh paint and flooring to ensure the site is ready by August. Looking ahead, we see opportunities for parking upgrades and CTE conversions. This relocation places our oldest students closer to the resources, extracurriculars, and career pathways that will prepare them for life after graduation. It provides them with the dignity, belonging, and access to opportunity they deserve. You'll see in this map, rendered by an architect, that there is a dedicated outdoor recreation environment, as well as many other upgrades and modifications to support high school students, staff, and their families. That includes a dedicated entrance, and this is an architectural view of one example of this kind of study.
For our preschool families, we have identified Ansoldo, H.A. Hyde, Landmark, and Ohlone as possible locations for these integrated programs. Each site has accessible classroom space and potential for playgrounds. Furthermore, we are ensuring that our itinerant staff, early start, and preschool assessment team have dedicated hubs. EA Hall and Pajaro Middle are being considered. This isn't about reducing services. It's about expanding opportunity. Students will continue to receive every specialized support they need, but they will do so while being more deeply connected to the potential future of school community. Sorry, 1 minute here. So in this architectural rendering, you will see some potential changes that could be made to enhance preschool experiences at H.A. Hyde.
We recognize that transitions bring questions, and we are committed to transparency. Our next steps involve continued deep engagement with our community. We will be hosting 4 separate listening sessions, 2 for each of our school communities, to hear directly from staff and families. We will also bring this model to the Sustainable Schools Advisory next week. This feedback will inform the final recommendation we will bring to the board on June 17th. If approved, our goal is to begin work immediately to have these sites fully operational for our students by August of 2026. At the heart of this proposal is one question: how do we create the best possible learning environment for every student? We believe this integrated model is the answer. Every student, from our littlest learners to our oldest students, deserves a campus that is safe, inclusive, and full of opportunity. This proposal ensures we're living up to that promise. Thank you.
Do we have public comment cards on this item?
Just a couple. Are we keeping it at 2 minutes? Graciela Vega. Is it Ute? Ute? Bobby Marchisalt. Maria Rosco. Takashi Mizuno. Casey Britton. Amy Lauta. Mariana Cordova. Yeah, she did. I didn't get to read it though. Ciericia. Caitlin Batch. I'm just gonna stop there. We have more to come.
Can you double check that the microphone is on and then
Okay,
we're
now
ready
it's
for
on.
you?
Sisters, my good lecture. Tell me when. Yep. Okay, my name is Ute Gillette. I am the ELS at Renaissance and also the WAS coordinator. I'm here this evening because I wanted to comment, or we wanted to comment on the presentation. One of the reasons for us to move is often cited as the cost per pupil, and it is high. It is extremely high. Yet, please keep in mind, we are a referral-driven school. We do not go out and find our students. It is the high schools that refer them to us, and the lack of direction to the high schools is causing this low enrollment. We are willing and wanting more students, and as long as not everybody is graduating from the high school and you are sending students to a county program, you are not serving us well. So this is blaming the victim. The cost of transportation has been cited. This is something we can work on. We can actually work on that. Renaissance has the vans. Renaissance has people there who are willing to help out. Today, Trustee Navarro came on campus and Trustee Medina came on campus. We greatly appreciate that. We would always prefer, actually, if they saw some of our students. They're not disruptive. We want them there. We finally settled on that the real reason why we have to move is the chromium in the water. And that this was a new development because I said, well, how come our site was offered to SEBA just last year? But the chromium is a long existing problem at our site and in Watsonville.
That's your time.
And I encourage you to look at that. I will supply you with studies that show that
That's
the
your time. Thank
district
you.
knows about it.
That's your time. Thank you.
Father Greg Boyle this weekend said, "You will go from here to dismantle the barriers that exclude, and to that end, you will stand with the poor, the powerless, and the voiceless." I'm here because both Renaissance High School students and the Duncan Holbert families have left. They were here earlier. I wish this agenda item would have been moved up in the very beginning. And that's why it's important to have voices set the agenda. I worked at Renaissance for 14 years. I know the community. There are people who are lawyers now that graduated from Renaissance High School. and they're not aware that this is happening. The Chromium 6, where is it coming from? It's coming, hypothetically saying, from the ag community. There's a responsibility. All of the spraying notices that have been happening at Renaissance, all of the spraying notices that happen all around the community, they're impacting the air quality, even here. I just lost a teacher to cancer. And so many teachers have lost to cancer. And I know cancer is not necessarily, but it is a high situation, and I'm going to run out of time. But Renaissance had been proposed to move to Pajaro Valley High School. There's an empty space at another school, and I feel like this is a very rushed decision. We can connect to the main pipelines. The homes across the way have access to water. The KOA across the street has access to water. So what are they doing that we are not? We've spent so much time on this nice carpet. This is the second time we've changed it. Renaissance didn't have that. Please don't change Renaissance, because all of those students
Thank you, that's your time.
are going to be impacted, and I haven't even touched upon Duncan Holbert. It's
Thank
too
you.
short of a time.
Hi, my name is Casey Britton, and I am a 5th grade teacher at Landmark Elementary School. I have 32 students waiting for me tomorrow to teach, so I understand and can empathize. I'm exhausted right now, and I want to go home. Mine's not going to take very long at all. I'm also a member of the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee, and I was really happy to see that that this is going to be brought to us. And I'm requesting that you guys get some water coolers for Renaissance, and then just like take that whole item and then just give it to us, and then we can work on it and then present it along with our other findings in November. That's it. Thanks.
Project. Okay. I am reading for someone else, so and it's a cold read, so bear with me. I will tell you. Good evening. My name is Maria Orozco, former mayor, PVUSD trustee, and current council member. I'm a parent of 3 PVUSD students, a resident of Area 6, and a proud product of this district. I'm writing in support of Duncan Holbert staff, students, and families, and to respectfully ask the board and district to reconsider the proposed relocation of Duncan Holbert students and services from their current centralized campus. Understand the district's goal is to create more inclusive environments by offering services across multiple campuses. I support inclusion, and I recognize that inclusive models can be successful when districts have invested in the staffing, training, coordination, and system-wide readiness necessary to support students well. As a parent, I have experienced firsthand the incredible work Duncan Holbert provides through its early intervention and inclusion programs. My oldest son received speech therapy and other support services through Duncan Holbert because of the care, expertise, and resources provided there. He was able to transition successfully into kindergarten and eventually graduate from special education services altogether. That happened because he received the right support at the right time. More recently, my youngest son was diagnosed with autism and again went through the assessment and support process through Duncan Holbert. He currently receives services, and while transitioning into a less restrictive preschool environment, was the appropriate recommendation from his IEP team. Our experience also showed me that not every preschool site currently has the same level of experience or training needed to fully support inclusion programs for students with higher needs. I eventually transferred him to another preschool site where, again, staff may not have had the extensive special education training, but what stood out to me was their willingness to learn, collaborate, and invest in time and energy needed to help my son succeed. They worked closely with our occupational therapists, speech pathologists, psychologists, and the special education team to better understand strategies and supports that could be implemented even outside of his scheduled service times. What that experience showed me is that our staff care deeply and are willing to do the work, but it also highlighted the very real need for stronger training, preparation, and support across the systems before we move towards expanding these programs district-wide.
That's your time. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. We are the educators, therapists, specialists, staff, and we were the families of Duncan Holbert Preschool. We speak to you tonight not out of an emotional reaction or to protect our jobs, but on behalf of our children and families and a specialized program strategically built over many years to serve them. We understand the difficult financial realities facing our district. We understand that hard decisions sometimes need to be made. But we are asking you tonight to please pause and truly consider what is being proposed before considering the closure of Duncan Holbert Preschool. Because Duncan Holbert is not simply a school site. It is a highly specialized, deeply collaborative learning environment for very small children that will not easily or efficiently be converted to serve high school students, nor possibly be replicated by dispersing our students throughout numerous elementary campuses. Duncan currently houses 3 special day preschool classrooms serving students with extensive support needs. These classes are partnered with 4 general education state preschool classes through child development, serving approximately 50 students, including 16 full inclusion spots for children with disabilities. This gives kids access to general education who would otherwise be in a special day class. This partnership has become a model for other districts because it creates meaningful and developmentally appropriate inclusion opportunities while fostering strong collaboration between special education and general education teams. In addition to these classrooms, Duncan is home to our Early Start program, where we can serve up to 60 children and families. It houses preschool speech services supporting approximately 72 children annually. It serves as the district's child find and intake location, where approximately 184 children come through each year for developmental screenings and access to services. Our preschool assessment clinic also evaluates more than 100 students. All of these services happen within our walls.
These programs are not isolated services sharing a campus by coincidence. They are intentionally interconnected systems of support designed to reduce barriers for families and increase collaboration between professionals. At Duncan, families can access occupational therapy, speech services, assessments, developmental screenings, specialized preschool instruction, and early start supports all in one centralized location, specifically designed around the needs of young children with disabilities. Sharing the site with the California Children's Services, CCS, allows many families to access educational and medical supports side by side, something incredibly valuable for our families already navigating complex systems. The district continues to frame its proposal to dismantle Duncan Holbert as what's best for students, but the professionals who work directly with these children every single day are telling you clearly this will harm students. We do not want this. Our families do not want this. The Renaissance community does not want this. Their families don't want this. The educators, therapists, and specialists serving these programs do not want this. Since learning of this proposal just last Friday, there has been overwhelming consensus from the people most directly impacted that this is not the right decision for children. The over 2,000 community members who signed the petition against the proposal just in the past few days do not want this. That should matter. If the people closest to the students, the professionals implementing these services daily, and the families living these experiences every day are unanimously warning that this plan will negatively impact children, we are asking the board to pause and truly listen before making a permanent decision. When PVUSD has decentralized preschool services,
preschool services and programs in the past, it has not worked. Students fall through the cracks and services are not implemented uniformly, jeopardizing the effectiveness of early education. We are also deeply concerned by the process itself. By moving forward with dismantling Duncan Holbert outside of the same thoughtful and transparent process being given to other schools through the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee, the district is sidestepping the very community process it created. Calling this a relocation minimizes what this actually is. This is a closure. This is the dismantling of a highly specialized early childhood center that will cause irreparable harm. These students matter. These programs matter, and they deserve the same thoughtful planning process being extended elsewhere throughout the district. Our families have still not been formally notified of these proposed changes. We are also struggling to understand the contradiction in the district's recent actions. The proposed renovations to Duncan and Rolling Hills are monumental projects. This is not simply switching out toilets. We are being asked to believe that in a month and a half over the summer, while students are still actively on campus for extended school year services and our year-round early start program, these massive renovations will somehow be completed safely, efficiently, without disruption, and on time. That is simply not realistic. It took 4 years for our single inclusive playground to be built, yet now we are expected to believe that this entire project will be completed in just a few weeks. And where is the actual fiscal transparency in this proposal? There's no estimated cost included for these extensive additional renovations anywhere within the propositions being presented. The public is being asked to support a plan without being told the true financial impact of this massive overhaul of campuses to fit entirely different student populations and program needs. Just this past year, approximately $400,000 was invested into Duncan Holbert's brand new inclusive preschool playground, specifically designed for young children with disabilities and celebrated as a major investment toward accessibility and inclusion.
Thank you.
Less than a year later, the district is now proposing abandoning this specialized preschool environment to relocate a high school in that place. The loss and waste of this nearly brand new $400,000 playground must be factored into the true cost of this proposal, especially as discussions now include demolishing or abandoning spaces intentionally created for our youngest students with disabilities. From both a logistical and fiscal standpoint, this proposal raises serious concerns. Frankly, presenting this as a simple or practical transition is unbelievable. The district has also repeatedly stated that this proposal is intended to support inclusive opportunities. As professionals working in this field for many years, who actively implement inclusion every day, we strongly support inclusion done thoughtfully and appropriately. But simply placing preschool students, 2, 3, and 4-year-olds onto elementary campuses without established preschool infrastructure, preschool teams, or specialized supports does not automatically create a meaningful inclusion. Being near older students is not the same as inclusion. We're trained in this field and we've worked many years in this field. We know how to do it thoughtfully. That Duncan currently provides is intentional, supported, developmentally appropriate inclusion with highly trained early childhood professionals. We are the inclusion specialists. Yet we are being told that inclusion should look like what it should look like while decisions are being made largely based on which campuses happen to have physical space available, rather than thoughtful planning around student needs and community. Currently, students in our classrooms have
Currently, students in our classrooms have inclusion minutes promised in their IEPs, with inclusion ranging anywhere from 11 to 100% of their school day. If students are moved to campuses without functioning preschool programs already established and operational by the start of the year, many of those IEPs would require amendments, reducing those inclusion minutes to 0. That moves us backwards, not forwards. From the California inclusion recommendations the district continues to reference publicly. We are also concerned about the assumption built into this proposal that a child's needs at age 3 will remain the same through 5th or 6th grade. Children with disabilities are dynamic learners. Early intervention works because children rapidly grow, develop, and change. A child who requires a more restrictive preschool placement at age 3 may thrive in a less restrictive setting by kindergarten. Another child may need increasing support over time. That flexibility is exactly why centralized early childhood hubs like Duncan Holbert exist. Predetermining long-term placement pathways based on preschool placement undermines individualized educational planning and does not reflect best practices in special education. We are also deeply concerned about accessibility and safety. Duncan Holbert currently has accessible playgrounds specifically designed for young children and children with disabilities. There are no other playgrounds within PVUSD that provide the same level of accessibility. We understand there are empty classrooms at other schools. That does not make them a good home for our preschool programs. We are also concerned about the feasibility of implementation timelines. Thank you.
I'm reading for myself now. Our inclusion preschool partnership cannot be recreated at other school sites in the proposed timeline due to licensing restrictions. Inclusion hinges on our partnership with our state preschool, who brings the general education population to the site. Licensing and establishing a compliant state preschool is an extraordinarily lengthy process. Suggesting these multiple programs could be fully operational and appropriately staffed across multiple campuses by the beginning of next school year is simply not realistic. Lastly, we ask you tonight to think about the human impact. Think about the families who finally found a place where their child is understood. The parents who found support in a community while navigating their child's first exposure to special education. These children cannot advocate for themselves tonight, so we are doing it for them. We are not asking the district to ignore the needs of Renaissance. We stand united with Renaissance High School in unanimously rejecting this proposal. We are asking the district to slow down, consider alternatives, and allow the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee to complete a thoughtful and transparent process before dismantling a highly specialized preschool program that is serving hundreds of children and families every year. Duncan Holbert is not broken. It is not failing. It is a thriving, collaborative, specialized early childhood center that changes the trajectory of children's lives through early intervention and meaningful inclusion during the most critical developmental years. We ask that you please listen to the professionals, listen to the families, and listen to the communities overwhelmingly telling you this is not the right decision for students. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service to our students and families. And just a reminder, please look at your packets that we sent. We understand it is a complex structure and it provides a lot of visuals. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm reading more of the statement from Maria Orozco, the City Council member and former trustee. I want to be clear. This is not about resisting change, and it is not about change being difficult. Change can be good when it is thoughtful, when the system is prepared for it, and when there is a proven model in place to support student success. My concern is not with the goal of inclusion. My concern is whether we have fully built the system-wide capacity necessary to provide the same level of support, consistency, coordination, and expertise that families have relied on through Duncan Holbert. If we're serious about expanding inclusive preschool opportunities across multiple sites, then we must first ensure that the investment is there. That starts with strengthening support systems and ensuring students have access to the services and assistance they need. It also means providing training at every level, from general education preschool teachers to principals and site administration, so all campuses are truly prepared to support students with higher needs and create environments where inclusion can be successful for everyone involved. I know this district cares deeply about students. This district raised me. Many of you have dedicated your lives to serving children and families, and I appreciate the work and responsibility that comes with these decisions. That is why I respectfully ask the board and district administration to slow down, continue strengthening training and system-wide readiness, and work collaboratively with staff and families before considering moving away from a centralized model that has provided consistent, specialized support for so many students and families. Our teachers and staff are willing to do the work. Now we must ensure the investment, infrastructure, and training are there to support them and our students moving forward. Respectfully, Maria Orozco.
Hi, We finished our script, so I'm just going to go off script here. My name's Amy Lauta, and I am an early start teacher at Duncan Holbert. I also taught preschool there, and I've done inclusion as an inclusion specialist. And I know you already know this, that Duncan Holbert is a really special place. I do want to get away from the message that it is segregated and not inclusive. That is false. It is a highly inclusive school. Last year, the district actually invested in us going to Marysville to observe a model program up there for preschool inclusion. That is an investment that the district made, and we're very grateful for that. It was really special for us to go up as a team. We also went with the state preschool team, Lisa Sandoval and Vanessa Garcia, and we saw an amazing program. And Lisa and Vanessa and Maria Ferreira worked tirelessly over the summer to implement the same model. And that is what has happened this year. It was our inaugural year doing it this way, and it has been phenomenal. It has been really successful. Of course, we're going to continue to make it better and better. And this is our goal. And we'd like that to continue. It really is a beautiful model. We've had people come to observe from other districts. I don't know if you're aware of that we are a model program in Watsonville, in Santa Cruz County, and people are coming to us to see what we're doing. So this message, I am shocked, really, Heather Gorman, I'm so shocked that she's a part of this new infrastructure that is going to be implemented. I just can't believe it. I was really sad to hear she was leaving. And then when this happened, I'm like, what the heck? So I really encourage all of you to thank you for those of you who have already come. I think we've, almost all of you, we've had office hours with, anyway, thank you so much. I know my time is up.
Thank you. I know. So I chose to wait because I wanted to hear the voices of those teachers first. And I hope you were listening as well. In fact, you should hire them to solve some problems because, man, the coordination of them getting all that done in just a couple of days, I mean, it seems like it maybe had more work than this proposal. So I heard from so many community members and colleagues that I had to become and stand with my colleagues on this one because I see this, I feel like process is a big theme tonight. And the process, there was no conversation. And I've seen it over and over really. Like, this is not how you introduce this conversation. There should have been so many conversations before this. I don't always know, even as what she was saying, like when we have a presentation, I don't know if they buy in or if they're just told like, here's like give us the study to let us know. I saw poor Peggy Pugh on the news this week having to talk about why it was such a positive thing because it was inclusion. And, this was after a year ago, she was telling the news how great we were when we had rats in our building and we're happy to have all the kids in one classroom together. And it was great. We, as educators, have learned about inclusivity. We get the idea. We are not against inclusivity. That is not the issue here. Please listen to the educators. And I do want to throw out one other thing. Whose voice is missing here? You hear from the community because they're going to come out, they're going to make their voices heard. We have protection as CSA and PVFT. Kids too, but I'm talking about the admin, right? Our principals, our ACs, they don't have. And so my question is, have you gone or I guess at the beginning of the conversation, go and sit with the principals of Duncan Holbert, of the schools that are going to be impacted if they move. What are they thinking? What are they wanting? Like, how often do you go and say, off the record, we're not taking this back to the DO. We just want to hear what are the real concerns because they're not going to show up here. I know there's a culture that they're not able to speak out. So go and ask those questions so that they can have a voice as well.
Hello, my name is Joy Hoppe, and I'm a speech-language pathologist at Duncan Holbert, and I am just completing my 21st year at Duncan Holbert. So, as you might imagine, any amount of time in education, you see lots of changes over the time that you're in a setting, and at Duncan Holbert, that's been no different. I have been through many, many administrators in that building, lots of staff turnover, until recent years. And we've done lots of different things to make sure that our children are being offered a great start to their education, supports that they need to be successful, and to include them in other preschool programs. So I feel proud of where we are now. We've made so many positive changes that have been meaningful for children and families. And I really want to say thank you to the prior administrators that I have worked under who had the same vision. So you met Michelle Shear, came and spoke tonight. She was probably the first administrator that I worked under that saw this vision. Then it was Nicole Salas-Cunha. Heather Gorman was actually, I should say, she was the first one to pioneer some of these programs and really set us on the track to make positive change. And most recently, Maria Ferreira. And I really applaud all of these people for what they've done to get us to where we are today. And so we should recognize that as a positive. And moving forward, I hope that you will slow the process down and consider all of these pieces and factors, because we are very proud of this program.
Thank you. Okay, before you go, I have more names to call. Because
My name hasn't been called.
yeah, I call like 10 at a time. I call 10 at a time. You want me to just call them? Do you, I don't, whatever, I'm just following I want to make sure that people's names get called. Yeah, I'm just gonna, if they're, who's the vice president? You already had your turn as vice president. It's my turn now. Christina Chavez, Eileen, okay. Eileen, yeah, they can come up, but I want to make sure people want to hear their name. Katie O'Regan, thank you. Cassidy Sullivan, Ann Brownstone. I think that's Christy Catan, Shannon McCord, Christina Saldago, Virginia Gayorkos, thank you. Chris Webb, Anayeli, Yamira, Melanie Paz, Joy, you just went, and Kathy Butler.
You may have gotten called in the first round, because we didn't hear my name.
Okay, well,
Is
you
it
can
okay?
go.
I'm
Yes.
done. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes, ma'am.
So I am a school psychologist in the district. This is my 9th year, finishing my 9th year, finishing my 5th year at Duncan. When I came to Duncan, it is very different than any other school. It is very special. And I did need to learn, the flow. It is such a powerful team. Like, the people that I work with are amazing. This will all go away if we're separated, and it will not flow the same way. We need to be in the same place. We need to be in the same place. And as a school psychologist, I've been in elementary schools, I've done post-secondary, I did a little bit of middle school, and a lot of elementary. So, and I do these transitions for these kids when they, I get to see them when they come in, when they're 2 years, 11 months, sometimes 3.5, and I do these assessments. They're not talking, they're not walking, they're not toilet trained, whatever it is. And by, 4.5, 5, totally different child. And making those decisions of what type of program or what type of school to go to is so crucial. And then I'm in the elementary schools, and I've seen some of these kids thrive. Like they're out of special day class, or maybe they really did need more support and they continue on with special days. So it's such a spectrum of need, and you cannot predict that at age 3. And I can't even fathom seeing a 3 or 4-year-old at an elementary school. So that's about all I have to say. So just please, reconsider this.
Hi, good evening. Oh, should I say good morning? The last time I spoke at a PVUSD board meeting was to Dr. Grant at 12:15, and I've exceeded that. My name is Ginny Jorgos. I've taught in this district. I've been a parent. I've lived here for over 40 years. I have paid taxes on all of your bonds. I have promoted them. I am here to talk about Duncan Hobart and about Renaissance. Briefly, also, I want to talk about what the district's responsibilities are to these children at Duncan Hobart. You, PVUSD, are responsible for the children from birth to 5 years old in this county. There's a federal law, okay? It's called child fare. You have to search out the children in this county that are born that need services. And Duncan Hobart is where they receive those services. This is federal. This is not state. Okay, there are people who, let me just jump to this. I also taught special ed at Mar Vista and Freedom. I also taught art at Aptos High School. I left this district. I was also the district visual art coordinator under Nancy Belisich for a few years. So I've been around here, and I had a student who was from Duncan Hobart that I had at Mar Vista. If that child hadn't been at Duncan Hobart, that mother said that child would not have been able to transition to special day class in a mild, moderate situation. She would have been in a moderate, severe, or severe program. I have a neighbor who was a 24-year-old who went to Duncan Hobart. He was born with a disability of being able to eat and digest food and all kinds of things. And he went to Duncan Hobart. He was treated, taken care of, put educatively there. He had OT, he had PT, everything you need. He is 24 years old in college. Now, that's all I have to say. I think you should keep the school where it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kathy Butler, and I'm a lifelong member of this beautiful community and a district special educator for the past 26 years. I have so many concerns with our district right now. Tonight I have to speak to the closure of Duncan Hobart and relocation of Renaissance. Our community needs Duncan. In the recent years, so much has been done to make an already amazing school even better. We built a preschool-sized inclusive playground. The amazing staff have an assessment team that ensures that only students with the greatest needs are placed in the specialized programs. All of their students have the opportunity to be included in Gen Ed preschool programs, which are also provided at the Duncan site. I'm not opposed to the expansion of inclusion with appropriate planning and support. But having a preschool-focused hub with all the modifications on site is so valuable. As for Renaissance, absolutely no. My current position is an alternative education resource specialist. Most of my students are at the county. I know firsthand how devastating this move will be for our students. We're already losing so many of our students that need alternative education to surrounding programs. This move will only increase our declining enrollment. If approved, this decision will harm our most vulnerable students, our little ones and our almost adults. Please don't do this, please. Seriously, it's so impactful, and we need more alternative ed. We need more of that here. Thank you.
Let me get my timer. Sorry, I didn't have it ready. Okay, no, I like to use my own because we saw there was a mistake earlier. Okay, time. At the conclusion of my comments, I would like a Zoom check to make sure that Olivia is still here, because I think it's really disrespectful to have her camera off and we don't know if she fell asleep or not. Okay, thank you for the correction. So I want to call out what is happening. The district is manufacturing consent. The bottom line is money, and nobody gives up. If you know system, you know that quote. But they cherry pick information to lie to you. We don't have community schools. There is no community schools model in this district. In 22-23, I served on a committee. It was a 2-year committee to invest in a community school, to take one of our schools and reimagine it as a community school. Contreras came in, and instead, in year 2, it all of a sudden shifted to using grant money to fund positions. That's how we got community school specialists. So we don't have community schools. So I just want to address that. They manufacture consent by lying to you. The chromium. I want to know, what is the chromium across the entire district? Because again, they're manufacturing consent. They're cherry picking information. Do we have similar levels of chromium at other sites that we're not closing? Why aren't we asking these questions? And again, Big Ag. We have one trustee who's willing to take on that fight Big Ag and hold them accountable, to sue them, to invest in our schools, the kids that they're poisoning. And instead of having the courage to uplift him and take on that fight, Contreras lies and blames him for her failures of pushing staff out to replace them with her friends. And lastly, the way the district is treating Renaissance, they are setting them up to fail, displacing over half of the staff over the summer and then pulling the strings and controlling the flow of students in and out. They're setting them up to fail. They're paving the way for these decisions. They make it harder for these students to get into Renaissance, and then when they get there, they don't have the staff because you pushed them out. We could have invested Measure L dollars, according to my friend Chris Webb, in some of these problems, and instead we paint over things and don't address the major issues.
Thank you.
Manufacturing consent is the name of the game.
Chris Webb, steward of Model Continuation Renaissance. I taught there for 9 years. In the one thing that stood out to me about the Duncan Hobart people that came is they're like, we're a model school, and then they're coming at us. I know that story. We had that. 1819, model continuation. Oh, the very next year, our new principal comes, and suddenly he's real critical. And by 21, 22, when we come back from COVID, and enough staff have like died, or not died off, but they left the district. Sorry, misspoke, I'm sorry. There was enough institutional knowledge was lost that you were able to have the district get away with destroying the program. And then amazingly, the education system shifted and MTSS became like a thing. And then it was like, oh, Renaissance, these things you were doing, that was bad then. But hey, we're doing it the PVSD way now. And it's so infuriating to me because I'll go to these different sites and they have these certain problems. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? We fixed that at Renaissance. You actually need our program. Actually, Peggy, I would like to talk to you. I think I know better than Mark on MTSS. I'll take them after Renaissance. I think I have it. And I think this is, I feel like you're attacking good schools. I feel like you're trying to destroy things. It's giving me Project 2025 vibes, especially because I endorsed you. I feel betrayed. When Bobby Pell said that on the 15th meeting, April 15th, I 100% feel it. I feel like we still need an answer from you, Carol. Like, how do you explain this personality change? And then the water thing, oh my God. You've seen the posters. When you first came, I brought in the poster. I had to print it out because they blocked me from speaking on it before. So to say it's recent is insane. I got emails with me and Joe Dominguez going back to like 2019 talking about water there. That's why there's a reverse osmosis drinking fountain there. And on September 15th of 2025, you emailed and there were 22 schools with water quality issues, and one of them was Duncan Hobart. So how does it make sense to move us from one school with the water issue to another one with the water issue?
Okay. We're talking about me, not to me. Okay, got it. My name's Cassidy Sullivan, and I'm a speech therapist at Duncan Hobart. And everybody has said everything, but, we are all here because you guys continued to push this proposal. So I just want to tell you about some of my colleagues who aren't here. Yesenia Magana is an interpreter who grew up in the district. She has a brother with Down syndrome, and she's been working at Duncan Holbert in various capacities for over 20 years. Andres Garcia is our custodian, and he has a 19-year-old son who's just finishing whatever you call the post-secondary, thank you. And he's nonverbal, and he comes into our school, and he came through our school. Sandra Santana is a interpreter who actually worked with me the first year I was here at Calabasas, and she taught me more about speech than I taught her, and she taught me a lot about this community, and that's when I fell in love. I also work with another interpreter named Elena Anaya, and she lives right down the street, and she is a very intelligent woman who is not getting paid nearly enough for what she brings to our program. She works in an inclusion program in the morning. She comes and makes Spanish calls with me. She works in an SDC in the afternoon, and she is the best she does speech therapy with me. She is fabulous. She's also been there for a decade at least. And then there's a whole group of people at Duncan Holbert who just moved from the DO last year. They've become part of our diverse campus family, and they still have boxes that aren't unpacked in their offices. Second to lastly, my heart breaks for the Renaissance students and staff. I have learned a lot about organizing and fighting for marginalized communities, and I want you to know that this machine we built in the last few days is ready to mobilize. If you do not afford Renaissance, the consideration of the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee.
Thank you, that's your time.
And this is our dinosaur.
Hey, taking the dinosaur back. Board, so we could have our discussion, or we could let Desi or Trustee Salinas Holtz do his pieces and then come back and have discussion. He needs to get home and.
I'm okay waiting for after the discussion.
All right. Want to make the offer? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, well, I completely understand.
Yeah, I would like to be here and listen to it too, not just wait. Like I would participate. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Would you? We're moving on to board discussion on this item, which is 9.3. Who would like to start? Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Thank you. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit Duncan Holbert and spend time not with administration, but with a dedicated staff who work directly with our special education students every day. For over an hour, I met with teachers, service workers, case managers, teacher aides, behavior technicians, and even volunteers. I left truly amazed by the sense of community, unity, and love they have for our children. Duncan Holbert is not just a school. It is an ecosystem made up of PVUSD staff, nonprofit organizations, families, and state-supported services, all working together to support students with special needs. I also didn't realize how sensitive and deeply personal this topic was to so many people until this first proposal first came forward. Since then, many of my constituents, neighbors, and friends have shared stories with me about how Duncan Holbert helped their older siblings, themselves, their relatives, and even now their own children. While I will not mention specific individuals because I did not go through the formal district protocols for meetings and introductions, I could say the passion and dedication I witnessed firsthand left a lasting impression on me. We need to be listening to the people who work directly with these students with special needs every single day. We need to be listening to these teachers and support staff who understand firsthand what these students need to succeed. And after seeing firsthand what is happening there, I will strongly urge administrators not to break apart this incredible support system that has been built at Duncan Holbert. Thank you.
Trustee Navarro, did you have a hand up?
First of all, I visited both Renaissance and Duncan Holbert today, so thank you, everybody, for accommodating me. And I took with me Gerardo from our CPO and also Herlindo from Maintenance and Operations. And so it was great, actually, to go through the district protocol, Danny, because it's nice to have those extra people on board. Just saying. First of all, real quick, my mother actually ran a home for disabled children growing up. So this is actually something that's really near and dear to my heart. I shared that with a lot of you when I visited. I also realized as a physician that early intervention is 100% the only way going forward. And what I saw, and I understand where this came from, what you were thinking about inclusion, and it wasn't until I actually went to the site and I saw what they were doing there that I was like, oh, this makes sense. This makes sense to me. And the reason why is that I spent 17 years in Salinas. I understand that, transportation is an issue and work is an issue, and having all of these services centralized just makes sense to me. And that playground, like if you guys know Maria Orozco, like let's cut the red tape and be able to have the regular preschool use it. So like, let's get that done. The fact that you can't move that $400,000 beautiful playground is a big issue to me. Also, if we go further in this discussion, I would like to know specifically numbers, like how much would this build out complete? How on earth are we gonna get this done over the summer? I agree, that's an unrealistic timeline. And then how much money have we already spent that we'd be throwing away, like on this playground? Because that matters to me. And in order to make it, if we thought we had issues with trying to move PV or Renaissance to PV, moving Renaissance next to Rolling Hills is gonna be big, I think. Anyway, so shoot, I only got a minute. So to Renaissance. So those are my thoughts on Duncan Holbert. From Renaissance, honestly, all the other stuff about the transportation, that whole presentation, thank you, Peggy, but like that did nothing for me. The only thing I really care about is the chromium, right? All I really care about is the water. And when I went out there and I talked to Renaissance, I was like, even if we had money falling out of the sky and we could, spend $3 million and get all of this done, you'd still have to move the kids, right? Like, you're gonna move. Like, you have to move because, okay, maybe temporary, but we're talking a couple of years. We were there with Herlindo. It's like a couple year project. So you would be moving. So, I think, first of all, that site is problematic for a lot of reasons. And I understand, Ariel, the garden was absolutely beautiful. And I understand that it stinks to have to restart it somewhere else. But like, that's not like the only, that's not to me the biggest reason to keep the school. But the program and what you guys do at Renaissance is the most important thing. It's the people, like caring for those kids, but ideally getting them back to where they're supposed to go. Everybody else went over tonight, so I'm going over. Anyway, so getting those kids back to,
That's your
getting,
time.
getting those back.
No, yes,
Nope.
yes. Trustee Navarro, that's your time.
Trustee Turley, just let her,
Hey, Martina, would you like to yield one of your minutes to me?
I'll yield the
We're
minute.
not doing that. We're not. Oh my God.
Okay, so thank you for that minute. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. This is
the last time.
For all the issues that are going on with the water, that to me as a physician is the number one problem. And I hear what you're saying, but I will tell you that I spoke with Ari Parker and Casey about this like a few months back. Like the intensity of how bad it is a new thing, right? And Watsonville is dealing with this mitigation, and the school districts is dealing with this mitigation, and it just needs to be done. So, and the bringing bottled water in is not environmentally sound. So, just saying. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Okay, who's next? Trustee Salinas?
I admit I am not as informed before this meeting. I was not as informed on this proposition and stuff to relocate both these sites. But after hearing from much of the community and my other board members this evening, I strongly believe that this is not the right decision to do. And I represent students, and that is all students from the preschool level through the 12th grade level. And this does not seem like it is not what they're proposing is done in favor of these students. Well, I think there can be much better ways for it. I understand there's definitely problems, but yes, I think there can be there's a better solution out there, like Trustee Novato said. So it's my brief comments.
Okay, anybody, Trustee Krasko?
I know you all said that Duncan was a magical place, but I mean, I just saw magic right here. That was interesting. So thank you for that. Let me have it. Let me have it, damn it. No. I just want to say, thank you in the way that you approached all of this. For reaching out and having a conversation and sitting at a table with me in a respectful way. I really appreciated that. I was able to hear you out and really see the different perspectives from different staff. So I just want to say thank you. I would love to see more of that, Duncan magic. What I heard in not just the meeting, but also via Zoom, is that the program works because of the proximity. It allows for the collaboration, and it makes it successful to have people nearby, either for help, questions, concerns, or fast changes, which, from my experience, that happens all the time, every day in special education. What I heard in our conversations is that this facility is personalized for preschoolers, meaning everything's small. And I remember that because I had to sit in little chairs and my knees would hurt. But that's part of, the preschool way. What I heard also too is that this school has a very strong community. When I spoke to parents and people who have had children that they knew that went through this program, what they shared with me is that it was a safe space for families. And that is a big thing in this community. If there's not a safe space, the parent won't approach you. They won't even try, even if they speak English and Spanish. I think there's like this shyness, but if they feel safe, they're gonna be like, well, I have a question, right? And they'll even ask it in Spanish because that's how comfortable they feel with you. So I just want to say thank you for providing that space. What I also learned from our conversations that, and this was different for me because I had a different experience. I only work with kids with autism. And this was very interesting that I wanted to share with our board, is that you had stated that at a young age, it is difficult to determine where the student should go. With Duncan, it allows students to be changed easily because you're all there and you're able to move people around according to whatever it is that they need. And that's a lot harder if they're at one school. So that was something that clicked for me. So thank you for sharing for that. I also, and I feel bad about this one, I didn't realize how new that playground was and how much it cost. So that was something I know we all brought it up as well, but I would like to not move forward in continuing the discussion. I would like us to leave Duncan where it is. From my talks with everybody, it's working. It's a safe space, and I would love for us to leave it alone. And those are my comments.
Trustee Flynn?
I'm just going to take the time because I'm going to do it on behalf of the Renaissance students, because if you look at, this is just an observation, it's not a slight. I just want to call out the disparity between representation for students, and it pretty much speaks to that trajectory over a lifespan, and I know that you understand that. We're talking about the lovable and the easy to love, the people who have people loving them. to those who feel unloved and left behind, those who have just a few years left, and then they will be gone from us. I'm a strong advocate for juvenile justice. If you look at my work, my through line is improving outcomes for social determinants of health, and environment is a huge part of that. I'm curious, for both sites, the cost of leaving it, the cost of changing it, versus the cost of changing it, and not just the financial cost, but the ancillary cost and the social cost and the impact. There was something else that I wanted to say. I wanted to read something that somebody sent to me today about Renaissance and the impact that it's had for them. Honestly, I can see both sides. Being out at La Selva has had some real benefits for certain students. For a lot of kids, getting physically out of town created separation from drama, peer pressure, conflict, unhealthy routines, etc. It felt smaller, calmer, more intentional, removed in a healthy way. Sorry, it's really emotional for me. I just have such a heart for these students. Removed in a healthy way. I think there's value in that kind of environment, especially for students who don't thrive in traditional settings. At the same time, I can see how in-town locations could improve access, attendance, transportation services, jobs, counseling, and overall convenience for families. My biggest hope is that they don't lose the culture and purpose of the school in process. Alternative schools work best when students feel known, safe, supported, and not just shuffled around because of budgets. I'd probably advocate pretty strongly against closing it entirely. If relocation happens, I think preserving the environment, relationships, flexibility, and supportive vibes matter just as much as the location itself. So again, the location has a huge impact on how these students thrive, and we have them for such a short amount of time. It's interesting, just again, looking at the disparity of who's speaking and how many people have spoken, and how we have our early learners to our later learners and the amount of time we have them for. I'm so grateful I'm grateful that this was on report and discussion so that we could really hear all of the advocacy from all areas. Forgive me, I'm tired. That's it.
Trustee Medina?
Oh, somebody else has a mic on? Okay, this is just me. Man, Duncan Holbert, I don't know if you know Jacob Rodriguez. That is my godson who actually attended. He's nonverbal. And I remember when my comadre and compadre got the news, they didn't know where to go. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to respond to this situation. And it wasn't until they went to Duncan Holbert that they realized Jacob is gonna be just fine. There's nothing wrong with him. He has a unique power that nobody else has, and he's gonna rock it. And for a staff in a community school to be able to bring that to a student who doesn't talk, you know, that's awesome. I get teary because that little kid goes, he is so happy now, you know, and I think he's happy because he realized he wasn't the only one that was going through that. And he didn't feel different like he did when he was at the other school. So, and you know, that's my godson. And then when I look at Renaissance, that's where my mama went. That's where my uncle went. That's where my cousins went. That's where they learned wood shop. They're carpenters now. They learned electric work, and it's unique and special, and the setting in itself just gives deregulation when you are stressed, when you are going through the vibe. And I know personally, being stuck in a classroom for nearly 8 hours and not having that outside experience was so hard for my mental health. And I don't want those kids to have to experience not being in an environment that is specifically conducive for their learning. And to take that away is just horrible. And a question that I have is, who came up with this idea? And I'll direct it at the superintendent.
It was actually a team of people who were trying to solve the different problems that exist in the district.
Y'all missed the mark. How many meetings between now and June 17th will the school advisory committee meet?
I'm not sure how. I think there might be 3 meetings. On the thing for the sustainable schools?
Yeah. Okay. And is this item being planned to come back on June 17th for action?
It was, but it depends on the board and if they even want to hear it back again.
Okay. Then I would like to move to direct staff to not bring this back until the school advisory committee has vetted, asked their question, and voted on a recommendation on whether they want to recommend it to the board or not. So that authority will stay with them. And when we create processes, I think we should uphold them, because you completely bypassed a group that we scouted for that has representation from every single area, and you just brought that directly to the board. So I think that you really need to understand, and I'm gonna say this again, you're not from here. You don't know the ins and outs.
It's on the agenda for the sustainable schools. We had that on this report too. So we weren't intending to bypass that.
Well, putting it on the agenda to me feels like a bypass, because they didn't go through a proper vetting with that group. So you could look at it how you want. I'm gonna see it how it is. And did you even talk to the principal from Duncan Holbert?
Yes, we did.
And did you talk to the staff?
Yes, staff went out and talked to staff.
No. I'm not asking about your cabinet. I'm asking about you. Did you go out?
Trustee Medina, that is not the role of the superintendent. I don't do all the work of the district.
What do you? Okay. Got it. And how much if this was an idea, why are there rendered drawings listed out already in this presentation? And did you expense any cost to get those rendered out?
Trustee Medina, when these ideas are generated, they truly are ideas so that we can hear from the public, just like we're hearing right now. And we were really clear, as we've talked to different board members, that if this isn't a good idea and not the will of the community, then it's not a good idea to move forward. And I think we've heard that clearly tonight. And I think that our fellow board members are saying, hey, you know what? Not a good idea. And that's why we bring these to this. But while we explore ideas, we do need to have, is it even feasible? Is it even something that to even think about or bring forward? And so those were in-house renderings that were done. There were studies, like as the idea was being generated, like, oh wow, well, is that even something remotely possible? So it had to be explored, because it was like, well, maybe that is a good idea.
Was this
Or
just a
maybe it's
cabinet,
not.
or was it like directors? Because you said it was a team of you, right, that came up with this idea?
Yeah, there were multiple district level people who were having this discussion.
I'm asking these because it doesn't feel like you gave the community a heads up. And I understand that you brought this because you thought it was a good idea, which it wasn't. And, you know, again, this just gets me so worried if it's just you and your cabinet, where most of them are not even from here, that are making these decisions.
It was not just cabinet.
Okay, good. That's great. And what else did I have? I think that's it. But I just don't want you to bring these items where people had to rally out here, stay out here at night, because you didn't take the time to really go out and talk to the community. Where's your listen, look, and learn? Like, I just don't understand. And you made people feel a certain type of way by putting this on the agenda. And I hope you recognize that. And I hope you do better moving forward. If you're gonna bring an idea, it needs to be vetted by the community before it gets to us. I'm done.
Definitely feel bad for any ill will or anything that was caused by any idea that was generated. That was never an intent. And I think the intent was just an exploratory, like, could this happen? Would this be something that solves multiple issues, that is something real that we do need to look at? And if that's not going to work, then these are places that we can explore that and hear from everyone that, hey, this is not good. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And clearly we had it. And so I appreciate that everyone came. I think the board appreciates that they were able to hear. They expressed on Monday after the pre-board meeting that they really appreciated the respectful discourse, the being able to understand, like, oh, we didn't know this about that program. I know on Saturday I talked to a community member, and I think that was perhaps one of the greatest conversations that I had about Duncan Holbert was, you know, there's this consideration to think about, and it was when you have a special needs child and you're just trying to figure it out when they're so young, and you're so new to the whole situation, that Duncan Holbert builds a community and a space and a place for a parent to figure it out, and a community of experts that has the whole community placed there. And that was a powerful conversation for me. And so that's good learning. And sometimes, like, you have to learn the hard way. And unfortunately, it maybe was at the expense of other people. And I do apologize for that. This was not my idea, simply on my own. But I do, you know, for any kind of ill will. And I think it is a great service to parents of special needs children, that they have that sense of community and a place to be where, like, I'm trying to figure this out, and at least there's people side by side with me who can help. So thank you for that service.
I'm going to close out with my comments. Jim Booth is really concerned about having high school kids because he says if he sat on one of those toilets, one of you would have to help him get up. Just a little note on the chromium. So it's not that the chromium here has gotten worse. It's that the state recognized that it's much more of a significant health hazard than they thought. So they've gone from something like 1,000 parts per million being acceptable to somewhere around 11 is the cutoff. 11 parts per million. It's that caustic. I share some of the sentiment of my fellows. I wonder about the viability of the current Renaissance campus, but let's let the Sustainable Schools Committee drill down on that. And, you know, as we look at other schools that potentially would be closed, maybe one of those would be a better location for Renaissance. I just personally, and I've been to that campus many times, I feel like it may not be viable to maintain. And now that we have so many people, not so many people, we have new leaders who focus on special ed. let's let them learn about the program because they're all experts and we're learning.
I remember what I was going to say is that the space provides dignity and belonging for the Renaissance students, and that maybe Sustainable Schools should look into investing further into it.
The one last thing I just wanted to ask to Dr. Contreras is, and Sustainable School Advisory, Mads, I know you're on it, is that when we do identify like potential sites, can we look at where most of these students actually reside and try to put it there, near there?
That's definitely part of the process, yeah.
I could actually tell you that right now. All but 5 students live in Watsonville.
Okay, I heard a motion, but I'm not convinced we really, I know, right, there's no action, but trustee
It's not an
Medina had
action on this
made-
item, but we could make a motion to direct staff. So it's not an official motion on this. It's just like, hey, staff,
Yeah.
we don't want this back until you've gone through the
Right.
proper process of the Sustainable Schools
And I feel
advisory.
like we've given her the direction, I don't know that we've
Okay.
taken action.
I mean, do we have to put it in
Strong.
writing so she follows it?
No, Gabe. let's do
I
that.
think so. I would feel more comfortable if it wasn't unkind. It was to say, let us officially put this down so that way there is no interpretation of it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So I'll put that motion up then.
Second the motion.
Okay, would anybody like to vote on the motion? I don't think we have to do a roll call anymore. Anybody in favor of the motion?
Trustee Turley, we should not be
Yes.
voting on things that are not on the agenda.
You think
No.
so? Okay, all right. She's
We've given
taking the
direction.
direction, I don't think we need to.
I think we need to formalize it. It's already got a second, so it's a vote.
Okay, she's got the direction. We could be done, okay, and we need, we were doing so good for a little while. Yep, Desi, go. Okay, we're moving on to 9.1. Okay. Goodbye, starfish. He was a pro.
Does anybody have pizza?
See, we could have passed that already.
All right, 9.1. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we're moving on. Thank you. Okay. I think you can use that. You're up. Oh, well, okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Desi Salinas Holtz, and I am a high school student and student trustee here in PVUSD. My peers and I from the Student Advisory Council are very excited to present the first read of the proposed board policy 5131.8 regarding mobile communication devices. Before we get into the details, we want to emphasize that this policy came out of a collaborative student-centered process. We are really glad to show you how our voices shaped this draft to support student learning and our overall well-being.
Hello, my name is Abigail. Everything we do in our district comes back to our shared vision and mission. We're all committed to creating a nurturing environment where every single student can thrive. So when we started talking about cell phones, we looked at it from a perspective. How do we build a school climate where everyone feels safe, connected, and empowered to learn in a changing world? This proposed policy ties directly into PVUSD's strategic goals for academic excellence and our client, culture, and community. Our main goal was to make sure personal devices act as a tool that help us, rather than just being a distraction from real learning. By setting clear guidelines, we want to boost engagement in class while building a stronger sense of face-to-face community at our schools.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Garcia and I'm a student at Aptos High School. The legal reason for this update is California's Phone Free School Act, or Assembly Bill 3216, which requires all school districts to have a policy limiting cell phone use by July 1st, 2026. But we definitely didn't want a policy just handed down to us without any student input. What we're trying to achieve with Draft Policy 5131.8 is a way to protect class time, cut down on distractions, and support student mental health.
Good afternoon. My name is Lolly. I'm a student from New School. This is where our work really started. Superintendent Dr. Contreras partnered directly with us. Her student advisory group, which is made up of about 40 high school students from every high school in the PVUSD. Thank you for working with us directly, Dr. Contreras. After we successfully helped update the district's homework policy back in the fall, we spent the spring semester researching and giving directions on the cell phone policy. We really appreciate that Dr. Contreras, the board, district leaders, and our principals trusted us to lead this because it proves students are true partners in how our schools are run. We didn't just guess what would work, we actually did our homework. As an advisory group, we looked at real cell phone policies from districts all over California. We read through their exact phrasing, picked out the specific language we liked, and called out the rules we didn't like because they just wouldn't work with the culture and the needs of PVUSD students. Through all of this, we worked in groups to give direct leaders clear direction on what our must-have and must-not-haves were for our policy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amber Gutierrez. I'm a student here at New School. To make sure we were speaking for the wider community, a feedback survey went out and got nearly 900 responses from students, staff, and families. We found a pretty huge split in opinions. Over 90% of staff wanted a total bell-to-bell restriction, and 66% of them even wanted a door-to-door ban that included lunch. On the flip side, 88% of the students were totally against a lunch ban, since lunch is an important break for us to decompress and touch base with our parents. Thanks to our advisory's direction to draft policy finds a middle ground that actually works.
This matrix shows how we weighed all the different survey insights. Students were worried about being dictated to, families prioritize safety and being able to communicate in case of an emergency, and staff were worried about constant classroom distractions. By figuring out what was in everybody's best interest, we were able to guide the creation of a draft policy that respects students' independence while keeping the focus of learning in classrooms.
Good afternoon. My name is Mailondra and I'm from Renaissance. Let's get into the actual text of Draft Board Policy 5131.8. For elementary and middle schools, TK through 8th, there's a total restriction. Devices have to be turned off and put away all day, including during lunch and recess. For high schools, grades 9 through 12, our students' feedback directly shaped. Section B, phones just have to be turned off and out of sight only during instructional periods. High school students can use their phones during non-instructional times, like lunch, as long as they follow the district acceptable use agreement. Also, for privacy and safety, no students TK through 12 are allowed to have devices out in restrooms or locker rooms.
Hi, I'm Sophia Espinoza from Aptos High School. As required by the California Education Code, the policy clearly lays out 4 legal exceptions where phone use cannot be banned. These are emergency situations or perceived threats, certified medical needs, specific requirements in a student's IEP or 504 plan, or when a teacher explicitly gives permission to use it for a brief educational task. This ensures health, safety, and learning needs are always legally protected.
Hello, my name is Cynthia with Watsonville High School. The sections on enforcement matter to us. We wanted to make sure our rights are protected. While using a phone when you aren't supposed to can get it temporarily confiscated, the draft policy says that a student's personal device cannot be searched without a parent consent, unless there's an official warrant or an actual life-threatening emergency.
Also, because technology and students need change so fast, the policy requires the board to review and potentially update the policy as a result of the review at least once every 2 years so that students and stakeholders always have a say.
Good afternoon. My name is Angie, and I'm a student at New School. After tonight's review and discussion by the board, the district plans to bring this policy back for an official vote at the June 17 board meeting. If it's approved, the student guided framework will officially start on July 1st, 2026.
On behalf of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council and high schoolers across PVUSD, we would like to thank Dr. Contreras and her staff for their commitment to truly listening to our perspective and letting us students write our own district policy. We really believe that draft policy 5131.8 is balanced, fair, and effective because it was built with students, not just for students. We'd love to open it up to any questions or comments the board might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Desi and team. Any public comments on this item? This is 9-1.
I think this is actually, like, as board policy updates go, probably the best one I maybe have ever seen in this institution. And maybe it's because, were you also making six figures? You're not. Oh, okay. Maybe if we take the people who get six figures and just drop it down, we'll get better results. Okay, that's fair. Come on, you gotten soft on me, Navarro. This coddling is. Get out of here with that. All right. So I think this is with these policies, the main thing is like the enforcement. So it's easy to make the policy, but like how will you enforce it? And these phones are like drugs. And like, so I remember like one time telling a kid to put it away, called the security. He's getting kind of violent, throwing things in the room. And also in my union work, this is unfortunately sliding into the phones in bad ways. I think this reminds me of the health issue, actually. I think like our health class, we do need a full-on health class, and a part of it needs to be about phones and like AI relationships. And like, I don't want our kids like doing self-harm to, be with this imaginary girlfriend. And I'm having other issues where like my members are getting like basically harassed. Like, oh, here's a video. Oh, maybe it's you. Like things like that are happening. There's kids who don't realize like you take that photo for your girlfriend now, and like once you turn 18, that photo is like a legal liability for you. So like there's all kinds of issues here that I think I would say like, yeah, this is good policy, but also we gotta have a health class all year long, and there needs to be a unit on electronics. And thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Sims. I'm a parent of a student at Aptos High School. I also teach at Aptos Junior High School. You can tell that there's been a lot of care and thought. Yes, you can tell that there's been a lot of care and thought put into this policy. And it got me thinking, though, that I really understand that students feel strongly about having access to their devices for communication purposes and to decompress. I was doing a little bit of research, and I found a meta-analysis conducted by researchers at Ohio State University, and they found that using a device to communicate with others does not have the same positive benefits as face-to-face conversations. And I mean, that's apparent by just everything that's happened tonight. It's just so valuable. Brad Bushman, an author of this study, noted, we found a lot of research that shows real health benefits to laughing out loud, but we couldn't find any health benefits to typing LOL in a text or social media post. So as a result of these positive health outcomes, I believe our board should adopt a mobile device policy that encourages students to have face-to-face interactions throughout the entire school day. Therefore, I suggest the board adopt a policy that considers and prioritizes the face-to-face interactions that requires students to be off and put away from the first bell to the last bell at our high school campuses. Thank you.
Are there any board comments? You get 3 minutes and that's it. Okay, you're up. 3 minutos, start.
First of all, great start. Not fully baked yet. No offense. Okay. So, first of all, I wish I would have never gotten my kid a cell phone. The only reason I did it is because he was flying across the country by himself, and I wanted to make sure he was okay. It's like giving your kid crack and being like, just use a little bit.
Stop using it.
Just use a little bit. First of all, enforcement in the classroom. I hear you. And Mr. Sims, thank you. Logan says everything he knows in math he got from you. Logan Green said, that's my boy. Anyway, so enforcement class. So first of all, who's responsible for, like, if you took the phones from the kids, who's going to be responsible for $15,000 worth of electronics? Is it the teacher? No. These are my questions, right? Enforcement in the classroom. We recently realized we don't really actually have a policy on discipline in the district. So until we have a policy on discipline in the district, there's no consequences for any of this stuff. So we can't even go there yet. Yeah, earbuds. Do you know, my kid sneaks them out of the house. I'm like, you do not need earbuds at school. Hoodies, you should not have a hoodie up in school. Long hair, I know all your tricks. Right? Yeah, probably. No, but I know all of the tricks. The teachers know them too, right? But they have no ability to actually enforce any of this stuff. And all the studies, Mr. Sims, thank you for breaking that up. All of the studies show that there is no benefit to kids and their mental health and their focus and their academics there is actually no reason that kids need to use their phone for any educational purposes. They have Chromebooks. That's as connected as they need to be, right? Go back to pen and paper. Like, I think the Chromebooks are too much. I don't think we should have Chromebooks in elementary school at all, ever, just none, right? So anyway, no hoodies, no earbuds, no phones. Get those packets. Have you ever been to the theater? Right, you go to the theater, they hand you a packet on your way in the door, they lock it, and on the way out the door, they unlock it.
How old are you? Oh, I thought you were talking about like a paper.
No, I'm talking Broadway.
Like a scan?
Right, I'm talking Broadway, right? Like, you go there, they give you a packet, it locks, you don't get it unlocked until at the end of the theater, right? Call it a day. So
you hold possession of
yeah,
it, but you can't access
you hold it on, and therefore, in case of emergency, guess what happens? You take the key and you unlock all the bags, and the kids have their phone. They're still responsible for the phone, but they can't use the phone. I don't care. That's something I'm willing to invest some money on, and I'm done now. Thank you.
Can I give you 2 more minutes to just keep on going? Yeah. I'm digging this Misty after.
All right.
I do got a comment though.
Okay. You're up, Trustee Medina.
I know, I'm getting there. I got a meeting at 3 a.m. So it's in another country. It's for a film. I don't want to do it. What was I gonna say? Oh, I think we also need to pair this with media literacy. Yes, and the reason why I'm saying that is if we start teaching students to put their phone away in kindergarten or just have them not bring it to school, I think that shows them right away that they don't need to rely on it so heavily. So I know for the older students, like, that are so used to it, it's gonna be a very hard transition for them. But I see it having a better impact a few years from now because those elementary school kids are gonna start growing up without the tech like we did. Yeah. Oh God, yes. I could still text on a flip phone though. You could do a bunch of stuff, but yeah, that was my only suggestion is just bringing more media literacy into elementary and middle school, so people know what's up. Like, you don't get in a car with strangers, don't take a message from a stranger. Like, things like that we need to start weaving into our students. So that was my only comment.
Anybody else? Yes, please.
So I'm sorry, I'm gonna be bad about time, but I want like the first half of what I'm gonna say to be about just the Student Advisory Council in general and the process we did for this. And then I want to talk about the cell phone policy itself and cell phones in school and kind of what we discussed and stuff. But first off, I want to just, again, and I know I did in the video, but thank Dr. Contreras and also Ms. Pugh for the past, year, well, the homework policy is next, but that and the cell phone policy, this has been, this is the biggest student-led initiative thing in our district that I've seen. And it was great last year, and it was better this year, the Student Advisory Council, but I'm hoping next year it's somehow even gets even better because it's great, but I know there's always more stuff that can be done. And somebody said this, I'm sorry, it's late for everyone, but I do feel like maybe I missed some stuff about, because I feel like there was kind of a jump from our last meeting back in April to then the one the other day about like yes, the steps of practicing these in the classrooms and stuff, and I'm not sure if maybe that will change. Yes.
I want to explain that a little bit. There's two parts when we have policy that comes forward to the board. There's the board policy, which is what you see here, and that gets approved by the board. And then there's the administrative regulation. And the administrative regulation is the part that is how we carry out the board policy. And so this part is just getting the policy that the board approves in. And then the next step is how will we carry this out? So that's what Trustee Navarro was talking about, like, well, how are you going to enforce it? How are you? So that part we still need to develop and make sure it's in place for when school starts. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Clarified my answer. But yeah, I think it's just reinforcing that I believe students to be like part of the stakeholders in these policy decisions. So it's important, just like how we look at other groups to help decide different district policies, to have students at the front of as much as it's relevant to them, and which I think is most policies, especially one like this though. So yeah, thank you again to Dr. Contreras and all the people who made these meetings possible and helped us film these videos the other day. And now about the cell phone, kind of our discussion that we had throughout the meetings about cell phones. I don't speak, well, okay, my personal opinions are different from many of the other people in the group, but I feel like it reflects what we decided in the end, is that I don't believe that phones should be present through kindergarten through eighth, and I agree with Trustee Navarro that I do think the screen issue extends beyond the phones. Is also with Chromebooks, is that a lot of our learning is with Chromebooks now I think a lot of it started from COVID, with like kindergartners taking Chromebooks home for distance learning, and it's continued. So where was I going with this? I need to get back to my thoughts. I have also, I understand there's a lot of dangers with social media and stuff online, and when I was in middle school, I actually experienced some cyberbullying towards myself, with people posting pictures and stuff of me online. And so I see that perspective, and I see stuff like that happening to other people, like around me still in high school, with just like AI being able to transform pictures of people and all this, just so easy to post. People will take videos of fights around, if that happens at school, and spread it around, and that's how more keep on happening. But the perspective that I think really is the reason that we ultimately decided to keep phones like during the lunchtime and stuff is partly yes, to decompress and that, which unfortunately, I don't know if unfortunately, but that is a way that helps a lot of students right now, but also for safety, and especially when there was the incident where someone was stabbed on campus back in October. It meant a lot to I think it was really important to the parents and the students to be able to just text them like, I'm okay, everything's all right. And unfortunately, I feel like that's the situation with our high school students, that it's a safety concern of not being able to access their phones. And then also at Watsonville High School, I know there's also debates about an open campus, but with an open campus, you need to have, I think, access to phones, because these students are going out during lunch and stuff, and not only help pay for food like I do, but to be able to contact anybody if anything happens. So those were kind of the decisions made of thinking that during lunch and stuff, and of course after school and before school, it's to like organize rides and stuff. So I do think that we made compromises on both ends for this this policy, but there's definitely more that can be done in the future with I'm not even implementing it and just screens in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? We're ready to move on?
So, we've been talking about health and media literacy and some of the stuff that we were talking about, right? And then we also have financial literacy coming up. And I realized, we don't want a whole year-long health course. I totally agree with that. On the same point, I do think mental health and having those skills and some, DBT coping skills that I was actually spending a long time talking to Matt Merrill about. No, it is on topic. It's about cell phones. It's on topic. So, but when you interrupt me, I lose my train of thought. So, okay. Anyway, when my kid was very briefly at Monte Vista, the first week or two of school, when they're not, quote, doing anything, per my kids, right? Going over syllabus, classroom expectations, blah, blah, blah. What they did for the first 2 weeks of school is they did media literacy, right? That's what they did. They taught about cyberbullying, how to identify cyberbullying, what is, what's AI, what's fact versus fiction, how do you find a reputable source? Everybody should be doing this, during that time where we're not, quote, doing anything, right? So anyway, that was my suggestion.
Okay. It's 1:30. All right. Let's move on to... Yep. 9.2, first read of homework policy 6154. And I think our report will be on the big screen. Yep. 9.2, yes.
Good evening, President Turley, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. My name is Aiden Fry. Tonight, me and my peers bring to you the first reading of PVUSD's updated homework policy. As always, we want to start with our why. Tonight, we want to emphasize the part that states our mission of creating a supportive environment where every student can strive academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to succeed in an ever-changing world. Here, you see each of our 5 strategic goals. This policy aims to support academic excellence, learning, climate, culture, community, and responsibility in our educational environments.
Our previous homework policy did not include structured rules or limitations. So as mandated by the state by the Healthy Homework Act, or AB 2999, we revised our policy to better support students. This law was signed late last year and just officially kicked in for our current school year. California is acknowledging that the homework gap, which is discrepancies in opportunities to complete homework in our students' lives, and our mental health, are huge issues. To be clear, the law doesn't necessarily set a strict timer on how much we can be assigned, but it creates this legal framework that schools have to follow. As of past January, the CDE released the official Healthy Homework Guidelines. Here's what's actually changing for us. First, it's all about quality over quantity. The law says that evidentiary support must be provided to justify assigned homework. This means districts are being pushed to prioritize our health and the reduction of the busy work that doesn't actually help us learn. Second, there's a mandate for stakeholder collaboration. This means that district-level personnel and the board can't make rules behind closed doors. They have to actually talk to teachers and parents, and most importantly, us. Finally, it targets equity and access. The goal is to mitigate the inequities for students who might not have a quiet place to work or a laptop at home. Students are now expected to provide universal access and better support systems so that homework isn't just a penalty for kids who don't have certain resources. In short, the state is telling schools that if they're going to give us homework, it should be meaningful and it should be fair.
To find the why, groups made recommendations by examining different policies schools around the Bay adopted. In general, they found that on average, 25 to 30 minutes a day of homework are spent by high schoolers. They also acknowledged that too much homework led to sleep deprivation, skipping activities, and overall worse performance during the day. It should also be noted that many felt their homework wasn't being used or checked in their classes, which was frustrating because those students were taking time out of their sports and work to do homework that is rendered irrelevant. In all, our school community has recommended that homework should have a positive impact on students outside of school.
Hi, my name is Linnea Lundquist. At the Family Engagement Conference in February, parents had the opportunity to participate in a session to learn about the new law and how it applies to PVUSD. They were given information and asked to provide feedback. School site councils were also provided the opportunity to give feedback in a survey. Here's one graph showing some of their feedback. Here we see that families have differing thoughts about how grading practices and expectations are communicated. Here is a summary of the recommendations families made. As you can see, the feedback centered on content and structure, format, hands-on practices, and collaboration. Parents recommended that homework should be focused on revision, include paper-based assignments, incorporate hands-on activities, and foster collaboration among teachers, parents, and students.
Hi, my name is Emmy, and here are the graphs from the staff survey. The following shows the recommendations made by staff. As you can see, the feedback focused on clarity and tone, student well-being and balance, clear purpose and scope, and some structural improvements, such as communication, inclusivity, and specific guidelines.
Hello, my name is Nadine Testorf, and I will be explaining the main changes regarding PVUSD's homework policy. Based on the Healthy Homework Act and significant feedback from our community, PVUSD has developed a proposal for an updated policy. This slide shows the key language that differs from our current policy. The previous policy had less to do with learning and had more emphasis on the enforcement on responsibility. This updated policy demonstrates the importance of student well-being with flexibility around student needs and learning styles, as well as providing structure and performance expectations to ensure the greatest chance for success. Thank you for listening.
Do we have any speaker cards for this item?
No, this one? I don't have comments made, and sometimes I get a little when I don't have written down. But I wanted to say when I first heard about this, it was during an HR meeting where Berman came in. And I was like, what are you doing here? We're here to talk about the Dodgers? And he said, homework policy. And I pointed at the door. I was like, get out. I don't even want to hear this from you, Berman. Like, we're really talking about a homework policy. You're never going to find two teachers who agree on policy. You have your teachers who want to assign homework every single day. And then you have your teachers who are like me, who are like, get that homework out of here. So I was like, how are we going to thread this needle? And then when I heard that students were going to be involved in making it, I was like, okay, good. They're the hope of the future. And I think that they actually did an amazing job with this policy in threading that needle to eliminate the homework that is just truly busy work, while also still providing homework guidelines to use when we really do need that practice. What I did want to speak to, though, is makeup work policy. There's a trend that I first learned of from my sister through my nephew, because my mom, they go to Disneyland and they do all these fun trips. And every time they go on a trip, they ask their teachers to put together a packet of work so that the student could turn in to make up the attendance and get ADA recouped. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Our teachers are not going to be putting together packets so that we can go on vacation to recoup the ADA. When we have a PV Elevate program. And in our contract, we have independent studies that we're working on embedding PV Elevate. So I think we need to meet in the middle. And for these students who are, truly out of school for legitimate reasons, we need to make sure that they have opportunities to make up that work and we're not losing the ADA. But we can't just be putting together homework packets and putting that burden on the teachers so that kids and families can go on vacation.
That's the only one? Any board comments? Okay, hearing none.
Oh, wait.
Go ahead, trustee Salinas.
Thank you. I'm not going to restate everything I said in the last one, but this was, this one feels a little longer to me because this was the last semester, but it was a great introduction into this process that we carried with the cell phone policy of picking apart different things from other policies around California and finding the most relevant parts to our district that aligned with what us, the students, wanted, and also as they presented the other people in our community, teachers and the other people. I'm sorry for it is a little late, but agree with. So this one also I also think turned out very well, and I understand that. I hope this does not come across to many teachers as like limiting how they teach. It's purely done to just make things easier for students, and especially the students who have a lot of other stuff going on, and that can be at home circumstances or just extracurricular stuff through school. And I think the language in this is amazing. I read it. I was looking. I thought I had a copy, but it's online. So, but the language is it was written very well, and I do think this is going to make a difference for a lot of students with their mental health of not having to worry about getting all this homework in at the end of the day, but also allow them to feel more free and to do other activities, which I guess ties in with mental health. But thank you, Dr. Contreras again, Ms. Pugh, Mr. Berman, everyone for helping along with these meetings and making this possible.
Trustee Carroll.
Good. Trustee Carrasco.
So I agree with Brandon. Magic. Magical night. You will always get a teacher who's hardcore homework, and then you get a teacher like myself who I did not assign homework. What I would tell students is, I want you to go home, play sports, spend time with your family, listen to music, paint, go to work, enjoy dinner with your family without worrying about my class. But when you walk through that door, you work your butt off. And whatever you don't finish, that is your homework. That was the agreement we had in my classroom. And that was very effective because I saw them working. And what I would tell them too is, if you need help, it's harder for me to help you via email than just be here in the classroom. So for me in my classroom, it worked. I know that that might not be the thing for other classes. Like maybe some people need to do math a little bit every day, I don't know. But for my class, that worked. So thank you, Dr. Contreras. This is awesome to involve the students and their voices, because they themselves can tell you what works for them and what doesn't, because us teachers we're not going to agree on that one.
Well, I want to say that Desi was an outstanding leader of the process. How it works is the students who apply to be the trustee and have interviews become the core council, and Desi leads that core council, and then that group leads the 40 students who helped to create these policies, and he was a fantastic leader and helped set up the process really well. So it was a lot of fun. Highlight of my year for sure. And Desi's about to leave right now, and that will be his last. This was it. So ending on a real high note right now.
Well, no, we're not done. Yeah. I'm going to take this opportunity while you're all having hugs to talk, because unfortunately, if you're going to keep me up this late at night, guess what? My body thinks I'm at work. So I'm on. Anyway, so homework policy. Desi, you and the other students. Desi. I know. All right, Desi, I'm giving you a compliment. You and the other students did a great job on this policy. I 100% agree with Jessica. Part of the reason I had my kids in Montessori for so long is because Montessori doesn't believe in homework. And that's why I had them there. Because I believe that learning should be happening in the classroom and outside the classroom. That's time for family, that's time for sports, that's time for reading, that's time for leisure, petting your dog, whatever your deal is. So I agree with that. And you're right, Brandon, you're not everybody's gonna believe, but guess what? I don't care. You don't have to agree. Like, let's set a policy and that's just the way it is. And guess what? You won't have to do all that extra work grading papers, and because like you'll have more free time, so the whole work to rule thing, you'll have more time to like not have to grade all that stuff. And then maybe Synergy and Parent View will actually be up to date, and my kid doesn't have to tell me, oh, they just haven't entered my grade yet, right? Because like I hear that on a weekly basis, like, oh, my grade's just not updated yet because they haven't uploaded my assignments. So if we don't have all this stupid busy work, with the exception of math, nobody's listening to me anymore. Hopefully people at home are listening. But
I'm trying to.
Nobody's listening to me. But you know, like with math, yeah, you have to do math every single day. You have to do math every single day. You have to read every single day. But those are the only two things that you should be doing outside of school. Anyway, I'm done.
If you think about school like it's your job, and you're at school, what, 7 hours? If they're taking all classes, like 7 hours, right? That's like a full day of work. And then you also expect them to do an extra 4 hours in the evening? That's BS. I know. We're all getting rummy and we got stuff we gotta finish.
I was just gonna say in Las Lomas we do have a connectivity issue, so if we are assigning homework online, I know a lot of my students can't do that, and what they'll tend to do is wait till they get onto campus and quickly do their homework, and it's not fully complete, so I think that's something that we should also consider too. Oh no, I'm talking about like middle and high school. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else really want to say something, or can we move on to our last action item, which is 8.5, approve the 2025-26 end of year projection, third interim and fiscal stability plan. Silvestre, are you ready for us?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and community members. Today, we are presenting the 2025-26 third interim report and the fiscal stability plan for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. This presentation provides an updated look at our fiscal trajectory, incorporating the latest operational data and the proactive cost alignment steps taken by this board. Every dollar track in this budget is fundamentally allocated to maintain a nurturing environment where the students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Our agenda tonight demonstrates the fundamental components of that report, including our next steps. Let's establish the context. The year-end projection captures actual economic activity through April 30 and forecast out to the June 30 fiscal close. Under the standard state guidelines, districts that file a qualified or negative second interim are legally required to produce a third interim. As you recall, our district successfully moved to a positive certification as second interim. However, Santa Cruz County Office of Education direct us to prepare these reports to formally transparentize out-of-date fiscal stability plan and reflect the board cost reduction actions. There is no official county board certification required for this specific reporting period. This slide displays a comprehensive breakdown of our current fiscal year. We started the year with a total balance of $106.8 million, bringing together our revenues and expenses across both unrestricted and restricted, leave us a projected net decrease of $18.3 million across the entire general fund. This leaves us a total ending fund balance of $84.5 million. On the previous slide, we said that the fund balance is $88.4 million. What are the components of the fund balance? What makes the $88.4 million? The majority of the fund balance is restricted, equivalent to $30.7 million. We settled with our CSEA bargaining partners for 24-25 and 25-26, and they are included in the assignments. We have set aside funds for technology and transportation. The assignments include projected deficit spending for 27-28 and 28-29. Let's isolate the unrestricted general fund to review how our projections have changed since our last report. Our second year, we project an unrestricted deficit spending of $5.76 million. Between March and April, we have identified a positive variance of over $1 million. This improvement was primarily driven by savings, contracted operational services, and changes in indirect costs. Consequently, our projected unrestricted ending balance at year-end has increased our deficit spending by $4.7 million. Looking at the long-term horizon help us measure the district's structural health. Thanks to the board's stabilization initiatives, 2026-27 is projected to achieve a temporary operational surplus of $1.7 million. However, look closely at 27-28. We anticipate a charged structural deficit of $10.39 million due to ongoing enrollment challenges and cost escalation such as health benefits. Until we address the ongoing extraordinary cost of health benefits, we will always have a structural deficit. On a positive note, our ending fund balance remains strong enough to preserve our reserve for economic uncertainties above the state minimums. Our reserve percentage is about 6% across all 3 years. This multi-year model relies on several operating assumptions. Crucially, the model incorporates an improved COLA of 2.87%, up from 2.41%. We are projecting a slight rise in our funding at ADA, specifically due to our targeted attendance recovery initiatives. Staffing attrition reductions have been updated and using actual position control system data rather than the broad estimates are included. We have reached tentative agreements with CSEA for 24-25 and 25-26, and those calculated costs are assigned within this framework. All other bargaining panels remain legally open and on zero for 25-26. To ensure absolute transparency, this slide highlights what this financial projection excludes. We have intentionally left out expenditures for the proposed student support and professional development block grant, one-time funds, along with the pending super call ideas of 4.31. We also exclude potential state budget items like the 14-week paid pregnancy leave mandate or proposed adjustments to special education-based rates and pupil discretionary grants. In short, we have kept our projections tied strictly to known figures rather than speculated legislative proposals. Here is the absolutely bottom line. While your formal certification sign-off is not associated with this year-end data update, if one were requested, our district will register a positive certification. We have verified that the district possesses the cash flow and resources to meet financial obligations for this year and the 2 subsequent years. However, and it's a big however, and a big but, we must not let this positive status cause complacency. The multi-year structural deficit remains definitely looming in 27-28, means we must continue to seek additional ongoing structural reductions or local revenue enhancements. Our fiscal roadmap moving into the summer involves several critical steps. First, administration is actively building the formal 26-27 adopted budget we will present it at the next month. We will continue to aggressively deploy approaches to increase our ADA. We will launch a 25-26 year-end closing process. Thank you to the board for your steady leadership and to our fiscal team for putting these transparent projections together. We will not open the door to address specific questions or comments you may have regarding our third interim projections.
Are there any public comment cards?
Thank you.
Let me go first. Oh, it was like a multi one. Okay. Okay, one of the main things I would want is the same thing that I've been asking for a long time. And I feel like with the heat that you guys got tonight, that you should deliver. It would make your lives easier. So like the legal expense report. And it's not, yeah, it's like taking the PN day stuff, but then also like we have multiple lawyers that we've now faced with across the negotiations table. I know that's not free. We see multiple officers here. Like why, if we're so tight on money, why are we spending in these places? And also on consulting and other services, I know that's like a big area of spending and that should be explored more. I'd like to know how much are we spending on consultants this year and in restricted and unrestricted. And then also, just to save time, right? I'm not gonna come back again. I'm just gonna say that for the EV thing, we should make it so that people can come like on the weekend, charge up. Like if we do EV infrastructure, like for the buses or anywhere here, like in that area, kind of where your park spot is. Like, and if it's a weekend, and somebody's traveling to wherever, they can get on the map and start, and we'll get a little revenue off that. And then also for 10:15, 10:21, 10:30, I'm inclined to disapprove and just say like, hey, we can do some things, but we can't do everything. And that's kind of how I feel about Mark too, the deputy superintendent. Like we can save in these different places. Also, I would say like since Renaissance was on the chopping block today, I would still ask us to look, how much did we recoup in ADA this year there in people attending the after school program? My guess is probably none because we lost that key element. But you should actually look at how much was saved in previous years. How much did we get back? There's probably significant amounts, and moving away from like model programming costs money. Like, I think that's part of my like frustration is I see the direction we're going, and it's like, I don't think it makes sense for education and then, or safety or fiscally. Like, we need to, like, one of the things that was happening, we moved video production from Aptos to Renaissance. But then part of the deal was like, hey, move Renaissance because more CTE. Well, like, I thought, Peggy, they had Aptos. I don't think you had more students attending that video production class at Renaissance. Maybe you did. And if you did, that'd be good data to show. But my guess is you didn't. And there was already multiple CTE strands there. So we could do better on like how we generate revenue. Thank you. And good night.
Thank you.
I have it ready to go. All right, so we get told by members of the board to trust us, and there are things in the works that they can't share with us, but to me, that type of governance raises serious concerns. What we see in this budget is more consolidation of resources in the office of the superintendent at the hands of our students. Spending on services and operating expenditures in the excess of $50 million is one area where they are hiding money. 20 million of those dollars are in ongoing cost. I know because I requested an itemized list of those expenditures, and it was over 1,400 pages long. Looking at these expenses, you will see spending on agency instructional aides, behavior techs, speech and language pathologists, and spending to send students to private special education schools because we aren't meeting their needs with our high caseloads and eliminating caseload prep management periods. Also, look at the unrestricted side. We have a surplus of $37 million, and then we contribute $42 million into the restricted side of the house, which then shows a deficit on the unrestricted side. That is called deficit budgeting. They will tell you that the majority of that money is special education. I believe about 30 of the 42 is, but then when you look at their exclusions, they're excluding the ongoing increase to the base rate for special education funding. Including that almost 30% difference will shrink that, and you don't need to be contributing from unrestricted to restricted. Just keep it on the unrestricted side because that spending should go to staffing. I spoke to the state superintendent's office this week, and he encouraged me to keep fighting because the resources are there. Something else not reflected in this budget is that 4.3% super COLA. Over the last 5 years, we've underprojected revenues by $12 million on average. Do that once or twice, and it's the district learning how to budget better because, yeah, you don't want to be reckless. Do it over 5 years, and it's a pattern of hiding money. Thank you.
Are there any board comments on this item? Actually, anybody want to move approval of it? Would anybody like to make a motion on 8.4?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any comment, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Is your hand raised, Misty? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 5. I saw that. It was a yes. Okay. All right. That's 4 in favor, and any opposed? And 1 opposed, and 2 absent. All right. Yeah. So we still have board implementation, which probably is pretty quick, and then we have consent. Anybody have a preference of what we take first? I don't care. Okay, let's just do implementation. We'll be done. All right, you want to do it? You want me to do it? We are on 9.4. Yeah.
Can I move to table that to the next meeting?
It's gonna be less than 5 minutes. Okay, we gave the superintendent rough goals. She and her team are in the process of fleshing those out and making complete sentences, and giving like every year benchmarks so that we can track progress and make sure we're moving progress. Then she'll come back to us with those things. If we're happy, then we take it out to public for more comment. If we say, no, Dr. Contreras, he didn't quite get what we were going at, and we ask for some modifications. After we take it to public and we come back, then we'll adopt those, or that's the expectation. Listening, as it was mentioned earlier, Trustee Flynn and I have been doing our Monday at 7 o'clock on the Monday prior to board meetings. We haven't had all that much attendance. We did learn something. Just because nobody shows up in the first 10 or 15 minutes doesn't mean nobody's going to show up at 7:45. So one time we didn't, and I saw where people tried to come on after. So now we keep it open and we just chat and watch each other eat. Or cook or whatever else we're doing. But the one we did on Monday, there were 35 people. So, and it was a really good conversation, I think. So it was an experiment, and I think it's, as people are getting to where they know about it, it's, I see value in it. Yep, okay.
So I have been working on the goals and the guardrails, and even the interim goals, like we've done a lot of work on that. I think I can bring the goals and guardrails to the board on the 17th of June or the 24th. I think those are the meetings, but I don't know different people's schedules. I kind of wanted, since we have everyone here, kind of, what do you want to do about that? Yeah, those are both regular meetings.
I won't be here on the 17th.
Yeah.
My preference would be to wait until the 24th. But
Are you here on the 24th?
yeah. I won't be
So the 24th is big 'cause the
Monday for
budget.
the listening before, but I will be here.
Okay, so the 24th? 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 Okay. June? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right,
Then
awesome.
we'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, right? Yeah. All right. Okay, so 10, consent. Staff would like to remove 10.16. Anybody else got anything else they want to pull or whatever? 10.16, approve contract for Nucella.
That's the.
I think it's an it.
That was the whole, like, the thing that sent home, yeah, whatever. Let's pull it, and can I make a motion to approve consent pulling that item?
Oh.
Come on up, Brandon.
Yeah. Set the clock. Yeah. He is so, like, Irish in that way. I didn't even notice. You guys were sitting next to him. You didn't notice.
I know. One time I did it. Yeah, it was like you were.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Okay, we are
Okay,
live.
I started my time. So I would
Okay,
like
go.
to speak to 1020, which is the item on transforming Lakeview into an electric bus yard. I really think that should also be pulled because these things just happen to end up on agendas and nobody knows what they are and how they got there. I had the opportunity in the Labor Management Initiative meeting on Tuesday to ask about this and gain a little more understanding. I appreciate the understanding that Gerardo shared with me. I knew that we were renting our maintenance yard and that we do need to look at just having our own so we're not paying rent. And it's really interesting to hear these arguments made about like, yeah, well, you know, we're paying to rent instead of paying to own. And it's like, yeah, like most of our teachers who are under rent burden and can't afford to live here anymore. But it was sort of shocking to me that Dr. Contreras shared she didn't know that this was on the agenda. So just as a leadership perspective, you need to know everything that's on the agenda. Yes, you can. You have to read every agenda. If you're the superintendent, that should be a minimum expectation, is that you know what's on the agenda. Because then when we approve things as a slate, but then we don't really know what we're approving, that is bad governance all around. Just read the agenda, because it sets the stage for then the Sustainable Schools Advisory Committee to look at this and be like, wait, are we paving the way to close Lakeview? Is this a meaningful committee? Did this come from the committee? And if it didn't, and there's a reason behind it, present it in a public way, put it out there. But when we're only learning about it on a board agenda and the superintendent doesn't even know about it, I think we should pull it to discuss it. Maybe not tonight, but let's discuss it, because I was a Lakeview Eagle, baby, and I know we're gonna need a bus yard, EVs. I'm not opposed to the whole concept, but it needs to follow the proper channels, and we need to be informed in the process. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to 10 with 10.16 being removed. Would anybody like to make, did you want to
I
make
have
a
a
motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
There was one that was very early on asked to be pulled. Thank you. It was 10.19 that Whitney asked for. Right, but I need to pull it to be able to ask those questions. I just want to make sure that I get the right one.
I know we're all tired, but we should probably not be doing the back and forth.
I needed
Okay.
to know.
All right. I don't know that it was 19, that's Dibbles. That's just testing.
Okay, sorry. I don't know which one. I'm looking.
Yeah, I don't think that's the one that they were talking about.
I thought it was different. 10-9. I think it's 10-9. 10-9. Okay.
10-9?
Yes, I'd like to pull 10-9, please.
For discussion? Not removal.
There's just a.
Okay, so there's a motion to adopt the consent agenda, pulling for discussion 10.9 and removing 10.16.
10-10.
Oh, 10-10, okay.
And can we remove 1020?
So are we saying 10:20 we want to pull for discussion?
Yes, yeah.
I'd rather just remove it and then
Well-
we can bring it back. Can we table it to the next meeting? So that way we could get a little bit more info on it? Or do we do it?
You
Okay,
need to
I'll
pull
go
it.
ahead and do it.
Okay. All right, so we have, I think, a
That's
motion.
what pulling it does, it gives us.
We have a
time to
motion from
discuss.
trustee Flynn to adopt the consent agenda, completely removing 10.16 at staff request, pulling 10.10 and 10.20 for discussion. Is that right?
That's not mine. I didn't want to
Oh.
remove, but.
Oh, I thought that was yours.
No.
Well, 10.16's removed, the others we're discussing.
Okay, the 10, I don't know where the 1016 came from.
That was staff.
Oh, okay. All right, yes, I make that motion. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to the motion to adopt the consent agenda, removing 10.16 and pulling for discussion 10.10 and 10.20?
I second.
And trustee Carrasco seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 ayes, no noes, and 2 missing. Okay.
All right, let's talk about it.
All right.
Okay, 10.
10.10 is the first one.
The question was, Brandon, help me out. The question.
No. We can't be doing the backdoor discussion.
My grandma's calling me, so you better not.
Why's your grandma awake?
All right,
On the mic would probably be better. I'll turn mine.
I'm going to try and remember. Is this a curriculum or?
We're approving the curriculum that was selected by teachers for adoption.
Okay. There was a second part to the question. Is it a curriculum or is it a?
She wanted to know if it was also pathways, if we were approving pathways for the math sequencing.
Okay.
If that was also the approval.
Okay.
This is approving the curriculum.
Okay. Thank you.
With that answer, would you like to make a motion to approve that item?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
I hear a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Trustee Medina, did you want to vote? Okay, so that's 4, 0, 1, 2. And then 1020 is the EV thing at Lakeview. From what I understand, this isn't making a decision, but it is hiring somebody to draw up what that might look like.
I just have a quick question of Dr. Contreras.
Yes.
Is this project compensation, the $330,000, and I should have asked you this beforehand, and I apologize. Is that how much the feasibility cost? The 330?
I do not believe that that is the feasibility study.
Can we move this to the next until we figure out actually how much this feasibility study costs?
Yes, you can.
Thanks. That is my motion. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, it's like 2:30 in the morning.
In part of that, I'd also like to, if you don't mind me adding something
Oh,
to
please, go
yours, that we also feed this to the Sustainable Schools Committee, just so they know that's.
This isn't about closing the school or not, and having a charging station on that campus would not impact the school being open or not being open.
Okay.
So we could still have a place to charge buses on that property if there's still a school there. The two are not connected to each other at all.
Okay, understand. All right, I'm sorry, back to your.
Okay, so I want to make a motion because it's not clear to me how much this feasibility, and I should have asked it beforehand, I apologize, how much this feasibility study costs, because if it's $330,580 for a feasibility study, I'm not sure that I want to spend that much money.
Yeah, so we can bring that back.
Is there a second?
That was a motion. Is there a second? That's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That looked like 5002. Let's see. We took care of 11, which is deferred consent. We don't have anything that we need to go back to closed session for. Okay, well, once we get there, we are not talking about business.
We're about to. We're about to.
We're about to. Okay. All right, run, bye. Upcoming meetings, 13.1. Our next meeting is June 17th, and the following one is June 24. Trustee Flynn and I are going to try and work out how we're going to make the Monday before the board meetings thing work, since I won't be here to turn it on. And it would be great. Yeah, but you have to be able to use my my Zoom, because that's what's in there. So.
If you make me, I have this pro account, so if you make me a person, I can run it.
Yeah, well, that's what they told me to do with Joy, if Joy's gonna be doing it, but, you don't have to have any.
I have a career account, so it's pro, so I get more.
I get
Board
more than-
members,
I have 500 seats.
I
which I've
can
never had to use.
talk to you
Sorry.
about that. Sergio Ambrose is texting me about the. Yeah, he's watching this.
Hello.
It's a grant from PG&E. The whole feasibility and the project is a grant through PG&E for charging stations for the buses.
Oh, that's yours.
So I don't know if with that knowledge, you might want to approve
can I make
it.
That, but we're not paying for it.
But we're not paying for it? Okay.
And it's not even coming out of
Okay,
like regular grant
can I make a
money, it's
motion to
just
pass that
PG&E.
then? Can I undo my table?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would like to bring that off the table, and I would like to move to approve that.
Is there a second to approve that?
Second.
Okay, there's a first and a second to adopt 10.20. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 That looks like 5002. And we already mentioned what our next meetings are. Oh, you abstained. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's 4012. 4 yeses, no nos, 1 abstention, and 2 absents. All right. And we are adjourned at 2:21. Good night.